Welcome to the EA Sports FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series.
We're going to see the best go at it for $30,000 and the crown as the regional champion. 32 players are competing best from the Xbox and PlayStation divisions.
This is amazing. I'm really pumped for this final.
Ramos puts it through, Solly Suarez!
Oh, is in dominant form. A chance, it's going to go in. Oh my lord, ladies and gentlemen, could it happen?
Welcome everyone to beautiful Whistler, Canada, just up the road from Vancouver and home today to the FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series Season 2 Regional Final. And if you're a fan of Ultimate Team, or if you're simply a fan of the beautiful game, then you and me are in for a treat. Over the course of today, we're going to take the 32 best FIFA 17 players in the rest of the world region and carve things down to the 2 best on PlayStation and Xbox. In theory, players like Footwiz Goat and Sony should be contenders here in Canada, while MS Dossery and Chel should also be in the mix. But these are some of the best FIFA 17 players in the world. So how did we get here, and where does this all lead? Well, let me tell you. All these players, all of this prize money, all of this gameplay are simply steps towards our season culmination, the Ultimate Team Championship this May in Berlin. So how exactly are things going to roll out today? Well, let me show you. Right here, we have it. This tournament right here, this group stages, 4 groups of 4 players per division. It's a round-robin format, and the top 2 players of each group advance. So very similar to some tournaments you see in real life. And then in bracket play, we have an 8-player double elimination bracket for each platform, up to 4 simultaneous games per round, and my favorite part, the double elimination format. So not all things are lost if you lose the first game. And then we head to the grand finals. It's a 2-legged fixture, 1 on each platform, and the player with the higher aggregate score wins. So now you guys are all up to speed. So let's get to the action with Spencer and Chu. You guys ready over there?
Yes, Jimmy. Yes, we're more than ready, mate. We're ready for Season 2. Season 1 was fantastic. We saw, obviously, in Sydney, the Royal absolutely dominate things. He's not here because he's already got his spot in Berlin. So today, someone else is going to come out of nowhere and pick up that big win and get that spot in Berlin. What are you thinking, Chu? What are you looking forward for?
Well, I mean, the Royal was great, but we're going to see 32 great competitors here today who want to make it to the grand final. Now, if you miss anything, any of the news, updates, videos, you want to make sure you're following us at EA Sports FIFA on Twitter. And if you want to talk about the event, make sure you use #FUTChampions to get in on the conversation. And we might put you on this big screen over here if you have a nice tweet for us.
Nice.
So that's pretty good. And also, I'm going to be asking you guys, through some polls on Twitter, at chuboy.com. That's CHUBOI, because nobody spells boy with a Y anymore. It's not cool
not
anymore.
how it's done anymore, is it?
Exactly. And so I'm going to be asking you guys, about the players, the informs that you're seeing in the game, and also, hey, maybe some players that you might want to use in your FUT champions to make it here as well. But first, let me send it over to my 2 favorite FIFA commentators, Joe and D-Man. Joe, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chuboy, with an I. Let's not forget that one. Very important. My name is Joe Miller. Joining me, of course, is none other than Lee Demon Smith. And Demon, it's been a little under 2 months since we got to sit up here, and now we're back, this time in Whistler. Fantastic place to be, not going to lie. Probably one of my favourite places on earth so far that I've seen, of course. There's still plenty to be explored. But we've got some amazing games coming up over the next couple of days. Of course, rest of the world today, America's tomorrow. But really excited to see, some of the returning players that didn't make it through to Berlin in our previous qualifiers in Sydney, and some new names.
Absolutely, and of course, Sony competing here. He was the man in the PlayStation bracket that got knocked out by Abdulaziz Al-Shari, a.k.a. Mr. Dunn, the former FIFA Interactive World Champion, of course, in 2015. And that's, of course, what this road is all about. They're on the road to London to get to that stage once again. So Sony coming into this one, probably the most experienced, big favourite. The fact that he's already been in the finals once before. one step away from that 20,000. We'll see whether he can get there today.
Well, let's have another look then at the tournament and exactly how this is all going to break down. We've heard it from Jimmy, but let's go through it again. 4 groups of 4 players on each console, so Xbox and PlayStation 4. They'll play each other once then in a round-robin format, and the most 2 successful players will then advance from each group, which brings them then into those playoff brackets, which are double elimination. Honestly, still pretty cutthroat, but it means that you also have a bit of a chance. But these are our groupings for you. There's some big names in here.
Yeah, big names. We talked about Sony, of course, in Group 6. He's going to be with Same96. There's some real big names throughout it, of course. Sarge is a returning man in there. There's obviously a bunch of players from around the world. We've got a couple of Japanese players in there as well, which I'm excited to see because obviously we didn't get them in Sydney. It's excited to see, more importantly, because they're ranked #1 in the world right now in that region.
And I think even more importantly, possibly, a few Canadians in there, which I'm sure will be feeling maybe a little bit more pressure here on home soil, if you like, to really do well with things. And as you said, some big names, and really excited to see how these ones all kick off. Of course, these are your Xbox groups, and well, there's one flag in particular that kind of dominates there, which is the Australian flag, of course. A couple of Kiwis in there as well. But again, in the Xbox, we've got some big names that we've already seen previously.
Yeah, we've got GC Chelsea in there, of course. We had a feature on him in Sydney. Unfortunately, he didn't pick up a game there. Honourably airborne. Well, Spencer knows him well and true because he obviously played a bit of an unusual team before. You got Footwiz Goat, a.k.a. Onoa Goat, in there before. So some real returning favourites in there from the Sydney regionals.
And that's the real question, isn't it? Those players that we said they've got no experience when we were back in Sydney, how they've kind of developed after that first tournament performance and how they come here today with that almost on their shoulders, that experience in the bag, if you like, and use that to calm their nerves, to get off to that good start. But this is our first game of the day, and it's a big one as well. Summer96 against Sony. Sony in particular is, I think, the biggest favourite out of this group, with the fact that he finished second in Sydney, obviously, losing out just to Mr. Dunn, Abdulaziz, in the final.
Yeah, Sameh didn't get out of the group, sadly. He finished 3rd in his group, so wasn't able to progress. That's the best result he's had, though, so far. So he's going to be looking forward to trying to get a win over Sony. He did record a win over Sarge. I think it was in 9-0, his best ever result, he was saying. So we'll see whether he can go one better. Maybe he can get one over Sony. The best thing I remember of Sony is how solid his defensive work was, and that's what we're going to be looking towards today. Obviously, a lot of people have been talking about, obviously, you look back towards Paris with Taz's solid defensive work. Then you look towards the goal craziness of the Royal when we moved into Sydney, and then obviously it was goal bonanza when we were in Miami. So it's interesting to see how the different styles around the world will translate.
And also to see how the styles of these players, I think Honourably Airborne is the easiest example of that, because we saw him playing some, what we, and Spencer in particular,
he's
called
got a legit team this time,
questionable choices in that. But actually, he tweeted a few things at us after that, just showing us exactly how much he'd played with these players that you might not say were, top level, not the best players that you can have. Of course, if you're not familiar, you guys at home, you spent months and months building that team up. I know I certainly have, and I'm still definitely not there. But these guys, they've earned the spot, so they get to play with everything unlocked at this stage, so they can build their ultimate team.
And it's unlocked up until, I believe, last Monday. So it's literally all the releases over the months and the year now, effectively, are all in there. So Team of the Years, everything they want is available to them, and that's where they're going to select the team. And of course, what we want to see is what team these players are going to run. Let's have a look and see what Sony had.
So this man, we've talked about him before already. Second, he finished in Sydney in that Season 1 regional qualifier, only losing to Mr. Dunn, and that's certainly no embarrassing result for him there. Top-notch player, of course. Another big point, constantly at the top of the weekend league, and that's something that these players have strived for. You've played weekend after weekend after weekend, absolutely hammering the games out, and has done incredibly well.
Yeah, he's been in there or thereabouts throughout constantly, and obviously, as we say, you can see Season 1 spot away from qualifying for Berlin. It's going to be what he's setting his sights on. I think nothing else for him would be a failure right now. After doing so well in Sydney, he's going to want to go that one step further. And actually, if I think back, it was a pretty close game against Mr. Dunn as well that managed to get Abdulaziz through to that grand final against the Royal, obviously coming from the Xbox side. Obviously, this is the PlayStation bracket, as you can see. There is going to be 16 competitors on the PlayStation and 16 on the Xbox in this rest of the world. And, of course, tomorrow we're going to have the Americas region as well. So we're going to be here 2 days running. It's going to be constant, jam-packed FIFA action.
Absolutely looking forward to this one, and we are almost ready to get this one underway. Sony, we've talked about how he is most definitely a favourite here today. And as you said, he's only got to beat his place by 1 to get himself qualified. There is the team, as you can see, full of, well, really the usual suspects, I think we can say by now.
Yeah, going 4-3-3, almost a flat 4-3-3 as well. Using the Messi up front, getting Ronaldo, the good old 99 Ronaldo, probably Team of the Year. I think we'd expect to see almost Team of the Year Ronaldo and Messi in just about every team. Generally, you have Bale in there. Obviously, you can switch wings, do whatever they're going to do. We'll see whether they make any changes at kickoff. They will do. Okay, this is kind of what we expected. Basically, this is all about, obviously, the chemistry balance that's been locked in at the start. Then they immediately changed the formation. I didn't think we were going to see a flat 4-3-3, so he switches to a 4-2-3-1 setup, and that is going to throw Ronaldo up front. Kind of an expected change in there, and then he just sets it out. So we're seeing a relatively standard defensive setup. We generally always see Chris Smalling in there. He's got Ramos in there, though. Obviously, maybe he's starting to creep his way in. We saw a lot of Boateng, pretty much predominantly, throughout the Season 1. So maybe Ramos is going to make an appearance now after Real Madrid doing so well.
I think we should note as well, you know, how the chemistry works in this one. Obviously, at kickoff, you want to have the best possible chemistry. You want to be hitting 100, each individual player on 10 chemistry. Once the game actually, you know, goes live almost, as we are now, you can switch that around without having a penalty. So we saw already there some changes coming in. We saw Hazard brought in. And so that means that you can basically have a bit more fluidity to work with once you've kicked off. So here we go then. Our first game of the day and of the tournament. And expecting a fairly slow start to this one as the players just kind of feel each other out. Now, get used to being on stage once again. Both of these guys, of course, did feature in Sydney, so they're no stranger to the setup that we have around. But nonetheless, tournament pressure is certainly a real thing. Yeah,
and of course, just point out, Sammy is playing in the blue, of course. I believe the Chelsea kid, actually. Just a check on there. And Sony in the yellow, playing from right to left. So, who is going to get themselves the first goal? So, Mane coming on, actually, for Samir. And actually, if I remember right, it's Sony that said I think he's one of his favourite players, Mane, and he reckons he's quite overpowered in the game, you know.
I know for a fact that Chuboy is a huge fan of that Mane card. I'm sure he'll touch on that one a little bit later and the strengths of it there. And we do see Kante going to knock it into the middle, almost getting it through there. That could have been the opening for Sony, but Sema managing to get it away. Now he's got a bit of a break on the top side with Bale.
Yeah, but he's got a Karine cut inside. You can see a little good drag back there from Kyle Walker. Solid, strong right back. One of the players that almost every team tends to rotate between him, and maybe even throw Marcelo out there sometimes, switch him on the opposite wings. We've seen him in midfield as well, but we'll get to that as and when it comes. Suarez, there's a little dance, tries to switch things around. Pogba, of course, we saw trying to do that overhead kick for Man United in real life, getting himself a bit of dominant role in the midfield here.
Chance though here for Sema to break through. Tries a through ball there, but again, strength at the back will get the better of him. And Sony clears out. Bit messy there, in all fairness, and it does land, funnily enough, to the feet of Messi. But again, we see Pogba coming out, taking the ball off him, and now there's space on his top side. Through ball, though, not going to quite find its target.
Yeah, and talking about Marcelo, you can see he's actually being used in the midfield, I believe, by Samir. So I'll keep my eye on positions they're going to use in this one, of course. We are on the PlayStation, so Legends are not allowed. They're on the Xbox. We'll get to that as and when we come in a little bit later. But as it is, a very tentative opening 20 minutes of the game here. Still no real shots, no real danger as Bale tries to slide a ball through for Ronaldo, but it's cut out. And Jordi Alba being played on the left wing there for Sony. I think we only saw him like once or twice in Season 1. We didn't see him too often, but when we did, he was fairly successful. As it is, Sony just happy to casually play it around and switch the ball, switch the opposite wings.
Yeah, had that informed card since then, I think. And that's going to be interesting, just the slight variations, just depending on recent releases, of course. As you see there, Messi got 3 men ahead of him. Will actually lay it off here to Mane, who can't quite get past his last man, and that's a nice little slide out, just preventing the corner there in the last second.
Yeah, so 25 minutes gone. Still nothing so far. Messi can't get the ball through. Taken off for a corner, though. First corner of the game. Here we go. Samir, see what he can do. Is he going to go for the inside post? There's no one really there. I can see Bale's trying to edge in for it. Doesn't look like it. He's going to try and run it through. He's got Messi just off to the side. See if he can try and drag it through. He's trying to pull the defenders out of the box and make a little room for himself. Kante plays it back, but Messi on Messi action there. And there's only ever going to be one winner. It's Sony this time that breaks away.
Knocks it down there to Messi. That's a great little through ball. Nice little slide in the end, though. Will go back to Butland and keeps things safe. And maybe a chance for the break here. Ronaldo now, he's got a couple of men to beat, but couldn't quite get past them. And a bit of a let-off there, you might say, for Sony. Regains possession now. He'll try and keep a hold of the ball for as long as he can. And Suarez eventually down to Messi, who's going to be dispossessed, and no foul given for that one. And now the break is possibly on for Seymour.
Trying to push it away again, Sony. Working it so well. Trying to cut inside. Got a good through ball for Messi. Gets himself a shooting chance. Has to try and drag it back. He's going to get the shot away. Ronaldo, top corner. Brilliant finishing from the man that scored so many for Real Madrid in the week. And, well, it was Messi that set him up.
Perfect finish as well. Top corner, not a lot the keeper's going to be able to do about that in that position. And that is Sony, the man that we called as the possible favourite for the tournament overall after that second place in the Season 1 regionals in Sydney. Gets off to the start that he's been looking for here in the early stages of the group. Of course, groups of 4, so you've got to play 3 games, 1 against each opponent, and those top 2 go through. Here's a chance, though, with Kante. Where's he going to go from here? Tries to get it back off to Messi, but the pass wasn't accurate. Will, in the end, fall to Sony, who might have a chance to break, but again, the through ball, just a little bit too much on it.
Yeah, Ronaldo nearly managed to drag it in there, of course. Getting a little glimpse on it. There's the controls, of course. It's interesting to see the different grips. The monkey grip that's just been used by quite a few people, just hooking it around, nobody using it at the moment. That's going to be a good chance, though. Deflected, blocked out. It's back to Messi. And now Kante clears his danger. Back to Jordi Alba. Down the left wing. So the first real chance we saw for Samir there, but this is a real good breakaway. He's looking for Ronaldo. Ronaldo in the middle of the box. He's got to cut it in. Now he's made space. You can see he tries to walk it through. Alba across to Pogba. Not going to go for a long ranger. Hazard puts it back into Pogba. Can't slide it through. A little too intricate there, Joe.
May have a break here as well now. Could he get the equaliser? Was Mane into the feet of Messi, who's held on to this one nicely. He tries to slide it through, but again, defender there just a little bit quicker, and just as quickly as that attack has started, things switch around. As I think that was his own defender taking him out there. Down onto Messi on his bottom side. He's going to try and pull it back. It's out, though. Just had a little bit too much on it.
Too fancy.
And it's a goal kick.
Tried to get a little too fancy, didn't he? Went just that little bit too far. Okay, intricate. Interesting play. Giving Butland a bit of a run out with the ball. Ooh, that's a tricky throw out. Messi and Ronaldo sniffing for it. Now Kyle Walker. He's really struggling to get out of his own half at the moment. Walker up to Mane. Mane, of course, in real life out. Injured for the rest of the season with Liverpool. Unable to get himself any more games. But Sony so far leading 1-0 and looking pretty confident for it. I mean, it's not exactly a exciting first half, not exactly peppered with shots, let's put it that way.
No, not really, but I think you expect that from the first tournament game. You know, both of these players, as you said, you like to get comfortable. You know, they've had their warm-up here, they've had a couple of practice games in the hot seat, if you like, but still, it takes you a little bit of time to get over those initial nerves, and I think that's especially when you play a little bit slower, just to stop any of those little mistakes that I think at this level of the game, just a tiny mistake that we might not be able to turn into a chance. These guys will certainly collapse on completely and score from it.
I think we were starting to see Sony starting to dominate the match as well. That looked like just towards the end. He was struggling to get it out of his own half, Samir. So he's got a bit of a problem. He needs to try and figure something out, maybe even change tactics in the second half.
Yeah, not sure if he was even just trying to keep a hold of possession there at the end, just to, get the first half out of the way, just stay, all right, I'm 1-0 down, but let's just make sure that we don't make any further mistakes at all and keep things safe so that we don't go 2-0 down right on the break of half-time.
Absolutely. Well, you've heard what we had to say. Let's listen to what Spencer has to say at half-time.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, so my job today is very much to be your eyes and ears in all the other games that are going on, okay? We want to update you on what's been happening in the game you're not seeing, and there's lots of games happening. I actually want to talk about something from a game in the same group you guys are covering right now between Rico Suarez and Nuno Jai, okay? Fantastic goal. So Rico is playing a 4-2-3-1 formation. He's got a very special David Luiz item at the heart of his midfield in that CDM role, but he can do a lot going forward. He's got a high attacking work rate. Let's take a look at what that means when the ball falls to David Luiz in the right area. So he picks it up here, right foot, what a strike. If you've got a CDM that can pull that out, very, very helpful. I mean, shoot, talk about that item. Just how good is it?
Well, it's the 90 SBC David Luiz, and the reason why you want to get this item is the shooting, 80 shooting, 92 shot power, 88 long shots. When you have a CDM that can do that, you got to hit one from distance. The shooting is almost as good as the hair. It costs a lot to get that SBC, but let me tell you, I got it in my club. It's absolutely worth it. It's like having a second Pogba in your team. If you have him, you got to use him. I think we're going to see him a lot in this tournament.
Definitely, especially when all the players are available for these guys to use. He's got Kante next to him, a beautiful little partnership. So we'll look out for more, maybe from David Luiz in the rest of the day. Let's go back to Joe and D-Man.
Thank you very much, guys. And, well, I think we're going to be seeing more David Luiz throughout today. And as we heard Chuboy mention there, you have to take a shot when you're in a position like that with him. Absolute beast.
I thought you were going to talk about his beautiful hair for a moment there.
We'll leave that for later. That's another topic which we'll definitely need to touch on. The power of his hair is certainly playing a fact into some of his stats, I think.
Absolutely. And, of course, we saw a great shot like that. We saw so many of those in Miami. And that's what I was wondering, talking about, obviously, the different styles of play that we may well see. Maybe a cagey defensive display, which is kind of what this has been so far. As you mentioned earlier on, it is the first group game. You would expect them to be a little bit tense affairs. Sony, though, it's starting to look pretty comfortable. He's got his opening goal. That's what he was all about. Wanted to get that opening goal, settle his nerves, and suddenly he started to turn on the defensive display. Sarge, however, needs to start getting in the mindset. Obviously, he picked up just the one win when we were over in Sydney. Now, if he wants to get out of the groups, he knows that Sony is going to be the big fish in this group. He knows he's the guy to beat. He's really got nothing to lose now. He just needs to go for it in this game.
Well, I mean, even picking up a point here, taking a draw off the group favourite could be a way to really propel yourself through. As you mentioned, he didn't quite make it out of the groups in Sydney. So this is a chance for him to pump up his game, if you like, just give him that little bit of extra. I think taking a point from Sony, from the group favourite, would certainly be a great start to his campaign.
We've seen it before. I mean, just look at the Bullock back in Paris, obviously taking down Huge Gorilla. These big shocks can happen, even when there's against the favourite in the group. So we'll see how this second half works out. Samir, though, he's got a lot of work cut out here, and he's on the attack already, trying to get things early. Maybe try and catch him off guard. Sony, obviously, maybe just having a little rest in that half-time, a little figure out, and maybe try and catch him with his guard down and get an early goal.
Well, we'll see about that one. He currently has possession. Nice little ball there into the feet of Messi. Tries to drag it back, but there is Smalling. We talked a lot about him in Season 1, and he'll likely continue to feature in, I'd say, most of the teams that we will be seeing here today. Here's a nice little run from Mane up on this top side. It was Alba that came in, though. Will knock it out. But that is a throw-in for Semir, so he's in a decent position here to make something happen.
Yeah, see if he can box him in. Doesn't look like he can get it to Messi, but that's been cleared. Sort of just more like hoofed than quality clearance. But this has given him a possible counter-attack chance here. Pogba slipped through, holds it up nicely, tries to slip it through to Hazard, but Samir not falling for that. Sony just testing the waters once again, and we'll see whether Samir now can get it out of his own half as he works it to Marcelo. Marcelo down the left wing into Ronaldo. This partnership obviously born and bred in Real Madrid, but here in the FIFA Ultimate Team, you can have just about any player you would like, any player available, if of course you can get that card. In which case, in this team, they can. Oh, that's a big mistake. Nearly slipped it through. Wow. That's some calm, cool defending. When you make an error like that, suddenly you start panicking and hitting the buttons.
Well, messing around in your own box is something that might show confidence, might also be a mistake for you. And there's very, very nearly an equalising chance there for Sami, who's done a great job of holding possession. Pass accuracy must be around about that 100% mark at this stage of the second half. That's going to be a foul. And a nice little position here for the free kick. What's he going to do with it? Will he send it straight in there, or is he going to bring a second man in?
Looks like he wants to cut it to the edge of the box. I mean, he's going to try and curl it in for a header. Nearly got lucky, didn't quite fall for him though. Switched defensive play though. Bale gets Messi. We've seen Messi hitting him from the outside the box as well, so you've got to be careful. He's in a position where he can take a shot on. He lays it off nicely. Real chance here. Pogba lays it in, and that is an equaliser for Sami, and exactly what he was looking for.
And we talked about it at half-time that, you know, 1-1 here, a point for Sami is what he's going to be aiming to achieve straight away. But now he's in a position where, quite honestly, he could just win this game, and that would be the first upset that we see of the tournament. Pogba with the equaliser there. He's passed it around brilliantly on the edge of the box. He's able to drive it down into that bottom right-hand corner. That leaves us now at 1 apiece. I think about 65 minutes gone of this one. But now, look at this. Straight off the kickoff, Sony going in. Actually, will keep possession of this. There's a man down for him in the middle. And in the end, Sami able to clear this one away. And let's see how Sony's affected by that equaliser.
Well, he tried to immediately get straight back, and that's always the danger. Obviously, you've just scored. A little lapse of concentration, maybe let it through, but if he's broke this deadlock now. He had gone defensive, as you mentioned. He's just needs to try and get himself back in this attacking mentality, and that's exactly what he's doing. Walker finds Ronaldo into Pogba in the middle, looking for that through ball. Wasn't available. Kante, of course, ever present in the midfield. Tries to keep things going, but it's a counter chance here. Messi, can he get the through ball? No. Not quite going to slide it past Ramos.
Possession back then with Sony. Trying to get himself that lead back. Nice little bit of fancy footwork from Hazard into the feet of Ronaldo. This is a dangerous position now with those skills on the edge of the box. Oh, he could have possibly gone past two there. Gets it in though to one. Back to Ronaldo, and there it is, Sony. Just like that. Brilliant possession work just inside of the box. Finds his way through, and it's Ronaldo who will put him back into the lead here at 2-1.
Brilliant fancy footwork, wasn't it? The little drag backs, everything on display there. Ronaldo, of course, 5-star skills, just about everything at his disposal, and Sony making full use of the drag back there, working it wonderfully in the box. I think it was Kante that set him up as well, wasn't it? A close little pass there. So 2-1, Sony back in the lead. 15 minutes to go in this game in regulation time. And Sami once again has the pressure on his shoulders. Down a goal. Let's see if he can try and pull something back. Messi tries a few drag backs of his own, not to be outdone. Kante back through. Messi tries to make himself available, but he's got to go back to Chris Smalling, using those defenders on the halfway line. Tries to slip a ball through in the edge of the box, finds Ronaldo, turns, makes space, and that is a great goal for Sami. We're right back in it at 2-2.
Well, you can see what it means to him there as well. Managing to level it up, and again, it was super calm, super collected there on the edge of the box. Turns past one and just rifles it off into the bottom right. De Gea, no chance really on that one. He's already moving off to his left-hand side. And that at 2-2 now. Is that going to be enough to seal the point? 78 minutes gone with that goal. Still plenty of time, though, for another couple.
Yeah, time to defend if you're Sami, time to attack if you're Sony, and that's what he may try and do, but he's got to be careful he doesn't catch himself out here. Back to the keeper. Now Mane down the right wing. Haven't seen a great deal from Sadio Mane, have we, on that wing? It's been really much Messi and Ronaldo's show. That's a long ball forward that De Gea will pick up every day of the week. Long throw out, almost intercepted. Not exactly the cleanest pass, and that's a tricky one with a man on his back. Into Ronaldo now. Ronaldo tries a little through ball. Can't quite get it past the defence as Marcelo plays it back down the left wing. Marcelo finds Hazard. That's a good ball, slipped in through. Bale can chase, looking for the cross. He may try and cut inside, but wow, forceful defensive work. A little too forceful for the referee's likeness.
And we've seen already free kick given away in a similar position before. This one a little closer to the edge of the box. Cheeky little chip in, almost finding that. It does fall nicely there to Pogba, but in the end will be hoofed away by Sony. And that will, in the end, go out for the throw. 85, almost 86 minutes on the clock. And Samir, I have to feel, will be happy with this result, considering the strength of his opponent. Trying to just break through there was shoulder barge and knock the ball out of play himself. It's looking like we could be ending this one with the first tie here that we've seen on screen.
And of course, coming from a goal behind every time, it's such a big confidence boost for Samir coming into this one. Obviously, he didn't get out of groups before, coming up against one of the favourites, managing to come back from behind twice. It's such a confident play for him, and now he may just try and go for it. You know what? There's just a couple of minutes on the clock. Try and loop one forward, maybe. Wasn't to be, though. Hazard cuts it out. Pogba. That's a poor pass. There's a bit of a misplayed pass, and that's give a big chance for Samir. That's big errors in the middle of the field. We're just 3 minutes added up time. Gareth Bale, not a great deal of energy left. Has to pass it away to Kante. Kante's got Messi in the middle. Finds Ronaldo. Ronaldo tries to find space to Kante. Messi tries to pass the ball through. Pogba finds him. Mane available. Oh, blocked out in the end for a corner.
Well, last second attempt here. He's going to take this one short by the looks of things. Switching off
inside post header maybe.
There. Here we go. Managing to get down the line with Mane. Does try and give it back, but it was all just a little bit too fancy there. Sony will hold on, gets the ball away, and it will finish a draw, 2 apiece. As we said, for Sony, a solid start, but you have to feel for Samir, that was the absolute best result they was probably looking for in this one. 2 apiece, gets the first point.
Absolutely, and he was looking attacking at the end there. He was looking better than Sony, honestly, in that second half. He's the guy that was chasing the game and then starting to look dangerous. Sony, meanwhile, really only had 2 big breaks and scored 2 goals, whereas Samir was constantly pressuring.
Yeah, and a great possession game from him as well. I mean, we saw there a possible last chance at the end to go ahead, but just was all a little bit too fancy for him. As we said, they're a point apiece, so this group remains wide open. That's what we like to see. But as we talk about this one, let's have a look at some of these other games that have been going on.
Yeah, of course, that's an easy tap in. Suarez will take that every day of the week. Easy thing. That's baby Justin Law, that one. Managing to get himself a goal. But there's the equaliser. Straight away, of course, he's playing Jan Villam. Jan Villam played in Sydney. So that game looks like it ended with a draw, 1-1. 2, I would say, defensive error goals. It's safe to say. When you see a bit of a goal-mouth scramble, you can't really blame anyone else other than the defence.
Or the keeper sometimes, who knows, from that one. But yeah, draws coming in across the board here. And honestly, I kind of like to see that as these early stages, because it means that, you know, the groups just almost stay as they were. They're not mixed up there. It means that all games going forward are going to be real tough ones, real pressure points for all of these players. Let's not forget they play 3 games, one against each opponent in the group, top 2 going through. So one slip up, you know, one miss of a penalty, one defensive error can cost you your place in the tournament.
Exactly, Joe, and I've talked about defensive errors, and well, we've got Spencer, the expert, down on the floor to talk about that goal.
That's right, I am an expert in defensive errors. I make a lot of them myself. Let's talk about those 2 Suarez goals we just saw. Okay, that was from a game between baby Justin Law and Jan Villam, 1989. 2 fantastic names. They both had Suarez leading the line up front. Team of the year Suarez, very fantastic. Like, probably the best out-and-out striker in the game, you'd say, compared to other people like the Ronaldos, who are a bit more of a wide man. Now, both teams managed to score a very similar sort of goal. Let's take a look at them. Both obviously Suarez with the finish, and both sort of creating an opportunity where the keeper was out of position, and it was an easy tap-in, right? So you can see the first one here. It's good work to build up, you know, a lot of passing, and sometimes called a sweaty goal. Keeper gets the last touch on it, but an open goal ultimately for Suarez. How much of that, Shu, do you think is because of Suarez's positioning, his ability to be in the right place at the right time?
I mean, if you look at Suarez's in games, what do you see? 99 finishing. It's all there. 99 positioning as well.
Yeah.
So what more do you need in a striker? He is definitely the best striker in the game. A lot of people are going to tell you, oh, the new SBC Torres is better than Team of the Year Suarez. Do not listen to those people at all. They don't know what they're talking about. Suarez is the best. You can go for the 94 SBC Suarez if you cannot afford Team of the Year Suarez because he's very expensive. You know, since Team of the Season is coming, his price has been lowered quite a bit, but you can go for the 94. He's only got, I think it's 96 positioning and
Only
the 98, you know, finishing. So you're getting a good value Suarez for about a fifth of the price. I think it's worth it, and you get the SEC packs. You might pack something good. You might pack Suarez in that too.
I've got the squad builder Suarez. I use him a lot. He's my main man up front. Really good. And we're going to see a lot of goals from Suarez. I'm really interested to see actually what players get the most goals. Is it going to be the Ronaldos and the Messis? Is Suarez going to pop up and bag more than anyone else? Is anyone going to use that Torres item you talked about? We'll find out later on. But lots more to talk about, lots more to look at. For now, back to Joe and D-Man.
Thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, a lot of these SBC cards are pretty damn strong, and obviously you guys, I think a lot of them, are fairly expensive in themselves, how you go through. But either way, let's have a look at the results that we've seen so far. Of course, those were the games that happened in the PlayStation group. We did just see the Baby Justin Law versus Jan Villam 1 apiece, and a 2 apiece game with Semia and Sony. And we'll find out the results of those middle 2 games in a little while as well. Obviously, the all-Australian game between Infinite Shadow and Sarge, that'll have hopefully been an explosive one.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out, of course, and these are going to be the Xbox groups coming up as well. They're the PlayStation games, for obviously playing at the same time, simultaneously. The Xbox games still going on at the moment. We have the first 45 minutes of the PlayStation kick things off, and then the Xbox goes on at the moment. We can see it certainly in our eye view.
In our ear. That'd be impressive, actually.
Like, well, you never know technology these days. I mean, you've got glasses on, Joe. You could have anything going on behind those glasses. I don't know.
Sadly not. They're just so that I'm not blind, actually, which is funnily enough. So we are going to be taking a look forward into our next games here as well. And, well, lots of draws in these first rounds. Let's see how it continues forward, though. GC Chelsea, a man we've, of course, seen before, versus Iclax. And this is the first game of the group for both these ones. Obviously, we're moving now over onto the Xbox divisions to take a look at how they're all shaping up.
Yeah, and we're going to be joining in the second half as well. So obviously this game kicked off already. It's going to be well underway. So you can see 69 minutes on the clock, and it's already 1 apiece. GC Chelsea didn't really pick up a win, unfortunately, when he was in Sydney. Of course, former player obviously picked up an injury and ended up picking up the controller effectively and becoming a FIFA player. It's something we've seen quite a lot of throughout history. As it is, you can see Ronaldo picked up an injury as well for GC Chelsea, so going to get himself a shot away here. It's a pretty much block one there. Class trying to get himself in with the corner.
So let's see if we can have a break from this one. Cheeky little back heel coming out. Will be snuffed away though. Big ball played upfield, but Marcelo going to get himself back around to this one. GC Chelsea now with Ronaldo on the edge of the box. He's going to be forced out fairly wide, but he's got Messi there for support. Boateng, though, will just stand his ground, and we are seeing Mateus there. And I think this is a good opportunity to, for those people that aren't familiar, to talk about the legends that are available on the Xbox.
Yeah, and we were talking about positioning. I could see he was trying to put it forward. He was just a player constantly offside. Neymar being used here. Not a legend just yet, but there are a couple in there. As you said, Laurent Blanc. There's Griezmann, though, to Vieira. Patrick Vieira, there's a legend. To Lothar Matthäus. And then Messi, overhead through ball. Not going to quite work out. Defender should beat into it. Marcelo plays it back to Peter Schmeichel in goal. So a couple of legends being used here by Iclax.
Ferdinand there as well, at the back. As he passes it up here to Messi. Plenty of space there for him at the start. Nice bit of fancy footwork from Lothar Matthäus. It goes off to Vidal, just trying to build something up nicely, almost getting that one caught away from him. Somehow falls again to the feet of Messi. Vidal just going to sidestep back off to Messi, but this time Griezmann, he's going to get rid of the ball. And now a chance for them to push up with Griezmann in possession.
Yeah, I can't tell whether Griezmann's being used as a cam or just a centre mid. He seems to be in that position at the moment. Messi tries the long-range shot. I think it skipped off Ferdinand for a corner there. It did. Yeah. So, let's see what he does. Is he going to go short? Looks like he will. He's going for the inside post. He can nick a header in there. Not going to work out for him. His opposite number, Vidal, putting it out. Now Neymar, up close and personal. Messi's made a little run. Made himself available, but there's a good block of players here. Really good defensive work coming out of GC Chelsea at the moment. Something that he lacked when we were in Sydney. Couldn't really keep them clean sheets. Vieira not going to manage to sneak it through, and that's a good counter-attack chance here for Chelsea.
Well, in the end, blocked out there. And now with Marcelo down on this bottom side. Griezmann into Messi. Kante going to feature a lot as well here today. Here is Ronaldo now. Where's he going to go? Find some space up on that top side. And Kyle Walker and Vieira linking up. Kante, poor first touch, but somehow gets the ball back here. And now Griezmann running into space down on his bottom side. He's got Marcelo there for backup. Bit of space on the edge of the box. Vieira knocks it in. Messi not quite getting the foot to it there. And that will be the end of that one. Another tie here in the first round of the groups.
Well, another draw, and you said it before, you know, all these draws, it does set up for a bit of an exciting finish. It tends to keep things close. We saw, of course, some teams, players going through in the other regionals without winning a game. So it is totally possible to draw yourself through the group. It's a risky play because you're only going to be ending up on 3 points.
Well, you take what you can really get at the end of the day, don't you? And as you mentioned, you know, I think that the line between the skill levels on these players, as you'd expect at this level of the game, is just so thin that, you know, 1-0 wins and draws are things that we're going to be seeing a lot of today.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, some big games to come up yet. So getting a draw in your first game in a big region like this is probably not a bad thing. I mean, you're not going to be happy because you aren't going to win, but you also haven't got a loss. So you're like, okay, I've settled down now. The problem is, if some players do hit the ground running, I haven't seen, obviously, all the results. We'll get them on your screen as and when they start pouring in. I can still see a couple of games going. That one finished way ahead of the others, actually. That one did finish really early, so they weren't hanging around. Or maybe they just didn't have too many chances, which obviously delays it. But here's a couple of highlights from that game earlier on. We saw it ended 1-1. Let's have a look at those goals. It's going to be a nice, easy header. And we talked about who's going to get the goals. That one was for Suarez. Up close and personal, positioning, whatever it may be. He got himself an early one, 3 minutes in. Of course, we saw Ronaldo scoring a bunch earlier on. Who was that just tapped it in? That was like off the arse end of someone. It was Ronaldo that picked it up. I'm not sure he can claim it. It came off the back end of someone there.
And, you know, a goal's a goal at the end of the day. Doesn't matter
However it goes in.
It doesn't matter how it goes in, whether it's your backside or your head, you know. At that point, you're just happy that you scored. Obviously, that was the equaliser there for GC Chelsea. So another little draw to start us off. And just trying to have a peek over towards the other games, and I can see a lot of 1-1s across the board, really. So it's just showing that, you know, how equal these players are in terms of skill level for the start.
Well, that's it. I mean, obviously, when you talk to a lot of the rest of the world players, which is what we're doing today, this region, obviously, tomorrow's going to be the Americas, and then when we move on to Madrid, we'll have the European regionals. But a lot of these guys do face each other in the queue. Obviously, if you don't really know how people have got here in the first place, you know, they haven't just turned up and entered the competition. They've had to play week in, week out, 40 matches, and most of these guys have had to get close to that 40 wins as well. Obviously, a couple of the guys coming in. But the problem is, because the queues are smaller, they tend to face each other more. So these guys will have played each other a lot during the whole FUT qualification period. And obviously, you know, they end up equaling their skill out in the end. Unless somebody dominates it, like
learning
Royal.
from each other, that's for sure. We're going to head down, though, to Spencer to see what he's been seeing in the other games.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're watching one particular game between Only Airborne and I Bravehearts. Now, Only Airborne made a lot of headlines last time with his choice to use a lot of players which you'd probably say weren't top class. You can use any player in all of Ultimate Team at these tournaments, and he chose players which are kind of more traditionally available to everyone. He's changed that up this time. He's using some really strong players, and I did sort of malign him a little bit last tournament, and he's come back and said, look, Spence, I'll use the big boys, see how I get on. And we're going to pull one goal out here, which I think made it 2-1 at the time to Honourably Airborne. It was a goal with Pogba. It was a lovely passing goal. He's going to load it up for you now. So it started off on the left-hand side, and watch the passing here, holding up with Ronaldo, good striker play, first time pass in. I mean, yeah, some people will look at that and say, oh, it's an old school sweaty goal, but that, for me, at this level, is actually a lot harder to do than it looks, right?
Exactly, and I mean, I really like he's actually going with the OP players, the overpowered players this time, because you need those players who are gonna bury those chances. You never know, with like a low-rated gold rare at 81, 82, they might fluff their lines in front of goal, but with someone like Pogba, with someone like Vieira, you know that they're gonna bury that away.
Yeah, his squad selection still making a few headlines because he's got Luis Figo in there. By no means a bad player, obviously a legend in the game, but I don't think we've seen Figo at a single tournament thus far. Interesting that he's using him. Are you a Figo fan?
I am not a Figo fan, to be honest with you. The pace is just not there, especially on the right wing. If you're at a tournament like this, if you're in FUT Champions, I mean, you guys play FUT Champions. You see Sadio Mane, the 87, and we all know what that inform does to us, right? We want to have pace on the right side. But first, let's take a look at this poll that we had over here, a poll that I was asking you guys on my Twitter, @ChewBoy. Which Xbox group in the rest of world regional finals is the toughest. Group 3 stands out at 32%, and I will tell you why, because it's got MS Dosari. He's got a lot of other pro players on his hit list. He has beaten one of the favorites in the world, Huge Gorilla. Gorilla has this series on his YouTube. It's called Pro vs. Pro. He faced against M. Dosari a while ago, and M. Dosari beat him 2-1. So you got to watch out for this guy. He might be one to watch in this tournament. Could he be the favorite? I mean, we'll ask Gorilla. Gorilla, if you're watching, let me know, dude.
So we're saying Group 3 are we Group of Death? Interesting. Group 1 must be quite happy about that.
Yeah. Nobody's talking about them. Nobody wants to talk about them.
Under the radar. That's what you want to do, right?
Exactly.
Nice stuff there. I think that game's actually still going. I think it might have finished 2-2 in the end, but we'll keep you updated on that, guys. For now, back to Joe and D-Man.
Thanks a lot, guys. And indeed, just feeling out these players at the start, trying to figure out how everything's going on. And we heard there from, or about Figo, legend Figo, which I think is right there. The fact that the pace is not there, but more importantly, maybe that there are just better options overall.
Maybe, but obviously, as mentioned, he's a legend for a reason. He has a lot of other things that maybe the pace wasn't there. But sometimes this game is all about pace, who knows. Let's check out the groups, though, or the results to start with, actually, of how it's worked out in the PlayStation bracket. Of course, we've seen our first bunch of games in there, and already we're seeing a lot of ties, as we talked about. A lot of draws, Group 5, all even across the board. But more importantly, Rico Suarez has got himself a win, and that's a big one over Nuno Jai. So that puts himself in the driving suit in Group 6, of course, with Sony and Semir drawing.
Yeah, put some real pressure there on Nuno Jai, just because that obviously doesn't have any points in there. He knows Sony and Semir both have a point apiece, but I think that group might be changing as we as we go through the course of today. But certainly some interesting ones. As you mentioned, Group 5, we talked about it quite a lot already. Draws right from the very get-go of things. Infamous Shadow versus Sarge obviously was the other game that we didn't have a score from earlier. That one also ending up in a draw. So that group is just completely wide open at this point.
Yeah, and obviously we can see the results as they start to come in. There's quite a lot of draws in the Xbox series as well, so a lot of 1-1s throughout the opening few matches. Of course, everybody a little cautious. You tend to see it in the World Cups as well, World Cups and the Euros coming up as well. Obviously, the opening matches tend to be a draw.
Well, I'm sure we're going to be seeing some Goal Fest later on today. For now, though, we are going to head to a quick commercial break, and when we get back, we'll be diving back into the action. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Hazard. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
Now the hunter becomes the hunted. All right, I got the open road today. It's just me. Let's go. I'm gonna get some coins. I'm gonna save all that money. Look at that. Look at that up there. Do some cool jumps. And you know what? This could be you. This could be you saving money. If you switch to Progressive, you can save up to $598. It's a lot of dollars. And you know what? They got cool discounts like paperless, multi-car, and if this truck will scoot out of the way, and if you can pull off a nice smooth park job like that, they've even got discounts for being a safe driver.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to get back into the action. We have some more fantastic games, or maybe some draws still to come. We've seen a lot of them. Joining me now, we've had a bit of a switch. Demon has become more handsome, more American, and more ex-professional football player.
That's it. I'm the American version of D-Man. So I'm excited to be here. And this has been a great start to the tournament. I'm really excited about some of the performances. I think the nerves are out. A lot of these guys have experience from Sydney, and it shows.
What do you think about a point that Demon made there at the end, that it's very similar to what you'd see in maybe a World Cup or a European Championship, that first games, teams very pensive and just want to play their style, that end up in draws as well? Is this a similar thing?
I think so, and I also think you want to adhere to what got you to this position in the first place. And so you don't want to change that yet. But I think as you learn throughout, and as we've seen in previous tournaments in Season 1, you have to adapt at some point. You have to see what the other team is doing and then make adjustments accordingly. So I think you'll start to see that in Game 2 and Game 3, where they need to get results, and they might throw some stuff that they've adhered to before and just throw it right out the window because they need to get the win.
So what do we think? I mean, you've been down on the floor there during those first games, just taking in a little bit of the action.
I was absorbing it.
Absorbing
the pressure and the nerves.
The best way. Have you seen anyone that's impressed you specifically up until now? Or are these draws just kind of a curtain that mean it's impossible to say who's really on form?
Well, I really like what GC Chelsea was doing. I think he's known for passing in his possession. I think he did a good job of staying that. I think he had 64% possession in his first game. He didn't get the win over Eichelax, but he was very close. And I think if he continues to stay true to what got him here, and I know that I said being flexible earlier, but I think with him, he was so dominant in Game 1, just was unlucky not to get the result. So he just needs to stay doing that.
Well, let's take a little bit of a look again at the format and how we're getting here. We've already talked about this before, but we want to set the scene for you guys again. So 4 groups of 4 players on both Xbox and PlayStation 4, and of course they'll play each other once in the group stage in that round-robin format. And then the top 2 players of each group advance through into Jimmy's favorite ever double elimination bracket.
I love it because not all is lost. After the first game, you still have a chance to totally redeem yourself, to quote one of my favorite movies. So it's a style and a format that I like and I enjoy, and I think it gives guys a chance to showcase what their abilities are about over 2 games.
Well, we talked about the PlayStation groups earlier, and now we have the Xbox groups for you as well. iBravehearts picking up his win there at the start against Honorably Airborne. I think that one went right down to the wire. I think the last we heard from Spencer, it was 2-2. I think it ended actually 3-2 in the end.
It was 3-2, yeah. Bravehearts went out early, scored 1, and then Airborne scored 2. It looked like he was back in control, using all of his crazy players that nobody else uses, but he loves. And then right at the end, Bravehearts scored to win the game 3-2. Very good game, and obviously 2 competitors that everybody should keep an eye on.
And in the other group, Group 2 that we have playing on right now, another win there for a Saudi Arabian player. Those guys certainly starting out incredibly strong. Another draw in there as well, so you can still say that group is completely wide open, which is great to see after the first game.
After one game, everything's still completely wide open, but this Game 2 is very pivotal to how everything else is going to play out.
And that brings us on to our Game 2. Jan Vilam, who we saw having a draw earlier, up against Sarge. Now, both these guys, of course, tied, which makes this game even more important for them going forward. You can get a big edge at this stage going into round number 2 of round robin. Obviously, only 3 rounds to be played. So this is the time where you have to say, okay, I've played my draw out. I've got myself comfortable. Now's the time to score some goals.
Yeah, I think with Sarge in particular, he is great at passing, and the way he set up his first goal was evidence of that. Did a really good job, split the defense in the middle of the field, and then Messi, 1 touch, 2 touch, hit the back of the net. If he can do more of that, then I think he's going to find himself in the knockout rounds. But that's a tough challenge because he's got a competitor who knows how to get a result.
Yeah, Jan Willem, you know, experienced player in himself. In fact, both of these really are obviously seeing them both in Sydney, and I think that's a great story for us all, really. If you know, a lot of players that we saw in Sydney didn't make it to Berlin. It's tough in the end. Only one player, of course, from each division will make it through there.
And I'll say
they've got the experience.
Yeah,
now.
I agree with you, and I'm going to further your statement by saying they look visibly nervous in Sydney. And now when I see them walking around, they look like old pros. They've done this before. They knew what they were walking into. They know what the setup looks like. And when you have that visualization, I think it helps you relax once you sit down and play. So I think these guys, again, are in a good spot to do some damage throughout this tournament.
Well, it looks like we are going to be getting things underway once again. Jan Willem, 1989 against Sarge, FIFA. And this one, as we've said, is a bit of a make or break game as we come through into round number 2 here in the group stages. And let's have a look at the setups here. Obviously, we are going to be seeing those quick switch arounds at the start of things. Or actually not, because they're going to reload the game by the looks of it. I think someone had to pick the wrong squad there.
Can we talk about is there a rage quit? Did we already get a rage quit before everything started? Everybody's just upset. No, I understand how it goes sometimes. But it looked like he was going to set up in a 4-3-1-2, which is his preferred format, preferred formation. So, but you're right. It's the chemistry stuff at the beginning, always important, and it's funny how pivotal that is. Just the little things about how one player plays with another, and I really like that part of the game in general.
Yeah, I absolutely feel that is one of the biggest parts, if not the biggest part, actually, of Ultimate Team. And, you know, one person that knows his stuff, or at least I've heard he does, about chemistry and all that stuff. I was more of a physics guy myself. But Spencer, tell us a little bit more about chemistry and how it works in Ultimate Team.
Certainly, welcome to the lab. This is the chemistry professor area. We do a lot of experiments. No, the chemistry is important, right? You're talking about it there. It's pretty much the lifeblood of FIFA Ultimate Team. You need to have good connections, good chemistry with the players around you. So that can be done a number of ways. That can be done by having a player next to another player who plays in the same league as them, plays in the same team as them, or is from the same nationality. They're the 3 main factors. But talk about it more broadly, Chu. How important do you think it is to go into a game with good chemistry? You can have 100 chemistry, which means everything's on point and good, or you can have a much, much lower amount. How much is it going to hurt you if you don't have good chemistry?
Well, it's very important to have good chemistry because you might notice some different behaviors in your players if you don't get 100 chemistry. Sometimes their passes might be off. The shots might not go off as well as you like. We talked about Team of the Year Suarez. Hey, maybe if you don't go with 100 chemistry and Suarez is on 6 chemistry, he might not make those pivotal finishes. So in a competition like this, you got to go in with 100 chemistry or nothing.
Yeah, it basically allows you to get the most out of your player. And Chu touched on it there. You've got team chemistry, which can be up to 100, and you've got player chemistry, which can be anything from 0 to 10. You want everyone on 100, everyone on 10, maxed out. That's how you're going to get the best results. Back to Joe and D-Man. Oh, it's actually Jimmy, isn't it?
Jimmy, yeah.
Joe and Jimmy, JJ.
Handsome D-Man.
Clearly the chemistry between us is not quite there just yet.
We got to get our chemistry up.
We need to work on that one. But yes, welcome back, and we are going to dive into our next game. As you've mentioned, this group here is all tied. Everyone got a draw in that first round, and this one, of course, is Jan Willem versus Sarge. And Jan Willem playing in the red from left to right now. And he's the one with the early possession. See that? Bit of a view on the hands. And this is something I think everyone's been appreciating, you know, just being able to see how your style at home is maybe different to what these guys are using.
Yeah, I love the hand cam. I think it's great. And again, it actually makes me feel like I don't even know what I'm doing when I'm playing because they touch the buttons so fast. It's pretty incredible. But I like the patience here from Jan Willem. I think he's doing a good job of trying to split the defense.
Oh, Sarge getting one through. Pogba, oh, it's a simple tap-in. The 1-2 there. He's worked it perfectly, showing a lot of patience. Found himself the space as well. And you can see Jan Willem wondering what's really hit him there. Very, very early goal to get this one off. 8 minutes into game. That is really a quick one.
I feel like I jinxed him. I was just talking about something positive that he did. And it's a little breakdown in defense. Good finish by Sarge. Good composure in the box. Tuck it away. It's still a lot of game left to play, and Jan Willem's shown that he can fight back and get back into a game.
Absolutely. Let's see if he can do that now from the kickoff. Oh, that's certainly a foul advantage. Gonna be called though. He decides to keep a hold of the ball. Nice little 1-2 there with Messi off the left. Oh, he's hit the post. And we talked about Messi a lot in Sydney because You know, when we looked at our European regionals, these players were playing very much on a percentages, trying to get the best chance possible for them. When we moved to Sydney, we were seeing these guys shooting from everywhere, and that was a similar one right there.
Nah, it was a great shot. Good position to try it. Messi found some space, and just unfortunate not to have this game tied 1-1.
Bit of a chance here as well. Ronaldo and Bale inside of the box eventually will fall away from them, and Sarge really starting off strongly. 15 minutes gone, he's already put one in the back of the net. He's now had another chance as well, and he's still got possession of things. It's Kante just trying to slip it on through. It was intercepted by his opposition's Kante, and now Messi will charge on forward. Kante sliding back for a little 1-2, and Messi, is he going to hit another one? No, he slides it to Suarez, who takes it on the left, but Butland holds it off nicely.
It would have been unfortunate if Sarge gives up a goal there. I thought he tried to force a pass, and that led to a counterattack. So for him to get punished for that would have been very good on Yavilam's side, but to be a head scratcher a little bit for Sarge. And he's got to be patient. If there's a chance to hit a good pass, find some space, then take it. You don't always have to force it just to force it and try to do something cool.
Corner going to be knocked straight in, and, well, headed defensively away. So gets himself another chance at this. Will he take it short this time? No, he won't. He goes to the front post. Suarez, and he flashes by. There was no one there to convert it, and it's actually hit the corner flag there, I think, on its way out for the throw-in.
Yeah, great corner kick there. Good near post run by Suarez. Like you said, unlucky that somebody's not in the back post, crashing it. That's where I made my hay back in the day. Yeah.
So always the opportunist. Here we go, Ronaldo. Nice bit of fancy footwork, skips past another one, goes for the shot, actually. I think he could have pulled it back. There's a penalty here, though. The referee's seen something dodgy, and Ramos looks at him in disbelief there, I think. Let's have another look.
I feel like I've seen that look from Sergio Ramos in real life. Here we go.
Let's see, opposition Ramos. Actually, I think he's going to change this one out. Will be Ronaldo.
I love the deep breath before he decides to strike the ball.
Where's he going? Oh, bottom left, and keeper's guess right on that one, but he was just over the top of it. We're going to see it again, and you see, he was so close to that one.
Yavilam's got to feel hard done at that point. Sarge has got to feel lucky. Does he deserve to be up 2-0 at this point? Probably not, but he's definitely the guy that's been in more control of this game.
Absolutely hasn't. 26 minutes gone in game only of this one, and already he sees himself 2-0 up. And of course, FIFA Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Mr. Speakers, and you can go visit them at mrspeakers.com. And a chance here possibly for Sarge to make it 3, and he's not messing around, and you have to say the chances he's been given him, he's been converting so far.
There's no question. I think this is a pivotal time in the game for both players, because Yavilam needs to figure out a way just to settle, okay? Just maybe even get to half. If it's 2-1, great. But if even if it's 2-0, don't let this get any worse. Whereas Sarge needs to step on his throat. Can he get that third goal? Can he kill this game off? And now start to almost prepare mentally for the third game, knowing he's got all 3 points in this one.
And the scary thing is, you know, you lose 2-0 or 5-0, and you might say, well, I lost anyway. But actually, when the groups are this close, goal difference could actually play a fairly big part of this one. And that'd be the worst way to go out. I think if you lose all your games, fair enough, you're out. But going out on goal difference is not something that anyone wants.
No, that would be a terrible feeling. And for all the hard work that you put into getting to this point, that'd be a really hard way to go out.
There's a chance for Jan Verlam to come forward, but in the end, the defense of Sarge is holding on strong. That pass, not exactly great, and now a chance again. Suarez going to turn once, tries to get the pass off, but it just clattered, I think, off the ankle of one of those fullbacks there. And now Messi, on the other end of the pitch, slide it through to Ronaldo. He's got 2 men to beat, plays it back to Bale, and shoots. Smalling, though, gets in the way, and it's another corner for Sarge.
Good play there by Sarge to create that opportunity. I thought Jan Verlam did well. He had 3 guys up and around the ball, but committed too many guys to the ball as opposed to following the runners, and that led to a corner kick.
I don't know, he's managed to get back control of the ball here, but he does have Kante and Ronaldo on the edge of the box, and he couldn't quite get past his last man. But again, sloppy passing from Jan Verlam. Is this a sign of him showing some nerves? 2-0 down. And a chance to make it 3. That's a great ball through. I think Messi actually blocked that one. Bale, though, with the right foot. And this time, De Gea, after conceding what was a close to be saved penalty, make sure their hands are safe this time around. It remains 2-0 as we approach half-time.
What I love about what Sarge is doing on that throw from the goalkeeper, his guys are the first to the ball, keeps the pressure on Jan Wilam. And that's, whether in real life or in this game, it's so hard as the opponent when you feel like you're under pressure all the time. And I think Sarge has done an excellent job this first half of keeping that pressure up and high on Jan Wilam. Throughout this whole thing, he can't breathe. Every time he's got a chance to make a pass, there's always somebody right up above him.
No chance for him to settle down and even have a chance to play his own game, you know. There's Ronaldo here on this bottom side. 3 minutes to be added on. And maybe a chance just before the stroke of half-time with Messi into Suarez. Can he beat the last man? He can, and he's going to hit the post. Wow, that was so close to be number 3.
And honestly, I think that makes up for the penalty, because the penalty should have been saved. So 2-0, I feel like, is the fair result throughout this first half. And Jan Wilam's got to find a way to get back into this game. He's got to make some adjustments. He's seen now what Sarge is going to do. If I'm Sarge, there's nothing to change. I don't really need to change just to be ready for what Jan Wilam's going to bring back to the table.
And that's the question, is where Jan Wilam really changes. As we mentioned, he didn't really have any breathing space at all. He didn't have time to play his own game. And I think, as you said, a fair result at half-time, 2-0 down. Jan Wilam, it's obvious that something does have to change there. The question is just what at this point for him.
Yeah, and at what point do you push? Because as you said with the goal difference, you don't want to push too early and then get exposed going the other way.
Well, let's have another look at these goals. The first one, a nice little bit of 1-2 here between Messi and Pogba. And in the end, the finish was just that nice little side-footed, slotted off into the dab. Goal number 2, obviously, was a penalty.
Yeah, it was a penalty. Sergio Ramos, known for that in real life as well. But maybe the goalkeeper should have saved that. It's unfortunate that he didn't, but there was an opportunity there at the end of the game, or at the end of the half, excuse me, where he maybe should have scored that one. But 2-0 is the fair result. And again, Jan Wilam just needs to figure out a way to get back in this, because if he can score a goal early in the second half, it puts a lot of pressure on Sarge, where he's going to start to get, oh man, the momentum has changed. And you don't want that one when you can sense it that the momentum has changed.
Well, he certainly needs to change something. The question, though, is just what? Spencer, got any ideas?
Well, I've been watching another game, guys. I've been watching a game between Baby Justin Law and Infamous Shadow, okay?
Great name.
Again, fantastic names. I love a good name. Now, there's 2 goals in this game so far. It's half-time as we left it, and it was 2-0 to Baby Justin Law. But we want to talk about both goals for different reasons, okay? First goal, now our job today is really to talk to you about the best moments that you guys might have not seen live on the stream. But this is probably one of the worst moments. Is if you're conceding this goal, you're not going to be happy, okay? Ball comes in, it's very scrappy from the corner. Who's there at the back stick to turn it in? It's Chris Smalling. I know you're a big fan of Chris Smalling, Chew. Obviously, traditionally a defender, but he's got a goal there. At the other end of the spectrum, though, this is a nicely taken goal by Lionel Messi. Little double tap finish, driven in the corner. That's something that's really important this year, right? The double tap, making sure it stays low, keeper can't get there.
Exactly. That is the best way to finish in FIFA 17. You need to double tap across the face of goal. Make sure that you have a player where his strong foot is on the same side he's playing. So if you have a left-footed player like Messi, you want to put him on the left so he shoots across the face of goal. Same thing on the right. Right-sided player, right-foot player shoots across the face of goal. Double tap, 45-degree angle. That's it.
There you go. Lovely finishing there from Lionel Messi. And Chris Smalling doing well also. Back to you guys now. More FIFA coming up. More goals, I'm sure.
How to score one-on-one there from Chew Boy.
I love the tutorial.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong on that front, and the fact is now we need to see some of that in this game because Sarge currently leading 2-0. He's been the man with all the possession. He's been pressuring constantly. There has to come goals from the other side.
Yeah, it does. And he has to make some decisions about what he's going to do, if he's going to make any substitutions, if he's going to start to press and play higher up the field. I think at this point, you need to play in the attacking half as much as possible. He did a lot of defending, seemed like he was chasing, reacting a lot, and now at some point, he's going to have to anticipate and just put his best foot forward and go for it, right? You have to take a risk at some point. You don't want to leave this tournament going, well, I didn't take any risks. I didn't take any chances. You don't want that either. So as much as you are afraid of the goal difference and maybe getting punished and getting spanked in front of everybody that's watching, at the same time, you don't want to not throw everything out there and put your best foot forward.
Yeah, I don't want to make sure that you regret anything, really, if you get knocked out. We're going to find out, though, how this one all develops. It is, of course, Sarge winning 2-0 currently over Jan Wilam. And we've seen a couple of little subs coming in there. I think Nangolan coming on. Didn't quite see for who there in the last second, but we'll figure that one out in a moment. So obviously, we kick this one off. And with Jan Wilam in red, playing now right to left. Sarge, the current leader, left to right in white. And you see there the shots, that just tells the whole story of this game. 10-2. But a decent little start here for Jan Willem, and of course the curse, as soon as I say that, he loses possession.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything early because the last time I did that, Sarge scored against him.
So, Sarge now back in possession. Kante trying to belt it through. That's 2 great interceptions in a row from Modric, and now the chance to break. He's got Ronaldo to his left. Can he find the space? And he tries to get it through, but Smalling already read that one. And now the chance for the counter.
It's one of those where, do you force it in that moment? You're trying to get back into this game, but at the same time, if you can maintain some possession in and around his box, it's still going to put him under some pressure as well. And if you're going to force those passes and they get easily cut out, you just can't get that momentum back.
This time he does collect the ball without a real chance coming in for Sarge. There's Nainggolan, we talked about, came on at half-time. Changes needed for Jan Willem, and that's what he's gone for. Nice little through ball here. Nainggolan, well, the pass just wasn't there. Kyle Walker reading it perfectly.
It's unfortunate. I didn't want Jan Willem to prove my point, but that's one of them where he's maybe trying to force the pass too much. He's trying to go for it. If there's space and you're 1v1, I say you go right at him.
And that's the other golden rule, right? If you have possession, your opponent can't score. And that's something that Jan Willem needs to avoid now. However, Sarge again coming forward. Finally, ball falls away from him. And a chance for him to move forward. And that's the question. When do you pull the trigger? And when do you keep hold of possession? This time he's lost out again. Now Kante has both Messi and Ronaldo. Messi going to take the shot, but it was fairly central for De Gea.
Yeah, great save by De Gea. Good little counter-attack from Sarge. I feel like he's been beating him in a lot of different areas, whether it's possession, whether it's counter-attacking, playing better defense. I'm really liking Sarge in this tournament.
Good little start for him after that initial group draw. There's a nice turn from Messi on the right as well, and just a bit too much power. Sends it over the bar.
You got to keep your expectations based in reality if he's on his right foot.
Absolutely. And they get possession almost instantly back for it here. And you can see, nice little passing play. Keep a hold of the ball. Messi and Ronaldo there just hooking up. Messi surrounded by almost 3 men every time he gets the ball. Now Ronaldo tries to turn. Nainggolan is there, and actually that's going to be a free kick coming in, and a dangerous position in all honesty.
He's got both corners to shoot. So he's going to switch into Leo Messi, Suarez, Pogba. A lot of options here. Ooh, great save by De Gea.
That was close. Had a man at the front post there as well, so they could get rid of it quickly. Don't want those rebounds falling to any of those strikers, but it remains 2-0 as we hit the 70-minute mark here shortly. Sarge looking good for the 3 points.
I'm continually impressed by Sarge and his defense, specifically when Jan Willem tries to maintain some possession in the middle of the field. How good he is at swarming the ball and then winning the ball back. And Jan Willem can't get anything going, can't get any passes strung together to get a rhythm. And I think Sarge is really doing it right and playing very well.
Now he's on the attack again. Got a lot of space for Bale on this top side. Going to have to get past Valencia here. In that right back position for Jan Willem. In the end, he'll feed off to towards Pogba.
So this is it. This is it for Jan Willem. There's 15 minutes left in the game. He has to go chase it. You lose 2-0, 3-0. I know he's still got a chance with 1 point through the group that he could get through, and goal difference could make a difference. But you want to get after that. You just want to watch Sarge play possession the whole time and kill this game off.
Absolutely, and that's what he's seemingly doing right now. With Walker, they will call it for offside. There we go. Finally the chance for a break. Actually a 4 against 2 now. Ball going to be slid through. It's Suarez who will feed it in to Ronaldo into the middle. There's Messi. Butler's got down, but it didn't matter. The ball cannoning off him and almost trickling there, I think, in the end, into the back of the net. And Jan Willem, you see no celebration from him, keeping himself focused. Behind 2-1, but there's a chance now for him to get back for a point.
There's a chance. A proper counterattack from Jan Willem. 3-4 passes, find the ball in the back of the net. Very well done. Now we got to see if he can do it again. See if he can get another draw in this group.
And that's where Sarge now, as we were talking about earlier, if you've got possession, your opponent can't score. He needs to keep a hold of the ball. Jan Willem showing that he can be dangerous on the counter. He's got to run the clock down here. 10 minutes or 9 minutes in game, plus stoppage time still to go. And he's keeping a hold of it on this top side. Pogba, though, does finally lose out. Will we see another counter coming into effect? Suarez, Ronaldo, Messi all up front. That's a lot of pace you've got there. It's a dangerous trio. Is Messi going to fire it through to the feet of Ronaldo? He's going to chip it over the top here. It's Suarez off the left. He scored! 84 minutes in.
Unbelievable. 2 goals in 5 minutes. Jan-Willem, who looked left for dead. We were talking about what he was going to do in Game 3 to maybe salvage some pride. Finds himself back in this game, 2-2. What a finish. Just like that. And I was going to say for everybody watching, when you're playing a game and your opponent knows that you're just having possession for possession's sake, you can defend in a different way because you know that he's not trying to go forward, he's just trying to keep the ball. And Jan-Willem has taken advantage of that mentality from Sarge, and now we have a 2-2 game.
And 85 plus stoppage, probably 2-3 minutes added on. There's still time for a winner in this one. Question is, where's it going to come from? There's a dispossession once again. Back heel from Ronaldo.
Back heel.
Doesn't go through. Now Sarge regaining possession. He'll want to win here. He's been up 2-0 for almost the entire game. As Ronaldo, again, can't quite find his way through. Now the chance for Jan-Willem to turn things around. Again, a ball over the top. This time, though, Messi won't get to it. And with 90 minutes almost gone, are we going to see another draw?
Wow, what a game. What a game. Sarge is going to be kicking himself. This ends up 2-2. Jan-Willem's going to be feeling like a champ. Coming back from 2 goals down when he started to play a little bit more direct. But again, Sarge just playing possession for possession's sake really cost him, I think, in the second half.
Suarez here on the edge of the box. It's Jordi Alba, though. We'll get rid of it. And there we go. Final whistle is blown. And it's 2-2 in the end. We talked at halftime that that game was all about Sarge. The second half almost felt like he was all about Sarge as well, except those 2 breaks, which have got him right back into the game and won him a point.
Yeah, again, I can't emphasize enough that if you're not trying to go forward, the other team can defend in a different way because they can take chances. They can take risks trying to steal the ball, knowing that you're just trying to keep possession. You're not trying to do anything. There's no purpose to what you're doing other than to kill the game off. And Sarge got punished for it. So if he just would have kept going forward and kept playing the way he'd been playing up to that point, I think he would have won this game. But instead, now we've got a tough group and a very exciting 3rd game.
Absolutely. And we're going to have a look at this one once again because 4 goals. The first one was sublime link-up play there inside the box.
And it all starts with a great entry pass and having Pogba run past the striker into a good position. I love that goal.
Penalty, of course, was almost saved, but almost never enough, of course. This one was right off the counter. It trickled in. Butland got the left hand on it, but it wasn't enough to send it wide. And then this brilliant ball over the top, and Suarez just controlling it, hitting it almost first time there off his left, and that brought us back to 2-2 in the end. So another draw in this group, and again, it just anybody's group to take, I think.
Yeah, and I didn't notice it at the time, but Ronaldo had both of those assists. So, you know, hat tip to him for having that passing ability. You don't always see that in real life. You know, he's always usually pointing at the back of his jersey and not necessarily the crest. But that's my dig at Ronaldo, even though I think he's matured past that since then. But yeah, this game in particular, a tale of maybe, 80 minutes in favor of Sarge and 10 minutes in favor of Jan-Willem. 2 counterattacks, very deadly, and as you said, it's going to set up to be a really exciting Game 3 to see who goes through to the knockout rounds. I mean, there's still dreams on the line here.
Well, clinical finishing, you get 2 chances, you score them both. You've deserved your point, I think, in that one. We're going to head, though, down to Spencer and see what's been going on in those other games.
Yes, guys, unbelievable stuff kicking off here. I want to talk about a game on the Xbox side between Bravehearts and Icalax. Okay, Bravehearts won his first game. Icalax got the draw. And the first goal in this one went to Bravehearts. And it did actually come from an unlikely source. Someone we'll see used a lot today, but not necessarily in goal-scoring positions. Kyle Walker. Okay, most people would probably say Kyle Walker's, if not the best, one of definitely the best right-backs available in FIFA 17 Ultimate Team. But a lot of the time, you won't see the fullbacks getting forward. At this competitive level, they'll set their fullbacks to stay back while attacking. They won't join the attacking workforce. But in this occasion, Kyle Walker, and we know he can attack. We've seen him score some big goals for Spurs over the years. Gets right forward. It's a decent little finish. He does well in the end. And if you've got a fullback that can contribute that, I mean, I personally like attacking with my fullbacks. I like getting them involved, but I'm also not good enough to be here. So maybe I'm wrong. What do you think, Shi?
Well, it is very important to have that kind of fullback that can do it all. You know, Kyle Walker. This is the new informed Kyle Walker, by the way.
Yeah.
We did not see this in Season 1. It's the 84 Kyle Walker. Like you were saying, Kyle Walker probably the most reliable, the most used right back, mainly because of the pace. Like you saw, he can shoot. On the other side, though, you have a left back position. You have Timothy Marcelo. Like you said, a lot of people might want to use an attacking fullback, and Timothy Marcelo has 4-star skills, which not a lot of defenders have. So you might even see people use Marcelo at like the left wing, left midfield, things like that, because he's very good at attacking. But those are probably the two best fullbacks you're going to see in this tournament. You're going to see them a lot, Marcelo and Kyle Walker.
There you go, defenders stealing the headlines. Back to one big defender, Jimmy Conrad, and of course, Joe Miller, who I'm sure is a decent defender as well.
Probably.
Are you? Absolutely terrible. They stuck me in the net for a reason, Jimmy, I'm not going to lie. And, you know, defenders with 5-star skill moves, were you a 5-star skill move man?
I know. When I was in the game, I had a 5-star weak foot. So I'm going to take that to the bank. I'm going to tell everybody as much as possible. That's what I had.
How many stars were you strong foot, though?
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It doesn't, you know, we don't need to get into the details. Let's just remember the 5-star weak foot.
Well, we are going to be having a look here at how things stand, just to keep you guys caught up on stuff. So, Sarge gets himself a second draw in there. Of course, Jan Villam also got a second draw. Maybe Justin Lowe, though, he's picked up a win, so we'll start to top Group 5.
And he's going to play against Sarge in the next game. So it's Baby Justin Law and Sarge FIFA in the last game. That's going to be a fun contest to see. Obviously, they're the two top teams in the group.
Decide who's going to go through as a first place. In Group 6, then, of course, same as we saw earlier on with that draw against Sony. Both of those guys won their next games as well. So 4 points apiece for them. 3 points for Rico Suarez, and Nuno Jai's lost both games, so it's looking like he's going to be certainly out of this one. But Rico Suarez, you know, he's got a chance to nick it at the final hurdle.
Yeah, he does. And that's what you want, right? You want to have the opportunity to go to the knockout rounds, and he's positioned himself. He's made it a little bit, probably a little bit more pressurized, let's say, than he would like. But he's there. He's in the conversation, and he's got a chance to go through.
And, you know, even in that situation, as you've got 2 losses, you never want to go in with 3 losses, and what you want to do is basically upset the guy at the top of the group, right? You want to spoil his day because your day didn't go great either.
Well, everybody's going to ask you the story. Hey, how was Whistler Canada? How was it? You don't want to go back and say, I lost all 3 games. You want to be like, hey, listen, I might have lost my first 2, but I did some damage in the last one. I ruined somebody else's hopes and dreams. They're going home with me. So, yeah, I think he's got all to play for, and I think his energy will be right.
Well, of course, we have just seen some action there from PlayStation, so we're going to be moving over again onto the Xbox and into another game. OT Blight versus Jet Marken, and Jet Marken obviously won his first game, and OT Blight drew his first one. Draws, as we've come to expect, I think, a very normal occurrence for the first game of the group stage, but we'll see, because we're going to be jumping in again to the second half of this one. And obviously that means for us that we've not seen too much of what's going on, but it means that we're going to find out how it continues and who the stronger players are as we develop. And of course, that's what they're fighting for here. The shield that really, I think, is you know, along with the bragging rights and the fact that you're going to go to Berlin if you win that one, having that on your shelf at home is a pretty sweet thing to have.
Or over your fireplace.
Or over your fireplace.
Or I just show it to everybody that walked through the house. Look how great I am.
So, here we go then, into the second half. This one currently tied at 0-0, so everything still to play for here. This, of course, is from Group 2 of the Xbox. And OT Blight is playing as LXI here. So he's playing in blue from right to left. There's GC Chelsea against Honourably Airborne. So quick flick through to take a peek how that one's going on. And as I mentioned, in blue, playing from right to left there, is OTB Light.
I got to watch both of these guys play in their first game. And what I noticed with OTB Light was he had a lot of tackles. A ton of tackles in the first game. Makes me question a little bit of his defending. If he has to stab and to do so many tackles, are you out of position? Because that's usually what that means. Are you scrambling to make plays? So it'll be interesting to see how he tightened that up here for game 2. And then with Jet, it seems with him, he loves possession. He loves to keep the ball, looking for gaps to exploit, looking for space to move into. So expect a lot of patience and possession with him.
Here's a chance possibly. Look how free he is here, Suarez. You're not going to miss from there.
I did it again.
Jet Marken.
I jinxed him. I jinxed him.
I think, Jimmy, we're going to have to get rid of you for the sake of some of these guys.
I
because,
talk about how great he is in possession. Gives up a ball in a terrible area and a great finish. A great finish to make this 1-0. I jinxed him.
And again,
I feel bad.
You should do.
I do.
Luis Suarez, we've seen him score time and time again here today. And a position like that, he's never going to miss from, in all honesty. You've got to do something very wrong to miss from there.
Oh, actually, I didn't jinx him. I had the colors wrong.
Yeah, you got the colors
wrong. I got it right.
So.
Oh, I didn't. I feel so much better about myself now. I can actually look those guys in the eye later.
Well, there's still time, Jimmy. There's still time to break all that. Here's a possible chance then, going the other way for Light. Let's see what he can do with Ronaldo, Alaba. That German connection here, that left back and centre back with him and Boateng. Something we saw a lot of in season 1. I think something we'll see maybe a little bit less of here today. And we've already seen less of, I think, if we think statistically on that one. Possession here being held. This is what we were talking about before, so I'll let you jinx it now.
No. Well, there you go. There's a pass there from Jet as I talk about his possession and his patience. But a bad giveaway from OTB Blight that led to the goal. It's funny at times in the game where you can have these loose passes. Like, your players aren't concentrating in those moments. And when you do, when you play against players at a high level, you're going to get punished for it. And Jet punished him.
Jet here, connecting nicely with Hullet. Bale, Vieira there in the middle. So using a nice couple of legends in this one. And then Alaba keeping possession incredibly well. And he knows, honestly, he doesn't have to force anything at this point. Always possibly the danger to break through, though, which Light may be finding dangerous.
But this is something that we saw similar to what Sarge was doing. Just possession for possession's sake, and it ends up leading to a chance. Like, there's going to be a chance, there's going to be a counterattack, and that's how Yamilam got back into the game.
Ball over the top there, just holding it up a little bit, getting a bit more time in there, and that's always the problem on the counter. If the defense is staying back, you need that extra backup, which can take a bit of time to get with you. This time, though, it's going to be Jet moving forward with Pogba now on this bottom side. Got Walker on the wing. You can see there's absolutely no rush for him here. He's looking for the perfect opportunity. He should find the hole in this defense.
I still, again, feel like he should be looking to go forward. You can still pass side to side, but you got to make that incisive pass, because when you make that incisive pass, it forces the defense to move and shift, and it creates space. So if the space is there, play forward.
And there it is, possibly. Hold it here. Pulls it onto his left. Tries to get through onto Ronaldo. Is he offside there? I think he was. And, well, there was the hole that he'd spotted, but didn't quite work out for him.
For me, a little too cute. You got Hullet there top of the box. If the game was tied, I think he would have shot there. You have to keep that mentality. Don't let people off the hook.
There's Hullet for both teams, of course, in the middle of the midfield. Suarez now into Bale. Is he going to slot it through? I think the chance was there, actually. But again, deciding to keep possession. Ronaldo, Bale just knocking it around on the edge of that box. And again, quite happy to sit back and say, no, I'm going to pull your defenders out of position. Now Suarez onto his right foot. Hullet, where will he go from here? Actually turns back on this one. All of a sudden, has 3 defenders on top of him, and Walker, well, he does a nice little turn, but is almost lost possession. Does get it back. I think a little lucky there, in all honesty.
I mean, he might end up working this out. It's going to win 1-0, but again, especially when you have the defense reeling, play it forward and then continue to look forward, just like you would in real life. To continue to hold possession, it's chancy.
Oh, there is Ronaldo.
That's better.
Almost fed through there. I think it was Boateng who got a foot in at the end.
Obviously, these two players weren't privy to the game that we got to watch, but this backfired. And it could work out here, but again, it's not a philosophy that I adhere to, because I've seen it happen in real life as well, where you get a little casual when you have too much possession, and then all of a sudden the other team has a different energy, and they hit you on the counter, and you're like, what just happened?
And then throw in here, you have to question as well, with that amount of possession, is this a last chance? You know, if he gives up possession here, will he even get it back at any point in this game? We will see that right now. Is Ronaldo going to have some space to stretch his legs on this bottom side? Tried to turn inside, but Ferdinand's read that one perfectly. So my question answered. He's going to have another chance. He's going to feed it through here. It is going to be Suarez charging forward, left foot. Oh, no, he gets down, but he bounces out.
I'm telling you, it is unbelievable. It's incredible that OTB Blight got back into this game. His nickname is Ollie, and good for him for getting back into this. But I question what Jet did there The one time that he tries to do a tricky move, he gives up the ball, leads to a counterattack, and it's a goal. At that point, when there's 2 minutes left in the game, then run it into the corner. I don't have any problem with that. But if you're trying to kill the game off at 60, 70th minute, that you're going to have issues. And now he's got to try to get back into this game with no time left, and this is what we have. We have another draw. And so people watching at home, just take all these things that I'm saying into consideration. There it is.
And there we go. 1 apiece. It was a 90th minute equalizer here. It's almost as if we'd expected it to happen. You know, we talked about it almost the entire game there just because of the sheer amount of possession that he had in the end.
I mean, I didn't think it was going to happen because I thought, all right, I'm beating a dead horse here. I'm saying this over and over and over, and then it happens. Now, I didn't want to be proven right because I wanted to at least say, hey, it does on occasion work to hold the ball and be casual and just keep possession for possession's sake. But again, he got punished. And a credit to Ollie for figuring out a way to get back in the game and taking his one chance. Now, I don't think if you play like that throughout the tournament, you're actually going to win this thing. So you have to probably adjust and be more flexible moving forward. But again, I can't emphasize enough. Continue to play forward. Continue to go get that second goal. Kill off these games.
Well, this time he's not managed to do that one. And you have to question now, do you change up play style? I think you have to, right? I mean, he's won his first game there, so, you know, drawing your second one, he's certainly in a decent position, in all honesty, moving forward.
Great position to be in, and here he has a bad giveaway there. For Ollie, that's where it starts. And again, when you play against players at a high level, they're going to punish you for mistakes. Classy finish there from Luis Suarez. And then this, you don't see the beginning of the play, but Cristiano Ronaldo lost the ball. And unfortunate there that he got the second and got the rebound. But we could argue that's what you deserve. And you still got to go get the game. Get after the game. Don't take your foot off the pedal, because when that happens, that's what happens. You give up goals. You give up these chances. And now when you need to go chase it and get the winner, you've run out of time because you were just knocking the ball around like you're in the park. No big deal. Having some fun. I got the lead. All 3 points. Thinking about your next game. Stay in the moment. Keep attacking. And just punish the other team for not being as good as you are.
Well, guys, I just want to let you in onto a little secret and how you could actually be basically replacing me and Jimmy, me and Demon, any of us here.
No.
The Pitch Commentator Cup. Now, all you have to do, go over to easports.com/UK/FIFA/Commentator Cup and basically find yourself a commentating partner, make a video of your commentary, upload it, and you could find yourself, funnily enough, in with a chance of commentating at the championships in Berlin on the 20th of May.
With us?
With
That's
us,
incredible.
without us.
They better work on their hair game. We got good hair.
We don't know at this stage, do we really? The pressure's on, Jimmy. We're not allowed to jinx anymore
I don't want to jinx that. I don't want to jinx it. But no, it's really exciting, and I encourage everybody to sign up and have a go at it. I mean, I think if us two guys can do it, then anybody can do it. You know, the world is your oyster.
Absolutely. Get yourselves involved, guys. Be great to see a couple of you once we get over to Berlin. There's certainly some very good talent out there, I'm sure, that are just looking for that chance. Either way, though, we have another couple of talented guys here, so I think we should get down to them. Jimmy Chu, what's going on? Not Jimmy Chu, Spencer and Chu.
Thanks, mate. Here we are. Now, we want to talk about another game that you guys didn't get to see there on the Xbox side between GC Chelsea and Honourably Airborne. This is a big game for a couple of reasons. GC Chelsea got the draw in his first game, wanting to pick up some more points, and Honourably Airborne lost his first match, so he needed him desperately, okay? And in the last highlight we showed you, last time you came to us, we talked about a goal from a right fullback in Kyle Walker. We changed it up this time. We're going to talk about a goal from a left fullback, okay? It's another defender getting forward. We have got a little bit of defensive bias here, I think, but let's take a look at it because it's a lovely goal from none other than David Alaba, okay? Bayern Munich left back, fantastic player. Not always everyone's first choice of left back in these tournaments. You talked about Marcelo last time after getting chosen, but this is what Alaba can do for you. Edge of the box, wait for it, strike. That was actually on his weak foot as well.
Exactly.
He's not only not an attacking player, but on his weak foot, that just shows how talented Alaba is. Gets it right in the corner. Decent goal, Chu.
Very decent goal, and that's what Alba gives you. He does have that shooting. Of course, Alba sometimes even plays in midfield when he plays for Austria, so he's got that shooting on him. He can do some damage from distance, like we saw, even on his weak foot, which is very surprising to me that he can get something done. Another player that can get something done and is dangerous on the long shots, 88 Son. So, you know, one thing you need to know about the players that are available in this tournament is that the cutoff date for players was this past Monday. 88 Son came out in the last team of the week, so he's eligible for this tournament. I've seen him on the bench for some players. I think he might be a player that we might see in this tournament that the pros might use. He is dangerous, guys. 92 pace, 92 shooting, 80 physicality, 90 dribbling, and he just got that 4-star skill upgrade the past week. This guy's insane. I don't know how many times I have lost a long shot bomb from Heung-min Son. I think you guys can agree that when you see him in FUT Champions, you kind of just want to turn off your Xbox. You kind of just want to turn off your PlayStation because it's not worth it. So I hope to see him and some other players. We've seen 86 Conte. We didn't see him in Season 1, but 86 Conte is here. But you guys can let me know who's your favorite player and who do you hope to see used amongst the pros who did come before this past Monday. Use hashtag FUT Champions, and hey, I'll put the best tweets up on this board. You'll be up here with me and Spencer. You know, that's not a bad deal.
I've heard a lot of guys call this guy Ronaldo.
Oh,
he's better than Ronaldo,
He's
right?
got better stats than non-informed Ronaldo, so I think you want to check him out if you've packed them or you just want to buy him from the transfer market.
Definitely. Hope to see some more from him later on in the day. For now, though, back to the guys upstairs.
Well, we've had a change around.
Whoa.
It's me suddenly. I'm in here now.
What happened to Joe?
I know, right?
That's crazy.
Well, it's when you started talking about his other, 5-star wrong foots, etc. I think you put him off.
It's fair. That's what am I supposed to do, though? I mean, I had 5-star weak foot. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, 5-star weak foot. Well, let's see who's got a weak foot right now. It's not Braveheart, that's for sure. He's got himself 2 wins already, taking down Honorably Airborne and Earclax, and puts himself in the driving seat in that group. Honorably Airborne did finally get that win, so he took down GC Chelsea. That's put him in a good position and really opens up for the last match in that group stage.
Yeah, no question. I mean, everybody's got a chance to get through, and I'm really excited to see, especially GC Chelsea and Earclax, what they do, how they play. Are they going to throw everything out the window that got them here to try to get this result? Or are they going to be patient? They're going to be cautious? It's always interesting for me, the psychology around this third game, where your whole story changes. You win, you go through, you get to the knockout rounds, you've got this great story, and everything that you had worked for has been rewarded. But if you maybe make the wrong decisions, you go home, you got nothing to show for it, and you have to start all over again. So it's crazy, the psychology and the pressure on these guys in this last game.
There is a hell of a lot of pressure, and especially if you look at Group 2, obviously the 2 wins and a win and a draw apiece for both Jetmarken and Crim's plays. And then also a Crism play, I should say. Crim's the Counter-Strike player. should bring him into this one. OT Blight also with 2 draws, so he's on 2 points as well. Napster's looking like he's out of the competition already, so sadly for him. But with 2 draws, it's possible if he gets a win, to see if he's playing one of those guys, he can get the win. He can sneak himself in there.
Yeah, no question. I really liked what I saw in his 2 games. I think he has the talent and the potential to do it. But again, you have to continue to make those plays in the game. And what I saw earlier, I don't know if he can do it consistently. So it'll be interesting to see again from the psychology of it, how he handles this game 3. And then with Jet, Mr. Ken up top, I think he's the class of this group. He just has to continue to show it and not take his foot off the pedal going into this last game. Because if he does that, he might find himself out. I mean, it's possible given when you bring goal difference into the conversation.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, we want to know how these guys all got here. Well, here's a little explanation for you of how you qualify for the FUT Championships.
Welcome to FIFA Ultimate Team. Make improvements to your squad. Take your squad to the pitch. Show your skill. Sign your favourite players. Score world-class goals. Build your ultimate team. Who is in your ultimate team?
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So that's obviously what FUT Championships is all about. Obviously, sadly, Jimmy, you're not in there in the Legends just yet.
I'm trying to work some things behind the scenes.
Work a sneaky card in there, maybe a St. Patrick's Day card or something like that.
Highlight my Irishness. No.
I mean, but the Americans tend to find a bit of Irish in there somewhere.
We do. I'm a bit of a mutt. I think I have some Irish in me there somewhere. But yeah, I would take a card for a couple days and just naming Conradinho. That's my nickname, and I think people would use me. I played center back when I was a player, but I was just kind of a closet midfielder. I always wanted to be a box-to-box guy.
Okay, so you're going to be a bit of a Marcelo, going to suddenly throw it in the midfield.
I'd be all right with that.
But of course, next match coming up, it is the final group stage match. It is Rico Suarez up against Sony, and Sony, of course, we did see won the last matchup, but drew that first game we saw, so it's certainly not unbeatable. The man that reached the finals in Sydney.
Yeah, this is a great matchup between these two guys. It's round 3, it's everything to play for. All the preparation heads into this moment. I'm really excited to see what they do, the formations they use, and ultimately how they attack. Are they going to step back? Are they going to go for it? And at what point do they go for it to really push on and try to win this game?
I mean, if you just look at the last matchup, you said it yourself, you know, he just took his mind off it going into the next match. Bang, 89th minute, let's go.
Yeah, that's the wrong way to do it. I think we've seen plenty of examples of it, especially these last 2 games, where guys that had the lead just didn't do enough to try to kill the game off. They kept the ball, and I understand that philosophy and that mindset to want to keep it, because if you have it, then the other team doesn't. But it lends itself to, if once you do give it up, a counterattack, the energy is different going the other way. They know they have to pounce on that one thing, and how games are playing throughout this tournament, that one opportunity is hitting the back of the net, and all of a sudden that lead, that 3 points that they had in their mind is now gone, evaporated, and they got a draw.
And Sony's defense, which was rock solid in Sydney, we saw it in the first matchup. You know, he went 1-0 up, back to 1-1, 2-1 up, straight back to 2-2. He's obviously got a few problems back there now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think he tried to be different, maybe try something different than he did in Sydney. But now it's not necessarily working for him either. But he's still in a good position to get through, and he's got the quality and the talent to do it as well. Take a look here at these formations. I mean, for me, David Luiz. I love Dybala as well, but David Luiz, especially with his SBC card, is just
absolutely
next level.
Martial in there as well. So standard setup here, of course. They do start out with that top 100 chemistry setup with the tactics, and immediately we saw him coming in. I think he had a 4-3-3 I saw in there. Switches straight to the 4-2-3-1. Probably one of the most popular tactics, I would say, in FUT Champions, depending on obviously how you like to play. But we saw 5 across the back, actually, a number of times, working all right. But 4-2-3-1, and Dybala playing as the cam. I like it.
I like Dybala a lot.
So let's see how it works out for them. Here we go. It is Sony playing in the yellow, Rico Suarez in the red. And Jordi Alba immediately trying to get the ball through around the side. Suarez gets it inside. Jordi Alba lays it back. And, well, you could argue Jordi Alba could have took a shot on himself there.
He could have, and maybe he should have, given how it all played out. But a good attacking start to this game.
David Luiz. We saw David Luiz having a cracking shot. I think it was actually Rico Suarez, wasn't it?
It was.
Who was using him, and he had that big long-range shot on the edge of the D. Can work out well for him. Has, I think it was 88 long shot, isn't it?
Yeah, 88 long shot.
Well, he's going to work the way through the middle. Suarez to Messi. Back to Ronaldo. Of course, El Clasico this weekend. It's a
so
little link-up that we won't quite see, but, you know, one day maybe someone will throw a hell of a lot of money out there. And
probably in an old-timers game when they're all said and done.
A Legends match, yeah.
That's right. Good defending there from Rico Suarez. Finds himself in a good spot. He's got to find that pass, though, to keep the pressure on Sony.
Ooh.
Bad giveaway from Sony. Here we go.
That's a dangerous ball. Dybala, his breakthrough.
What a save.
Makes a save. Something ter Stegen couldn't do the other day.
Oh, that hurts. But a great choice to use Dybala. Good counter-attack.
So there's the change going through. This is obviously they tried to make the change. Tried to get Hazard in there. I did see it's Zur, isn't it? Pronunciation's probably well out the window.
Yeah.
Jimmy,
I appreciate your attempt at it.
I took it on and failed. But Eden Hazard now on the pitch. I did wonder, and that, of course, that is the change. Obviously, you can make the change in the first minute, but until the ball goes off the pitch, it will not go through.
Yeah, both teams still had good opportunities despite that. But I love the Dybala ad. I think he's already made a difference in this game. Rico's just got to figure out a way. He might rue that missed chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a clear-cut chance. Going to be kicking himself for not making it count. Ronaldo tries a through ball for Hazard, but not going to work out. Big Chiellini at the back there. A lot of Juventus players in Rico Suarez's team, obviously favouring them at the moment. Ronaldo, well, he scored a hatful the other day for Real Madrid. Can he score any for Rico Suarez or Sony today? Pogba out wide into Kyle Walker, who we've seen scoring a couple of goals, actually. Kyle Walker, he's been popping up. That's a foul on the edge of the box. Okay, not too far.
That was a cheap call, I think. If I was Rico and anybody that supports Rico, I'd be pretty upset. I think we'd be throwing stuff at the screen.
Well, Sony took it on. Okay, that's something we don't often see.
And I respect that. He had visions of grandeur. It didn't work out, but I appreciate the attempt.
Of course, for Sony here, I believe he'll end up on 5 points if he gets a draw here, so he's okay. Rico Suarez himself has got a win and a loss, so he's going to be looking towards getting a win here. Draws maybe not really good
Oh,
enough.
what
That's a
ball.
great through ball.
What a ball.
Well,
What a ball.
and we look back at the Dybala miss, don't we? I mean,
do.
they're two clear-cut chances.
We
Suarez
do.
takes it, Dybala didn't.
But I love this entry pass. First time. That's Cristiano Ronaldo. He's assisted on quite a few great goals. And Suarez has been on the end of a lot of them. He's scored a lot of goals this tournament for a lot of different guys, a lot of different players. But a great entry pass. I mean, that movement off the ball was very, very impressive.
And again, we saw Chu talking about positioning. You know, Suarez.
It makes a big difference.
Right place, right time. That's what it's all about. Is he going to have a tactic change? He is. He's throwing more up front. Messi's going to get switched out with Suarez. Dybala thrown up front now, no longer the camp. And Suarez going in camp position.
Interesting.
He's got Sandro in there as well. Definitely a Juve fan.
Nothing wrong with that, especially now that they're paired up with Monaco in the Champions League semifinals.
Buffon in goal as well.
Yeah, making some changes here. Has to make some changes, frankly, because he needs to win this game. If he doesn't win this game, it's going to be a nice trip home. I think a quick trip.
It's not so quick trip either as well for these
true,
guys.
that's fair.
Obviously back to Australia and such over in the rest of the world.
But yeah, he's going to be kicking himself. That miss, Dybala early on, great save by De Gea. Gets himself in a good spot. He scores that, obviously, where the narrative of this game has changed completely.
Okay, so a lot of changes.
A lot of changes.
Customizing the tactics here. I think he's pushing quite a few people forward. You can see the attack runs being brought in by Sandro there.
And it's interesting that he would do this at this point. Why not make these changes right away? Why not set this up right away? Why did he wait until he got a goal scored against him to start to be aggressive? He needed to be aggressive right from the start of the game.
Yeah, and he's in that dangerous position because he's only on 3 points in the group.
Yeah, Ty's not going to, I mean, I guess on goal difference, it's possible.
Well, Dybala off and Ronaldo on. So Dybala didn't last too long, unfortunately. Obviously one for the future, maybe. Walker. Nice drag back.
He got held accountable for that big miss.
For that miss, yeah.
One miss.
It's a little harsh, really.
It's a bit harsh.
Especially in 20 minutes in. It's like, that's it, you're off, son.
Yeah, sorry. You did well to get to that spot. If you can't finish, you're out.
That's also, I mean, to be fair, it's almost like a little bit of superstition or whatever. It's like, well, if I had Ronaldo in that position, he would have scored. You know, it's down to the shooting. It's like nothing to do with the player himself.
Yeah, of course not.
I didn't miss that. It was the player. It was the game. The game made me miss.
That's what I used to say about my boots. It wasn't me, it was my boots.
It was my boots. Didn't you wear the same boots the whole
no comment. No comment.
I'm sure your boot sponsors right now. They're like, hang on a minute, Jimmy. Of course, Buffon in goal had his, 1,000th match, didn't he, I believe, a couple of weeks back. So don't think we're going to see too many players having 1,000 games under their belt. Ronaldo, though, breaking forward. Maybe he's going to get close to it. Suarez lays it off to Messi, but Kyle Walker's there again, ever present.
Great defending, but also maybe different decision-making from Rico there. He had numbers. Maybe he made the wrong choice. Tried to go one-on-one there with Messi. Maybe should have played it back first time. See if he gets another opportunity.
Ronaldo could have laid it out to David Luiz on the wing there, but instead chose to go in the middle.
Great defending by N'Golo Kante. Tracks the run through the middle. And that's what he does best.
Little tug back on Messi there. The shoulder tugs. I mean, how far did you go in them, Jimmy? How far did you go with the shirt pull in the shoulder tugs?
Yeah, probably a lot. Yeah, I defended with my arms quite a bit.
Heavy on the arms. Pogba gets himself a free chance, but Buffon is there once again. Solid at the back so far. Messi, interesting pass back. Not too sure on that one. Gifted a chance to Sony here. He's already 1-0 up as we start to approach the end of the first half. Jordi Alba slides it through to Suarez. Ronaldo's free. He's open in the box, but Suarez can't find a little pass to him. Looking, holds it up well, gets the pass in there. Ronaldo with a shot, and well, in the end it was directly at Buffon, who had no problem saving that.
Great patience there, defending-wise, and great patience attacking. Led to a good opportunity, good save by Gigi Buffon.
Ronaldo still holding it up, gets it to Kante, across the edge of the box. Hazard finds Messi. Sandro cuts it out there. And now, chance for the counter. Martial in trouble, Messi on him.
Great defending.
A good defensive job here. Martial, good through ball to Ronaldo. He's got Messi on the wing. Gets it through to him, cuts back inside to Ronaldo, but Smalling there. It's all about the power, the strength, the speed that Chris Smalling has. It's what keeps him so ever present in almost everyone's team.
Yeah, I want to be Chris Smalling if I get put in the game. Just give me the same exact stats.
Everybody will use you. Apart from Rico Suarez, who's using Chiellini. He's also not a bad player, it should be said. Martial. Haven't seen too many using him down the wing. Pogba, though, teammate, of course, in real life, cuts that one out. Martial. Can he get past his man? Of course, you know, in FIFA 17, it's not about trying to get whip those crosses in. It's all about trying to cut in and set yourself up. What's known as the sweaty goal in the industry, but what it is basically a straightforward cut back into almost an open net. You try and deceive the keeper.
I would love to be called the king of sweaty goals if I was winning tournaments. No problem whatsoever. Whatever hits the back of the net, hits the back of the net.
Exactly. I mean, I saw Dirty Mike do a video. Obviously, he's going to be playing later. Talking about, you know, this is a tournament. This isn't about what goals you score, how you play.
Yeah.
It's about winning. It's all about winning, and it's a perfect way of looking at it, really. Perfect mentality to come into this. So it is indeed all about winning matches, and at the moment, Sony is the man that's winning.
He is the man that's winning. He also has a lot more possession. He had 62% possession there, so it's going to be on Rico to figure out a way to not only counterattack, but try to play in his half of the field, play in Sony's half of the field to try to create some opportunities. I think it's still there for the taking. I still think he can get back into this game, but right now, Sony's in full control.
Absolutely. So Sony looking good, and of course, that would put him through at the top of the group, which we weren't sure about when he drew 2-2 in that first matchup.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be interesting to see how he ends up killing off this game. As we've seen throughout this tournament, that's been a hard thing for a lot of players, and we'll see if Sony's going to be another victim of that.
And of course, here is the goal, and it was a clearance, a mistake clearance from Buffon that set it all up.
Yeah, it's a mistake here. Good play there by Hazard. I just love the entry pass, and then the off-the-ball running from Suarez, fantastic. When he's in that position with both corners, it's going to be a goal. It's going to be hit the back of the net, so 1-0. And I think that's a fair result.
And looking back at the game, you got to look at that Dybala chance early on. That could have been the one, could have equaled things.
But that was really his only chance. So in fairness, I mean, yeah, of course that would have changed the narrative, but it was really his only chance.
It was a chance. It was a chance.
That's
You got to
true.
take those chances. Spencer, what chances are you taking?
I tell you what, there's a game happening right now which has got everything. It started off crazy. It was between Baby Justin Law and Sarge, right? Now, what's the worst thing that can happen at the start of the game? It's probably losing your best player, right? Well, that's exactly what happened to Sarge. Within seconds of the game, he actually... it's actually not... Is it Sarge? It is Sarge. Within seconds into the game, he got Ronaldo sent off. That is not what you want, OK? Straight red, look, 1.5 minutes gone. Not ideal at all. So he's having to fight not only with less people, but without his main striker. And as you can see here, Baby Justin Law took the initiative, got the goal with Messi, and we're thinking at this point he's going to run away with it. It went 2-0 up, but then we saw a little bit of a comeback start from Sarge, making it 2-1 there with Bale. And I can tell you, it is now 2-2 between these two guys. Okay, we've still got a little bit of time to play, obviously. So Sarge is doing so well, losing his best man in the first minute, having to cope with that, and then get to 2 goals back to make it 2-2. Who knows what's going to happen, but we'll definitely keep an eye on it for you guys.
Goals for days, of course. The FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Sparko. Visit sparkousa.com and get yourself a chair in there. It's what the players are all sitting comfortable in right now. Jimmy, goals all over the place at the moment, but of course we are going into our next matchup here. And of course it will be Iclax up against, I'll tell you who it is in a moment, it is Iclax up against Honorably Airborne, of course. Honorably Airborne lost his first game. That was against
he was up 2-1.
Bravehearts, who's dominating that game.
He was up 2-1 and then gave up a goal in the 89th minute, which ended up being the decider, lost 3-2. But he's a very talented player, uses a whole bunch of different players a lot of people don't use in Ultimate Team. So it's exciting to see when he has success, because I think he's trying to show people, hey, you can win with a variety of players in this game.
And he's in a good position here, because I think if he gets a draw here, he will go through, whereas Iclax needs the win. So Iclax has to be the man on the attack. But Honorably Airborne, he has goals in his locker, so we're excited to see whether he's going to be smashing them. And of course, we'll keep you updated on the Sony match as well. That's currently back underway at 1-0 to Sony.
Yeah, it's everything to play for. I love round 3 of any competition, because now everything's out the window. Everything that you thought you were going to do or how you have to adapt, you're now trying to survive at this point. And I think it's going to ultimately serve them well moving forward, because if they can survive a big match with everything riding on it, it's only going to serve them well heading into the knockout rounds.
And Honorably Airborne did well when we were in Sydney. You know, obviously he got, I think he reached about 6th or 7th, despite using a unorthodox team, obviously using the team that he used at home. Just to explain to you guys at home, obviously you guys have all been playing FUT Champions throughout. Obviously, you guys at home have to trade your way or open your packs to get those players. These guys here now obviously have had to do that to get here, but now that they're here, they've had every single player in the game unlocked to them that was available up until Monday. So just about everything you can think of is in there.
Yeah, and I think to get back to Honorably Airborne, having the experience of Sydney, And having all these players now at his disposal has been interesting because back when we were in Australia, he was using Alexi Lawless, which yeah, I'm a fan of. I want to see, American internationals being there. But now I think he's wisened up. I think he took some shots from Spencer during the broadcast that he took personally, and now he's like, listen, I'm just going to play with the best guys ever. I'm going to win. I'm going to dominate. I'll show you guys. And I like that. I like that he's taking that initiative and he's rising to the challenge.
So yeah, because Wallace is unlocked through the challenge, isn't he? It's one of the challenges in there. So obviously that's how he's got the players. So obviously, not everybody has the crazy cash to get themselves a 99 Ronaldo. Yeah, but as you can see in this team, he does certainly have the 99 Ronaldo, along with the 98 Team of the Year Suarez and the 98 Team of the Year Messi. And throw in a Modric in there with Vidal. A lot of people using Vidal, actually.
A more traditional setup, right? A formation that a lot of people use and players that everybody are familiar with. I like the personality, though. I like that he tries to use, and he has those guys on his bench, so we'll see if he ends up bringing any of them on during the run-up play.
The standard changes we've come accustomed to. 4-3-3 going to switch over to 4-2-3-1 once again, so standard tactic change, almost the default for a lot of players here. Looking at the quick custom changes, switching a lot of the attacking runs, going fairly aggressive actually then. That's on Airborne, the guy that really only needs a draw out of this, so he's going aggressive into this.
And I think he should. I think if you, now these guys don't have the privilege of seeing all the other games play out, but the people that stay aggressive and stay on the attack end up winning these games. If you ever take your foot off the pedal, like we've seen, and I've said this a few times, it's going to hurt you. It comes back and catches you, and you don't want that. And you want to make sure you have that same mentality throughout this whole tournament, which is just go, 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 forward, forward, forward. I'm going to win as many games as I want and score as many goals as I possibly can.
And I'm interested to see how this works out, of course. We heard Chu and Spencer talking about earlier, Honorably Airborne using Figo on one of the wings. Obviously not the quickest player in his day.
But some savvy.
Certainly
He's got some savvy.
An absolute brilliant player, no doubt about it. Also, on the other side, there was also another choice. I will get back to it when I see it, because I can't actually remember who it was, but there was definitely a player I spotted. Obviously, Hullit's in there, as always. Hullit was almost the staple diet. We are on the Xbox here. It is all about the legends, which is why we're seeing a lot of these players. And Boateng finally being used by Honorably Airborne as well, instead of Alexi Lalas.
Which makes me a little sad. You want to see the old red-haired goatee out there.
He had some big locks as well in his day. Obviously, I did FIFA Interactive World Cup with him back in New York. Not quite got the same hair that he used to, sadly.
he's got a little more buttoned up, I think,
as
years have gone
got
by.
a little smarter. Speaking of Figo, there he is, breaking down the wing. Well, he has got pace at the moment, it seems, because he's stretching his legs. He's beating the head of the defender. He's even bought himself a yard. Gets the ball across. Ronaldo sets it up. Brilliant stuff.
Unbelievable.
The Portuguese link-up.
And it's one of those things, too, where at some point, where's Eichelak's going to step over? When is he going to defend him? When is he going to defend him? And Figo just went and went and went and said, thank you very much. I mean, I don't think we're going to see an easier goal score throughout this tournament.
It was a big defensive error. Obviously, the left back took that step. I think he was expecting the cut in a little earlier, and then just completely sold himself a dummy.
And when you're defending in your box, you can't guess.
Yeah.
You got to stay true to what's happening. And when he guessed, give up that opportunity. Now he's down 1-0.
It's nice that we have the stadium announcer in there just to make sure we know it was Ronaldo that scored.
Some atmosphere.
Yeah, indeed. Modric to Suarez. Suarez got lucky there. Laurent Blanc steps in. Another legendary defender in there.
A very good career.
Trying to do a little flick up there with Ronaldo. Messi tries to drag back, finds it through. Ronaldo nearly got lucky there.
Farman and goal.
Farman,
wow.
okay. That's not your average goalkeeper legend that I expect.
That's the Airborne we know and love.
Yeah, so he had to have a bit of finesse in there. Ronaldo, though, Figo's made a run, and Figo's available again. This time, can he sell the player? Cuts inside. Going to lay it back into the midfield, I think. Go through the centre. No, goes over the top to Ronaldo. Finds himself space, cuts it in. He gets himself another for Suarez. And it's that Portuguese link-up on the wing that is working so well for Honorably Airborne.
The connection between the two Portuguese players is excellent. But again, almost a carbon copy of the first goal. Finds himself at the end line, cuts it right back in. Thank you very much.
A beautiful overhead through ball as well. Figo to Ronaldo.
Very good. Well-timed run. Found himself in a good spot. Got to question the defending because at some point it seems too easy. And now we're going to see Eichelak make some changes, or maybe Airborne here is making some changes.
I mean, we're only 15 minutes in. Remember, on Airborne, he went very aggressive, changed a lot of attacking runs. So maybe he'll start adjusting that. At the moment, he's just having a quick look
he's
around
up
the
to
ratings.
nothing. Maybe there's some adjustments he wants to make with regard to where they pressure the ball, when they try to move, how deep they are, where do they start their pressure. So many different opportunities and options in this game.
We're still looking at Iclax. He hasn't changed his tactics or anything. I guess that's what he's doing now. Obviously, that's Iclax on your screen. Just figuring out exactly what he's going to change. Honorably airborne, looking pretty cool.
Yeah, there's something maybe about that pause where it's a Jedi mind trick that he's trying to do there, or he's trying to get into his head a little bit.
Well, I mean, it is the mentality that could go in there. Obviously, you go sit and watch the goal replay. You know, and we talked about this mental edge. Obviously, the players can't skip through the replays here. So it can do it. It's what you're used to doing. You should fly through the menus as quick as possible.
Well, it looks like he made one change.
Alaba's on, actually, I just saw.
Yeah, Modric is out, and Brema's in, yeah.
Well, he needed a bit of defensive work, and there is a goal for Messi.
What a response from Iclax. He's like, listen, you want to score a goal from the end line with a tap-in? Yeah, I can do that too. I don't know if that Jedi mind trick really worked to Airborne's favor. Oh, man, just like that, 2-1. He's right back in this game. That is an incredible reaction and response to going down 2-0.
Well, something we have seen from Honorably Airborne is the fact that he can score goals, but he does let goals in. Obviously, he's had high-scoring matches throughout so far. The Australian up against it here, but again, trying to break down the wing. This time, Kyle Walker is there. That left wing seems a little stronger. Using Griezmann down there, can get knocked off the ball. To Vidal, to Hullet. It's a strong midfield. Ronaldo back to Hullet down the wing. Suarez is all alone, and Alaba cuts it out to Ronaldo. It's a through ball, but there's not really the pace for Suarez. He's getting tugged. He's getting pulled. He manages to find himself space. Can't quite get past Bremer, the legend that is the German.
So Iclax, he made the big sub. Interesting. A lot of moves there in that pause. A lot of things that had happened. And a good response coming out of that, because at 2-0 down, you got to think, oh man, this might not be my day. This might not be my tournament. This is going to give him a lot of confidence. And now Airborne's got to think, what am I going to do now? Do I just try to hold on to this lead, or do I keep attacking?
Well, I think holding on could be the worst thing he does.
Well, we've learned that already so far.
He's got Figo down the right, Suarez in the middle. Where's Ronaldo going to go with this one? Is it going to be the Portuguese link-up that's continued? He tried. Figo, though, using the positioning. Not going to work out for him. Bremer cuts it out again, but Vieira's there.
That's unfortunate. You do so well to defend and then get the ball up right away.
That's a great pass. Pinpoint accurate to Ronaldo on the byline. Thought he'd taken it out. Keeps it in and then buys a corner from Ferdinand. No, it actually came off Ronaldo. So it gets a goal kick.
Airborne's definitely got a style. Let's get that ball to the end line. Let's work some magic there, and then there's going to be guys waiting for the tap-in if I can get past the first line of defense.
Suarez to Hullet. Now Ronaldo holds it up. Just a little flick up on his toe there. Hullet. That's a bit of a weak pass, but it almost managed to nestle its way through to Messi. Blanc will just play it back to the keeper. Now Walker through the middle to Pogba. Now Ronaldo. Figo just trying to find his feet on that wing. There's a ball over the top for Ronaldo. It may well find its way through. He gets himself a little step forward, but Ferdinand covered it off his run.
Again, that long ball into that one pocket, that one channel is something that Airborne definitely tries to take advantage of. Tries to run Ronaldo into that space, or Suarez too.
Just clipped off the heels of Ferdinand once again there. It does seem that Iclax has tightened up that defense with those changes.
No question, it's clear that he made a direct choice to say, hey, listen, I'm going to counter what Airborne's trying to do consistently, because he's going up the right side every single time. We haven't seen him use the left side too much.
Risky pass. Cut out by Ronaldo to Suarez. Ronaldo's got bags of space. Suarez can't quite get through to him, though. And the two defenders saw him off there, tightening up the controls. Hullet to Vidal. There's a Messi down the wing. It's a little too adventurous for him. Alaba will cover off that run.
It's unfortunate. I feel like you're forcing that pass in that moment as opposed to waiting for that space to open up.
Ronaldo's got a lot of work to do, but he's stopped the dummy.
Wow.
Oh. Neuer called into action there. What a great turn.
Great turn. Way to create space, get that shot off.
Inside post header. Not quite going to get it. Big Rio Ferdinand there. Got to do a lot to get past him in his day. Laurent Blanc, though, still up there from the corner. Suarez back to Blanc. Into the middle. Not going to quite get past Boateng, though. And now a counter-attack chance here as a lot of players forward. Gets it to Suarez, but David Alaba seems to be a rock so far. For Honorably Airborne. Ronaldo takes on a shot
that is
from
unbelievable.
30 yards out and finds the top of the net. A little shake of the head, a rueful shake. It's like, well, you know, we've got to take it on sometimes.
What a finish. When nobody steps to the ball, they're going to invite you to take that shot. Ronaldo, incredible technique. But if we can bring that back one step further, it's David Alaba winning that ball in midfield that sets up that whole chance. Aikalax was trying to set up a counterattack, was trying to get support. Ball gets turned over. Ronaldo gets it in a good spot, and he punishes them for that mistake. Great goal.
Top corner and just before half-time, of course.
Which is always a dagger.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, Aikalax, he had tightened things up. I mean, it was 15 minutes, he was 2-0 down, and obviously for the rest of the game, gets himself that goal. Okay, back in it, but you know the stats don't tell a lie. It's only 4 shots.
Yeah,
only four shots for Henri Airborne.
Yeah.
They scored 3 of them. 2 shots for Aikalax, and he's just got the 1.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I think he'll feel hard done by, being down 3-1. But I think Airborne should be winning this game. He's really set the tone. He's set the kind of the emphasis on how this game is going to play out. And Aikalax had been reacting a little bit. Then he made that pause. He made the change. He scored right away. And then I think he started to force the game a little bit, try to hit passes that he didn't really need to make. He could have been a little bit more patient. And then sometimes you wonder if that's on Aikalax, maybe pushing it, but also a credit to Airborne for just having good defending and trying to win the ball back in good areas to counter it the other way.
And the problem is for Aikalax, like while he was starting to develop and do well, he had made a lot of changes. He's made the substitutions already, so hasn't got a great deal left to change.
No, you're right. He doesn't have much to change, and other than formation and where he tries to win the ball and try to set up his team and where they want to attack. Again, I can't emphasize enough, Airborne has to be careful, though. If he just does possession for possession's sake, that could come back and bite him. So it'll be interesting to see how the second half plays out.
Yeah, well, let's get it going. Let's get it started. On your screen there is the trophy that they're all playing for, of course. You've got to get a long way to get it, though. You've got to get a win here.
Are we allowed to touch that, or is that taboo?
Jim, maybe you, Jimmy. I don't know if anyone else can, but
I don't know if I'm good enough to touch it, but I mean,
able to.
I might just take it home
but
with me.
You know, if you're a player, you don't want to touch it.
That's
really.
true.
You
No, that's taboo.
It, you
know,
know,
that's bad luck.
That's a bit of superstitions and all that. But obviously, you've got to get to Berlin to pick up that trophy. That's for sure. And of course, to get to Berlin, well, for the rest of the world, they need to win in their respective console on the PlayStation and the Xbox. And here we are, Honorably Airborne doing his best to break it through into the knockout stages. Pogba tries a little turn, but Boateng not having any of it.
Good early start there from Airborne, going forward, being aggressive. See our Aikalax responds to that.
Ooh, Vieira. Uncharacteristic mistake
Great
from him.
ball.
He's got a real chance here for Alaba. A parry doesn't lead to a goal, though. Obviously, it was taken a little early, so Suarez and Ronaldo weren't able to get in position. Ronaldo, a little drag back, trying to buy himself some time on that wing. Tries to cut it back, but Vidal reads it so well. Hullet, so strong and solid in the midfield. Now to Alaba. That through ball was awful.
I was just about to say before that happened, this is the time where Aikalax needs to make that one pass just to maintain possession, and then as his team comes up to support him, then he can start to attack with some numbers.
No-nonsense tackle from Bremer there. Put Figo on the floor. Didn't quite play in the same era, so it wouldn't have worked out in real life. That sets up Vieira to Griezmann. Turns and shoots. Good block there, but the header from Griezmann.
The power header.
Pops up, and that was a power header. How did he build the power from there?
I have no idea, but it hits the back of the net. Great opportunity from Airborne. Finds himself in a great spot. Had some numbers. Had a couple different options there. But yeah, wow, he generated a lot of power from a standing position. 4-1. I think this one could be done and dusted.
You think?
I think so.
I
might put myself out on a limb. 3 goals.
Well, after seeing Barcelona versus Paris Saint-Germain, I really don't. I just don't throw myself out there anymore because anything can happen.
That's true.
As it is, there's a long way to go from Aikalax, and like you say, Honorably Airborne, he's taking his chances, man.
He has, and I don't see him letting up. He seems to enjoy going forward.
Yeah.
He seems to enjoy scoring as many goals as possible, not just keeping possession. So it'll be. I don't see him being the PSG in this tournament. I think he's more the Juve.
Indeed, just keep on going. That's a big mistake. Oh my word! Walker finally gets in there. Aikalax almost led him straight through there. Ronaldo, I think it's actually Suarez probably that was trying to poach on the end of it. There's Ronaldo through to Suarez. Can go up wide. Messi's in there. Ronaldo's going to try and take it through the middle and just take a shot on. We saw Honorably Airborne doing it.
Maybe.
Why not?
All right. It's 4-2. There's still 30 minutes left. Yeah, all right. It's possible. I still don't see Airborne being the PSG in all of this, but a great finish. Looks like maybe got a little deflection, maybe not.
Look, it's got to that stage. We saw Honorably Airborne taking an outside-the-box shot on the edge of the D. Why not? He's got to start doing that. We saw Messi scoring some absolute screamers in Miami.
Yeah.
So it is totally possible. These guys have the space. You know, if you do back off them, then take them shots on. Looks like we're going to see Dembele coming on for Figo.
Right. We don't get to say Dembele's name very often.
That's Musa, isn't it? Is it the Musa Dembele? It is, yeah. I believe.
No, I think it's Osman.
Osman.
Yeah.
Osman.
Interesting change, but I love that it's forward thinking. He's still going to try to press and hit him on the counter. Maybe you drop off a little bit, and you can spring your attack through Dembele.
He's fast.
He is fast.
He is fast.
Interesting stuff.
I mean,
but I like
that's a big change because Figo obviously the slow pace but perfect passing to just the breakneck speed down the wing. Let's see how he adapts to it. Pele also coming on for Suarez, we just saw there, and Neymar on for Griezmann. So quite a few changes going through. I think that's just about all the substitutions used up. Something we don't see a lot of, actually. We don't see a lot of players using all the subs up.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. But I like the changes. He's not changing defenders for defenders or taking off attackers and bringing on defensive players. He's going for it. He's trying to go for that 5th, 6th goal. Really put his stamp on this tournament. Honorably Airborne is here to play.
He's here to play. Well, of course, he's not going to be top in his group, but well, you never know, actually. I don't know what's happened in the other matchup. Maybe he is going to top it, but as it was, he did lose to Bravehearts earlier on, who was on 2 wins coming into this game, so we'll see exactly what was going on in the other matchup. But as it is, this is looking very good for Honorably Airborne, but still at 4-2. Let's give a lifeline to it, Clax. If you can get another, suddenly it's squeaky bum time for Honorably Airborne, I think. As Vieira
I think it's a neutral. As a neutral, I think I'd like to see that. Let's make it 4-3.
You'd like to see squeaky bum time?
Let's see some squeaky bum time.
But I was just looking at Honorably Airborne, actually. A little bit more, I would say, concentrated, slower in his passing. He wasn't going for those big through balls that we're working on earlier. He was just playing it short passes around the midfield. And maybe it will cost him. Maybe it is starting to get a little nervy.
He is starting to play that possession, hold the ball in the corner, and got Neymar in to hold up the ball, do some tricks, kill some time. I appreciate, again, the tactic, but as we've seen, it doesn't always work out for you.
Well, Hullet cuts that one out. Ferdinand to Boateng. That's a dangerous pass in the box. Ronaldo gets his foot on it, tries to just lay a ball through. Neymar wanted to get on the end of it, straight to Pogba. Oh, these are dangerous, dangerous passes from Iklax, but he's got away with it.
Iklax just has to trust that he's going to get 1 or 2 more opportunities. So just be patient. You don't have to go all in just yet. It's getting there.
Well, he needs 2 opportunities right now.
But you don't want to just force it.
You don't want to start going long ball just yet. You're not England.
It's getting close.
You're not England yet. Messi back to Pogba. Pele to Ronaldo. Through ball, not going to quite get there. Alaba once again. He's been solid for Honorably Airborne. This is a great counter-attack chance. Neymar beats his man, muscles him off it. Not something you see too often from Neymar, using his strength. Tries to cut inside, has to lay it back, gets it to Suarez. Suarez to Dembele. Ronaldo in the box, looking for a shot. Oh, it goes through Vieira's legs.
So that's what I don't like. I feel like if the game was tied, he would have shot with Dembele there. And because he didn't, he gives now Iklax a chance to get back into this game, because he's not thinking about getting that 5th goal. It's more about killing time.
Messi brought down 83 minutes. It's now or never, really, I feel, for a 3rd goal to try and make a chance.
This is it.
Ball forward from Ronaldo. Laurent Blanc looking for the header. Patrick Vieira's in there, gets it clear. Neymar, through ball chance. Ronaldo, 1-on-1. He's just got the keeper to beat if he can get past the defender. He's got 3 men forward. He's got men in numbers. Neymar to Suarez. Suarez, Neymar waiting in the box. Suarez might take it on, lays it across for Neymar. And it's a tap-in for 5-2.
It is over. I didn't even think he was going to shoot at that point. I thought, all right, he's just going to try to waste time. But he does well. Iklax has to figure out a way to chase the game. Obviously, he's scrambling at that point. So a nice counterattack there from Airborne. 5-2, good performance overall. I think this is really kind of the cherry on top of a fantastic performance.
He's one of those players that we've seen so often, can be aggressive, likes to score goals, but he is going to leak some in the back. That's the problem. 5-2, though. Solid scoreline for Honorably Airborne, putting a bit of a statement out there for the rest of the groups to make himself through to the double elimination stage. Of course, it has been round robin group stages, 4 teams per group, or 4 players if you prefer, and 4 groups per console. Of course, we're going to be having the next 2 PlayStation groups and Xbox groups following this. At the moment, though, it is going to be Honorably Airborne that will go through, and he's going to be joined Also in that group, of course, Braveheart already picked up 2 wins at the opening, so that's almost guaranteed him a place. He's on 6 points.
Yeah, and both of those guys had a fantastic game in game 1. I got to watch that one. It was 1-0, then 2-1, then 3-2 right at the end. They're going to be tough competitors.
And Braveheart picked up a win as well, so he's actually gone through full 9 points. So
yeah.
I think
we don't see that very often.
The only player I think that's gone through in maximum points. But a quick look back at all those goals, of course. I'm going to be airborne, and he clacks that. Little shrug, effectively, with a handshake. It's like, it's gone out there. But Honorary Airborne, of course, does pick up the win. Camel Knowles from Australia. A solid victory for him overall. But, I mean, what do we take of that? Obviously, it started off with the Portuguese link-up, didn't it, really?
Yeah, I thought Figo was a nice choice. I thought he linked up well with Cristiano Ronaldo. We're going to see a couple goals here where Figo does great at the end line, very patient. Ronaldo says thank you very much. Then we see a carbon copy. It's Ronaldo to Suarez. And then here's a good chance. Now it's a carbon copy for Ecolax, who basically said, hey, I can do the same exact thing. Then Ronaldo hits a great goal, which actually started with some good defense by David Alaba. This is kind of a scrappy goal. That one, for me, sealed it. Griezmann with a power header. And even though Ronaldo scores here for Ecolax to make it 4-2, the game was pretty much over. At this point, I don't know if the Airborne's just having some fun. The nail in the coffin, 5-2. He's booking his ticket to the knockout rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game that could have gone either way, but it went on with the Airbornes in the end, 5-2. Let's get down to Spencer to see what's been happening in the rest of the games.
Yes, guys, last time you were with us, we were telling you about this amazing game between baby Justin Law and Sarge, which started with that big red card for Ronaldo. That game has now finished, and we want to tell you exactly what happened all the way to the end. So I've got to say, for me watching it, this is probably the game of the day so far. So much happened, and we've got a lot to cover. Of course, it started with this red card, okay? So straight away, not where you want to be, is it, Chu? Your best player getting sent off. You could easily just let your head drop and think it's all over for you at this point.
Exactly, especially when it's a player like Ronaldo. I mean, Ronaldo's probably one of the most important players to have on your team. So to have Sarge have that player sent off so early, it's really, really bad. But as we saw, it wasn't that bad for him in the end.
No, he showed a lot of character, despite actually going 2-0 down minutes after getting that red card. So we're going to go through the moments from the game here. Starting off 1 minute into the match with this. It was a bad tackle, probably a deserving red. I'm not sure what Sarge was thinking when he did that, but he got himself a red card, and it got worse for him. He ended up going, first of all, 1-0 down here after a great solo effort from Lionel Messi. And that's a great goal.
Low-driven shot. Like I said, low-driven shot every time to the opposite corner.
Get it on that left foot, the rest is history. And it carried on getting worse for Sarge as baby Justin Law made it 2-0 again. Boom. Lovely left-footed shot in the bottom corner. So at this point, you'd be forgiven for thinking it's all over. And he needed a win, really, here, Sarge. He did get a goal back, making it 2-1. So straight away, we started sitting up and we're thinking, hang on, maybe this isn't over. And guess what? He then made it 2-2, right on the stroke of half-time. We actually felt Sarge could go on and win at this point, didn't we?
Yeah, I thought at this point, you know, Sarge was feeling very confident. The thing is that when you go down to 10 men, you need to play like you're not with 10 men. You got to play as if you were with 11.
That's exactly what he did here, as he went 3-2 up, despite having a man disadvantage from the first minute of the game. So fantastic from Sarge. This would have put him through if this result had stayed like this. But alas, baby Justin Law got back in it with another left-footed shot in that corner, making it 3-0. So what a match it was. That is how the game finished. As a result of that, unfortunately, Sarge was actually eliminated from the tournament only with the 3 points. He didn't lose. He didn't lose a game. He just drew all 3. Wasn't enough to go through. Now, how much, even though he did have that spirited comeback, how much do you think he's going to go home now thinking if only I hadn't got that red card?
It's really he's gonna be thinking about it for a while, because especially when he has 3 draws, it's kind of frustrating to know that he was in the lead in a lot of situations, especially in this match as well. So going home with 3 draws, I mean, what is this, Manchester United? I'm a United supporter. I see this. I'm very frustrated, and I hope he's not a United supporter as well. But I think he's gonna be thinking about this for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what would have happened if he'd kept Ronaldo on the pitch, but it was a very good performance from Sarge, not enough to take him through. But hopefully we'll have more games like that. Back to you guys.
Hey, what's up? I'm here with the winner, Honorably Airborne. You got second in your group behind Bravehearts, but you played very, very well in this last game. You won 5-2. Tell us how you changed, because you lost to Braveheart in the first game of the thing, but you won the next 2, and now you're going through.
Against Braveheart, I knew that playing my game, like, that's the only way I was going to win. So I was like, I lost, but he's a good opponent, so I'll just shake it off, go into the next game, make up for it, and carry it over.
Now you have some odd lineup choices, I guess, compared to everybody else. You're still using great players, but Not everybody, not the favorites that people like to use. You use Figo in this game. Why Figo?
I used other players like Messi and Best and Bale, and they just didn't do it for me. So I tried Figo, and I've loved him ever since. His work rates are just amazing for his position, and no one knows what he's going to do. So when he does the unexpected, it's just, I've already scored. Yeah.
Okay, and then you made a change to bring Dembele on, which I thought was pretty interesting because you brought Dembele and Neymar and Pele on at the end. And I love that you did that because you didn't go defensive. You went attack-minded to try to kill off the game. Is that the mindset you have going through this tournament?
Yeah, I think that when players go into their shell, it makes them more susceptible to conceding goals. And I was like, well, my game's got me this far, so I may as well keep going with it. And I brought Dembele and Neymar on because they're quite flary, so they're quite agile. So when he's trying to like block off my runs, I can just wander around and go on behind easy goals.
There he is, honorably airborne. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the knockout rounds. And for you guys at home, we're going to be right back right after this break.
Three, 2, 1, go! Through this course that is designed by somebody who absolutely hates me and wants to see me fail at every single corner. Alright, we're gonna get past this blue shell here. Coming up on the sign, which I didn't learn in school. I don't know what that is. Alright, coming around the bend, we got this chicken. Where's he going? Probably Progressive.com to save himself an average of $598 on car insurance. I bet it feels just as good as raining confetti when you parallel park.
Act your age. Dump your parents' insurance company.
Welcome everyone to the biggest FIFA tournament of all time.
Walker to Neymar, into the box, Pogba with the real shot, relentless, he's absolutely relentless. He's now got himself in a great position to lay it up for George Bett. Oh, that could surely be it.
Only 6 players from each division will be headed to the big finals in Berlin. And the question is who?
Suarez gets past his man, gets through Ronaldo to Suarez, shot! Oh, what a really well-worked goal.
I know what it takes to be fast. I've been racing since I was a kid. It's in my blood. To achieve greatness, you've got to take chances. And they don't come any greater than this. Download Real Racing 3 now.
Intense action defined the action at the EA Sports FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series in Sydney.
We're going to see the best go at it for $30,000 and the crown as the regional champion.
Saudi Arabians dominated both divisions.
Pogba into Vidal, it's setting Messi up, left foot is in from Abdulaziz Al-Shari.
Relentless, absolutely relentless for the Royal. Is he onside?
This man is a talented guy, Spence. We've seen a lot of action from him today.
In-game rosters were more varied than in Paris.
If he had someone else in that position instead of Ben Arthur, are they going to take that chance? An extra no Ronaldo, no Messi. You can put him in there, mate.
The games were high-scoring and exciting.
Could we see the epic come up? He's 5-1 down.
This might be my favorite game of the tournament. Here we go.
He's got it. Oh, he's got it.
Matthew Shubnam McKinnon emerged as the People's Champion.
Not a single shot so far in this match. Oh! And now he's 2-0 down.
I mean, look at the smile on his face. What
the celebration
It's great to see.
The final was unforgettable.
Yeah, but these guys have been playing absolutely phenomenal throughout the entirety of the tournament here in Sydney, and honestly can't wait to get it kicked off.
With a chance, skips past his opponent, loses one, could go for the shot, lays it off to Suarez, and we have our first away goal. Suarez trying to make himself available, could cut it back, Suarez, 2-0. Abdulaziz Al-Saleh is in dominant form.
So the Royal is out of his comfort zone, but can you make the comeback? 2 goals is the only result that can actually take us to extra time.
Possible chance for the Royal.
Oh, he's got past his man, can he slot it in? He can! He's 2-0, the Royal will bring us back all level on aggregate.
He has turned it round there.
Ronaldo, it's not clear yet. Ronaldo back to Suarez!
Which now means that Abdul Al-Shari needs to get 2.
Surely,
wow.
Scores. Wow! Gets himself a goal, but he has to score again. It wasn't a kind bounce, and that's going to get cleared, and that may well have been the chance.
What a turnaround for that man, the Royal. He is the champion.
Absolutely amazing play, guys.
Guys, welcome back to Whistler, BC, where we're here for the Rest of the World Season 2 Regional Finals. It's been a great day so far. Lots of great action from our pro players, and it's gonna keep going. Hopefully we see some more goals. Remember earlier today I asked you guys which informed players would you guys like to see the pros use in the tournament? And some of you guys told me some of the players you're looking forward to. So we're gonna take a look at some tweets. We'll pull those up on the big screen. Don't forget you can use the word, the hashtag FUTChampions for a chance to be featured on this big screen over here. So Esben Kaya told me he wants to see the 87 Cam Perisic used. He's an absolute complete player. Perisic is a beast. You guys need to try him. If you're making a Serie A squad, he's probably the best Cam in Serie A. Well, there is the 90 Dybala that just came out, but you maybe want to try Perisic and put him at CM. Next one up, oh, this is the one we already saw, the Perisic. Anyway, yeah, like I was saying, you want to try Perisic. You can also link him up with Brozovic if you want a beast Serie A team. Also, a lot of people have been saying Sonaldo. They want to see Sonaldo in to be used in this tournament. And also maybe the Prince Dybala, like I said, 90 Dybala just came out. He is going to be an amazing player to use. We've already seen him quite a bit. But anyway, let's send it over back to the guys up at the desk. Guys?
Thank you very much, Chu. And they didn't take my recommendation of using Aaron Hunt from Hamburg, which I know Chu has packed quite a lot of, just seen his videos recently.
What Chu wouldn't have seen is there's a 91 Dybala just been released. Obviously, they just released the new European players, so sadly not using them in this tournament, though. So, but yeah, we did see Dybala briefly for about 20 minutes in that game. He missed one shot, and that's it. You're off. You're off. It was a bit harsh. But let's talk about the groups, Joe. Let's get on with things.
Yeah, I think we should recap and see exactly where we are. Obviously, we've had a couple of groups from both divisions up until now. These are the Xbox groups. So Group 1 and Group 2 we have obviously seen today. So Braveheart going through 3 wins, no losses, no draws. So he's our on-form player so far in Xbox. Of course, honorably airborne, we saw him absolutely smashing Eclax in that last game as well. So he will also slide on through into the double elimination for GCC Chelsea, or GC Chelsea, and Eclax, it's the end of the road, sadly, for them here.
Yeah, tons of goals for Bravehearts as well. He's been smashing them in. Similar type of player to Honorably Airborne. All about those goals, and he obviously lets a couple in at the back, but 3-2 and 4-2 in his first 2 games. I didn't see what the final result was, but obviously it was a win. Moving on, of course, Sony did top the group in Group 6. He is one of the favourites in the PlayStation bracket, so no surprises there, really, I don't think. Samat also managed to creak his way through. Obviously, we saw those guys facing off against each other in our first match of the day. Baby Justin Law going through as well. Obviously, we saw him earlier on against Sarge. Sarge, sadly, 3 ties means it's not quite enough with those 3 points. Infamous Shadow going through with the 4 points has just snuck ahead of him. And that was all down to that 3-3 matchup, that crazy matchup.
Yeah, I think that Group 5, we saw some fantastic games. I know we heard Spencer talking a little bit about that Sarge game that he was 2-0 down with 10 men. I think Ronaldo got sent off in the first 10 minutes of that one. And sadly for him, you know, he's managed 3 draws, so not lost a game, but just shows that it's sometimes not enough to get you through these group stages. That just shows how competitive really things are at this stage of things. That, of course, is what everyone is fighting for. We're crowning one regional champion on Xbox and, of course, one on PlayStation 4. Both of those players will then qualify for Berlin. Obviously, it's pretty cutthroat. You've got to win your division if you want to go to Berlin.
Absolutely. You know, it's all well and good, but group stage is just the start. You've got to get through group stages. By hook or by crook, be it like whether you win all 3 like Bravehearts has, or whether you just scrape your way through with a win and a draw, doesn't matter. Now when you're in that knockout stage, the double elimination, this is when you've got to start clocking up those wins. And you don't want to go down to the lower bracket because it's just going to start getting messy, so you want to start getting those wins early. But we're getting ahead of ourselves on that one, Joe, because that's obviously going to be coming up in a wee bit. We've got another 2 groups for PlayStation, 2 groups for the Xbox to get through.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully more continuation of the amazingness that we've seen so far. And this is going to be our first game of the second round of groups here. Chel, who the first man signed to a professional team in Asia. Of course, we've seen him at FIWC before. Fantastic player, and he's probably got a bit of pressure on his shoulders to perform in this one versus TM Clot, who I'm guessing is not going to be a pushover. I'm predicting that we're going to be seeing a slow start again, as we did see in the first sets of groups here today, as these players just get themselves used to being under the spotlight and, you know, getting ready to move on in the tournament.
The crazy thing for me with Chel is that he qualified for both PlayStation and Xbox FUT Champions. I mean, that's a lot of games. You're talking 160 games, so 320 games in a weekend. Did he do anything else? I don't think so.
Possibly.
I don't think so. 80 games, sorry,
not.
160 games. Yeah, 80 games. Yeah, so possibly not a lot else, honestly.
Not a lot else. And I mean, what's the best way to practice for our grand final here today, which of course will be held not just on one console, but over home and away. So he might have an edge if he can make it that far in the tournament if he's been practicing so heavily on both consoles.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a top player. We didn't get to see him when we were in Sydney, so I'm excited to see what he's going to bring with him. Obviously, has got the experience, as you mentioned, was at ESWC and was at FIFA Interactive World Cup. So this is not his first time in front of a camera with an audience, you know, his fellow professionals around him. You know, it's all well and good sitting at home, you guys that play FIFA, sitting at home in your bedroom in your comfy couch or whatever settee, you know, or gamer chair, whatever you may have, whatever you prefer to play with. Personally, I'm
Sparko chair.
I'm right in front of a Sparko chair, of course. Personally, I'm right in front of the TV. I have to like wheel myself right in there, but you know, you're in a different environment here. You're in a setup that you don't really control, so you're out of your comfort zone. Sure, you can bring your own controller along, but that's about it.
So I think we should get down to it. You know, we've both been fairly sat on the fence in these games, but I think we should make some predictions for this one. Just because, you know, a draw is not a prediction you're allowed to make, because that would be obviously the safe way to go in this.
What,
so
sitting on the fence?
I'll let you have the first round.
I'm going to go with Chel. What a surprise, eh?
Massive surprise. So Team Clot is my boy to support.
I went with Sony as well. I went with Sony in the first game, and they drew, so wasn't as good. So they drew, but he managed to scrape his way through. Actually, the only match we saw was the draw. Instead, they got the wins. But anyway, I believe the game is underway, so let's get it on your screen. So it's going to be Chel up against TM Clot, and well, I've gone with Chel. More importantly, I'm going to throw myself out. I'm going to say 3-0.
3-0. Well, I think statistically that's a terrible idea to make, because I stand about. I'm getting too excited to get into this first game.
2-1's like the default scoreline in it. But you know, I thought I'd put myself out there. Just get it wrong.
Just get it wrong. I mean, why not in the end? We are going to kick this one off then. It is Chel here playing in white from right to left and already on the attack. Do you hear that?
Doing a pirouette.
Collecting. Absolutely brilliant start to it.
A pirouette
didn't
just before
score
goals. Yeah, just you know, like, I'm going to take a shot, but first I'm going to do a little pirouette just to see if I can line my shot up. I'm not too sure that's ordinarily how it works. Yaya Toure being used. Hello by TM Clark. That's what I like to see. Let's get the Yaya song going. The Toure and Colo. Where's Colo when you need him, eh? Pogba with a little drag back. Not quite going to work out, but actually, if he'd have stayed on his feet there, which, you know, can be said by a lot of players, he would have had a great chance of scoring.
Well, a fairly furious start to this one. Chel going to send the ball right over the top here. Ronaldo will collect that one easily, but Ogbonna is there. Question is if he can dispossess him. That's answered with a firm yes. And now Walker going to thunder up this top side, but Kante comes in, a little bit of a shoulder barge, takes the ball away from him. But you can see both these players, it's fairly messy in terms of passing so far.
Did I just see Rafinha back there as well? I thought maybe I saw Rafinha, I don't know. Pogba through to Modric. Always interesting to see whether, you know, they start to use some different players that we haven't seen. Of course, kind of used to the Suarez, Messi, Ronaldo front line, but it's also interesting. Van Arnold in there. There you go. There's a bit of a difference in the left-back position. Love to hear a take on that from Chu and Spencer later on, along with Yaya Toure, of course, who's the, I would say, the solid rock of Manchester City at the moment.
Absolutely. It's a nice pass across there. And it's Pogba now. Going to send it over the top. Think that's out of reach, so Modric will actually just pass it back there to De Gea.
Not afraid to try and throw himself in front of it there, it seemed. David Luiz, when he could take a shot from here, just goes wide. And well, the first shot of the game, it took 20 minutes to get there, but it was just pulled wide.
Goal kick sent up to the halfway line. Nodded back here for position for Chel. Plenty of space down on his bottom side with Messi. He's just trying to draw as many players out towards that line as he can. Currently got two hovering around him, a third not far away as he slots it to Walker, who finds Modric, tries to get past Bonnet. There is Suarez, but De Gea again coming. Fairly simple save for him, in all honesty.
You know, I think he could have took the shot on with Walker there. We've seen Walker scoring quite a few goals, and he instead maybe took a touch too much there and went to Suarez. And obviously set it easy by the defenders. Really great pass, though, from Ronaldo it was. Sorry, Messi that was doing the jostling, wasn't he, down in the bottom right, to find that pass. And we're seeing just how intricate Chel can be with his passing. Pogba, though, sets himself through. Suarez, there's a good run. It opens up a space, tries to curl on into the bottom left-hand corner, but De Gea's there.
And he's having one of those games, isn't he, where you could almost already feel the frustration for Chel. 3 saves coming in from De Gea. There's a corner back towards Ramos, and well, he managed to get the head on it, but he was half bent over there in a pretty difficult position to get that on target. It does go out for the goal kick. TM Klopp might now take a bit of time to slow this game down somewhat.
I think we're seeing him being a little bit nervous here, actually, TM Klopp. It's maybe settled a bit now. We're 30 minutes into the game. It's still 0-0. It's like, okay, right, I'm getting the first real chance at having a chance. But David Luiz, of course, was the shot that he had early on, but that's about it. And again, we're seeing Chel. He's been doing a lot of this intricate drag back, short passing. It seems to be working well for him. He is not showing any signs of nerves. But again, tackle comes in at the last. Oh, cheeky back heel there from Ronaldo to David Luiz. Playing fairly far forward again, as we've seen quite often.
That's Pogba now. And, well,
that was a shot.
Hammers it forward, yeah. I think I was hoping that somehow Ronaldo was going to get onto the end of that one. Didn't work out. And here is Ronaldo. Walker taking the mickey out of him a little bit there on that bottom side. And Chel now back with possession. Let's see what he can do with this build-up.
I think Chel's shown he can play the close game. He's quite happy to have a player on his back. He doesn't seem to be too worried at the moment. He's quite happy to go for those short passes with a player even nearby. Gareth Bale, though, with his top knot. Stray pass picked up by Kante. Suarez holds things up, gets it through to Ronaldo. Might turn and shoot, gets a pass in. Oh, the woodwork! It's spun away, and De Gea gets back up. And well, goal line technology is in effect. It didn't count.
I think he hit the bar, then the post, then it dropped onto the line. Somehow that one didn't go in. Now we've got Messi. Will he have a shot? No. He finds Ronaldo, who's cutting across. Now Messi, but he couldn't get a decent shot in there. And De Gea again will hold on. And I talked about De Gea making the saves earlier. This time it was the bar, the post, that kept him in the game, and we are going to hit the half-time point here. And it's going to go in 0-0. You'd probably say that Chel should be in the lead at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit the woodwork, he's tested it, but let's not discount David Luiz had that shot, and to be fair, Chelchel's not had that many shots, despite obviously being the closest. I think it's only about 2 or 3 shots at max between these guys, of course. Very tense stuff, but 0-0 first half. Reset your mind, get back into it. You've got nothing to lose still.
Keep things calm and collected. You see, I think there's a little bit of nerves there, in all honesty. There is Chel, who we saw a bit of a shake of the head after that first half. And I think rightly so, in all honesty. He should definitely be ahead at this stage.
There is, of course, the environment I was talking about. Obviously, the pressure you have on you. All these professional players sitting around. You can come in here, you might be Johnny Big Shot when you're back at home playing your friends and smashing them 6 and 7-0, but when you come here, it's generally not going to happen. And you can hear that whistle means we're back in the game. Chel against TM Klopp. 0-0 first half. Let's see if we get a goal, Joe.
Absolutely, and of course, don't forget, guys, the FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Mr. Speakers. You can check them out at mrspeakers.com. There's Chel already here at the start of this second half, starting to build things up. Did end up losing out, though, so now a chance maybe for TM Klopp to get up to an early lead in the second half.
Yeah, Chel in the white, TM Klopp in the red. Hazard has got to cut it back. He was about running out of space there. But it's a corner, and I think... No. I was about to say the first corner of the game. We still haven't had one yet, which is unusual. But as it is, it's Chel on the attack. Modric. Slide ball to Suarez. Cheeky ball through. A little too much so for De Gea. That was offside, I think.
That was a foul in there, I think.
There was. Oh, dragged back. Right, okay. Just as he passed it.
Yeah, it was advantage played, but he'd gone too far anyway, so ref will bring it back. And now Chel with Messi up on this top side. He'll look to get past this first man. Maybe head to the byline. No, he's had to cut it back there. Didn't think he could get it through that through ball. Not quite hitting his man, and now a chance to break for TM Klopp. He's trying to hold things up to bring a few more players up there with him. He's got David Luiz down on this bottom side. That's going to be a foul. Yeah. May take this one quickly. No, he's just going to hold off. I think we'll end up being played fairly short anyway. Will indeed. David Luiz, who will be dispossessed by Suarez. Has he given a foul there? He has given a foul.
Well, free kick once again. This time, after about 4 people run over it, Walker will finally take it. Pogba back to Walker. Tries to work something. Hazard offside.
Yeah, that'll be cut out immediately. So, not the most successful free kick we've seen from that kind of position so far. Now back to Chel. Where's he going to go? Messi, backheel back. He's got space up on that top side, which he will use now. It's Walker coming forward into the feet of Messi. Suarez is there. He's got Modric making a run below him, but he opts for the top side here, where Messi was waiting, and Messi... Oh, that's a foul. He's chopped his legs.
Just nipped the heel there, didn't he? Just noticed, actually, Chel using Felipe Luiz. We haven't seen too many of them recently, of course. Atletico Madrid man. Now into the semi-finals. Certainly a solid player. Kante to Suarez. Yaya Toure nipping at his heels, but Van Arnold plays a safe ball back to De Gea, and Kyle Walker clears it up to Hazard. Now David Luiz playing that central midfield holding role to Yaya Toure. Tries to push it down the right wing as Pogba tries a little turn. Beats his man, beats his opposite number. Pogba, that's a great through ball, but De Gea came off his line and collected the ball. Absolutely had to, because I think that would have been a goal otherwise.
Yeah, a little bit too much power on that through ball. Could have been a chance there for TM Klopp to get himself into the lead. Now it's Chel moving forward with Modric. Good little ball into Suarez. Takes the shot. De Gea down again to knock it wide. And De Gea, you see there, 7 saves made for TM Klopp. And that certainly won't be the last one of this game. There's Modric, chips it over. And Bonner will get it away, but it's only cleared to the edge of the box into the feet of Pogba. Now Messi on his left. Van Aanholt, a last-second dive in there will block things out.
Well, counter-attack chance here. It can break. David Luiz through the middle to Pogba. Back to David Luiz. The 1-2 works well, but he's kind of on his own now. You can see he's having to shrug off player after player. Still tries to get the cross in, but that's about all. I mean, it was straight to De Gea in the end there. Easy defending for Chel, who's put the pressure on, but still yet to net himself a goal. So changes for Chel. What's he going to go with? Pogba being thrown up front. Okay, he's just going to switch around with Modric. Who's coming on for him? Was that Mane I just saw coming? I didn't see who it was. I think it was 87. Casemiro in the middle. Okay, the Real Madrid man getting himself in the mid there. So, seen a couple of interesting players. I don't think we've seen a Casemiro yet, have we?
Not to my knowledge. We may see him featured a little bit more if Chel is favouring him here. 74 minutes gone in this one. As now Pogba is going to get a run through. He's offside there, surely.
It was given. No, there we go. He's dragged it back, yeah. As it looked offside. And also a foul for all the elbows being used there. Swinging away with just about everything he had in his locker. Ramos with the kick. Up to Felipe Luiz. Now through the middle. Still 15 minutes to go in this game. In game time. And it equates to around about 2 to 3 minutes. Mane was the man that came on. Looking to pass it in. Just needs to tap it across. He tries to go for goal himself. And De Gea is not going to be beaten in the inside post so easily. And really, you've got to look back at that, and Chelsea's going to be thinking, should he have gone for that standard sweaty goal? Should he have passed it back? Mane looking for the through ball. This time he does slide it through to Neymar! And Chelsea scores the last. This time, it counts.
Finally getting it past De Gea there on the right foot. And well, he's brought Neymar on, and he's the man that will change things around for him. We'll see a
sigh of relief there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he certainly had the chances. We've seen the bar hit then the post and, you know, bounce off the line. He's had those chances. It looks like we're going to be seeing a formation change here for him. I think he's already he's sub 3 already. He did Casemiro, Mane and Neymar all come on already, so there's no actual changes still available for him.
I mean, that's an interesting one. If he's thinking tactic change, if he's thinking switching things around, yeah, there you go. He got no more changes. You can't bring Marcelo on in the midfield, which is what he was looking to do. So instead, he's going to switch their lower their attacking runs down. So actually, he is going defence. He's going the full-on Italian style. We've got my one goal. We are going to defend it, and why not? Why not? It's taken so long to get that goal. He's got 10 minutes left. But we saw it, obviously, earlier on. You and Jimmy were talking about it. The mentality change, that can kick in. If you've been attacking the entire game, suddenly go defensive, it could give you a problem.
You see those Mr. Speaker's headphones there, keeping our voices out from his head, which I'm sure is certainly welcome under pressure like this. Of course, you can check those out at mrspeakers.com. Now, the pressure is all on TM Clot. He has possession. He was bullied away a little bit, but the pass from Ronaldo will be taken away from him. And now Chel is going to be pushing forward once again. David Luiz pulled all the way back now. A bit of defensive duty for him.
Time is running out. 5 minutes on the clock. TM Clot needs to get the ball first. Chel knows that. He's going to try and play it to his advantage. Not going to go too aggressive. Pogba tries a cheeky little overhead through ball, not going to work out. Ramos, dangerous defending there. If he'd have lost that ball, then that would have been a straight chance for TM Clot through on goal. He had the numbers advantage. Gareth Bale muscled off the ball there. Ramos picks it up. His teammate at Real Madrid, of course, to Neymar down the wing. And you can see, just trying to slow things down, drag it back, run that clock down. Now just a minute to go, Joe. And this is looking like Chelsea's picked himself up the points.
Well, I'd like to say yes, but we've seen games changing like this
4
before.
minutes
But I
extra
think,
time.
yeah, 4 minutes is not to be sniffed at here. There is possession lost then for Chel and possibly the last chance of the game here for TM Clot. Now with Bale, he'll send surely Ronaldo here. Didn't quite get the run off, but he still holds on to it. Ball going to be played in, but David Luiz is going to belt it upfield, aims for the corner flag, just like your PE teacher told you to do at school.
I think he's
and
playing.
It will go out, and that will be Chel picking up his first victory here.
Thought he was playing the
took him a while.
Wrong EA game there. Thought he was in Madden for a moment, but trying to get the yardage. But Chel, 3 points, get just the 1-0. Wasn't the 3-0 that I called it. It could have been 3-0 though. There was plenty of chances in there, no doubt about it.
Well, I did go for Tim Klopp, but you called 3-0, so technically I won. If that's how it works. It obviously doesn't. I lost. I'll give you this one, that's for sure. But Chel, you know, a man who we said first player ever signed to a professional Asian sports team. And I think it's about time that we actually learn a little bit more about the man himself.
今考えているのは、4-1-2-1-2を考えてます。たくさんいるんですけど、やっぱりフォワードのクリスティアーノ・ロナウドですかね。やっぱ彼が一番点を取ってくれるので、ジョーカー的な感じで後半からスーパーサブの選手として使おうと思ってます。カウンターだったりとかは基本的な戦術になると思います。
There you go. Very interesting to hear more from one of our players. And I've got some highlights now from another game you guys haven't seen on the PlayStation side between Ronnie Yao and Marco. Now, we've talked a little bit today about some great goal-scoring defenders, people like Kyle Walker, Alaba. We expect them to get forward from time to time. And if I said to you Sergio Ramos, you'd think, sure, we've seen him pop up with some last-minute headers. But you probably haven't seen him do this too much. Look at this for a strike from the centre-back, Sergio Ramos. Not bad at all. So that put Marco 1-0 up in a game. He looked in the commanding position. But I can tell you, though, there was 3 goals scored on the other end. And here is the third from none other than Paul Pogba. Ronnie Yao with a fantastic strike, which actually tops Ramos' strike, to be fair. Great strike from the Frenchman. So 2 fantastic goals in that game. 3-1 from Ronnie Yao. Lovely stuff. And we are seeing some top-quality goals. Right now, though, back to you two.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And some amazing strikes in that one. Let's not lie about that. There were some absolute beastly efforts. Obviously, we are going to be jumping now into another game, though, and figure out how this one's going. Of course, joining in the second half, there's Bergkamp, actually, with a shot coming off. And this one
Superstar versus Cool Kiwi.
Exactly.
Cool Kiwi we saw in, obviously, when we played in Sydney, and a New Zealander. As I wrongly called Honorary Airborne in Australian earlier, I will pull an apology out there to him and to the nation of New Zealand. But to I know, obviously that's a thing. You know, you don't mix up an Australian and a New Zealander. It can be a problem. But Cool Kiwi 1-0 down here against Superstar, and that's a chance that Walker, who was stood on the line, cleared.
A big chest from him there in the end, covering the keeper. No problem, my friend. I've got you. Zanetti there, being played as well for Cool Kiwi. And I think the first time that we may have seen Zanetti here today. Right now, though, of course, the score is 1-0 in favour of Superstar. He's playing from right to left in the yellow. And that was, I think, offside there. So he's got that advantage at the start of this game. 60 minutes on the clock. Let's see if he can change this one around. A little bit messy there in the midfield as Neymar going to send things up. Casemiro, who we saw in that last game we talked about, not really seeing much of him so far, but funnily enough, 2 games in a row, he's called into action. Didn't make much of that chance. Now Bergkamp. Dispossessed there by Walker. Now possibly a chance for Superstar. That's a great through ball. It's going to run perfectly for Ronaldo. Oh, it's hit the post. Rebound. Pele comes in now. And I was going to say Ronaldo's not going to miss from there, surely. The post kept him out, but Pele was there, ready and waiting. Strikes it in for the 2-0 here for Superstar.
Well, it's an uphill battle for Cool Kiwi now. Didn't get out of groups when we were in Sydney, of course. He was in that infamous group with Muzza. But, oh, you thought Ronaldo had done it. But Pele's there on his left to clean up, and that's put the pressure down. 2-0, opening group game. Nod of the head. Yep, know what we're up against here. This is going to be a tough one.
Well, this is where we almost bring Jimmy into the equation and talk about possession games and how careful you have to be at this stage. 2-0 up. We've seen these changed around a couple of times already. Looks like a couple of substitutes going to be called in as well, including none other than Son, who's going to be put up front there. An absolute monster of a player, both in real life and in the game, of course.
has some cracking long shot ability. We'll see whether he makes use of that. Sonaldo, as he's been dubbed, coming on for Hullet as well. Bergkamp for Suarez and Casemiro off for Pogba. So a couple of names we've seen a number of here. Ronaldo, oh, he's got himself an easy chance, but he's pulled it wide. Well, the defence just opened up for him, and you can't miss chances like that.
Well, part of the sea, but just couldn't quite find the target there in the end. Now a chance for Superstar, maybe to put this game out of reach with Suarez. There's the through ball coming in. It might be a little too long. Keeper's not come out, though. It was cut across. Oh, it's an absolute mess at the back. What is going on here? Zanetti finally gets to the ball, and somehow he gets it away. That was a let-off and a half.
Oh, that's a scary, scary moment for Kiwi. Breathe a sigh of relief, breathe something. You've got 20 minutes on the clock to get yourself back in this game. Hold it with a drag back there to Ronaldo. Tries to force it through for Messi, but Patrick Vieira is there. And Marcelo can't even get the ball off Suarez. Son Heung-min gets the through ball to Ronaldo. Ronaldo can go wide, just needs to pull it in. Son Heung-min just a little out of position. And Cool Kiwi lives to fight another day for 15 minutes in this first group stage game.
How long could he hold on here? Fresh legs of Son up front, and there is the ball through to Walker. Son's got space here on the bottom side. He'll try the pass, but Zanetti will get there first. He'll charge down onto De Gea, but he'd already cleared off that one. Now it's back with Messi. Hullet comes in, no messing around on the first one. Vieira will get it back, but nicely read there.
Well, just 12 minutes of regulation time. Injury picked up by Messi. Going to shrug it off, shouldn't affect him too much. Zanetti to Hullet. It's a poor pass, and we were talking about pass percentage. It can be a big thing, and often when we come towards the knockout stages, you see the percentages that count. And a cracking cross there from the defender. Just swinging one, and you don't tend to see too many in-swingers. In FIFA 17, we talked about these so-called sweaty goals that a lot of people like to score. Laurent Blanc into Ramos, back to Blanc. Blanc to try and cut it through. Bit of fancy footwork from him. Suarez across the box, but it's cleared once again by the Cool Kiwi, but only 8 minutes remain. Into Zanetti. Zanetti to Ronaldo. Now Suarez. Back over to Hullet. He's got to work it through. It's all well and good doing the simple little passes, but you're chasing a 2-goal deficit. It's time to start taking chances. Start pushing that ball forward. Ronaldo, he's beaten his man. It's opened up for him again. He tried the pirouette. Again, the defence just keeps to clear out the way of Ronaldo. Tries to pass it back for Hullet, and Ramos gets it clear.
Well, Ronaldo getting a hold of that one. Going to boot it up, though. That'll be an easy catch for De Gea. 87 minutes gone in this game. Blanc and Walker there will combine. Lewis, where's he going to go from here? He goes over the top. Son, a position where, oh, sorry, it was Suarez. Now on to Ronaldo. Son is there in position, but Ramos just getting the foot down on it in time to stop that one from trickling on through for a position which you'd have counted on Son to score. Hullet there will dispossess him. We're into added on time now. One last chance possibly. No, that will be taken away from him. And this one is going to be a 2-0. So Cool Kiwi has been told to take a seat, Son, on those Sparko chairs, of course.
Oh dear. Well, maybe a chance at the last. No. I mean, goal difference could be a thing. If we could have snuck that past Van der Sar, but it doesn't look like it's to be. He managed to try and go for a inside header maybe. Ferdinand, well, that's never going to get across. It's too weak, but Suarez has managed to pick it up. The final whistle beckons. A last chance from Messi. And it's tipped wide by Van der Sar. The final whistle is being delayed once more. Walker heads it clear. One last chance. Ramos to Messi. Surely. Oh, just going to tip it past Van der Sar, but he just picks it up. And it's 2-0 in the end. Solid game. Solid victory.
Well, not really too much of a problem there, you have to say, for him. And, you know, Cool Kiwi not starting off exactly on the right foot, let's put it that way. We predicted quite a few draws in these first stage of the group stage, as we saw in our first group stage games, but didn't quite work out for him. Let's catch up a little bit, though, with Cool Kiwi and learn a little more about him. And how he's played these games, which have not exactly gone his way, of course, and that one just been slid past the keeper. Messi getting in there a little bit early. That was just after 12 minutes. We didn't see that one, of course. We only caught up after the second half. That one, though, from Pele, the follow-up after Ronaldo had hit the post. All easy.
I was just going to say, we haven't seen too many Messi goals yet, have we, really? It's been Ronaldo's show today. Maybe Messi will start getting himself on there, start to see some of those outside box shots that he was famed for in Miami.
Well, we are going to now actually take a look and hear a little bit more from Kulkiwi.
What do they have to work on? Jeez. I think defending, because I think I conceded about 7, 8 goals in 3 games. You know, when you play games like that and these players are so good, anything can happen. So I practice hard on that and hopefully it'll pay off.
There you go. Nice intel there. Now, I want to tell you about another game that we think could be a nominee for Game of the Day so far. This one's between Azuz and Phantom, right? There was lots of goals in it. First thing I want to look at is, I think I'm right in saying, the first free kick that we've seen scored today, certainly on the stream at least, and it's a fantastic goal from Suarez, scored by Azuz. Now, it's not easy scoring direct free kicks in FIFA. A lot of the guys at this level don't even try it, do they, Chu?
No, it's usually better to pass it off to one of your players who are off inside and then take a long shot.
Yeah, most people will go down that option, but I like it when people take it on. I appreciate it, and Azuz got his just desserts with a fantastic goal. We'll see the lead up to the free kick here. A little bit of a foul on the edge of the box, clipping of the heels. And Suarez steps up, 3 players over it, but he only needs 1. That's nice. That's very nice to take. But it wasn't over there. It's a great game. That goal, I think, Azuz had been up, he'd been down, but that goal made it 3-3. Then we did see a late winner, which made it 4-3 from Phantom. Phantom looks to be very dangerous as his name suggests.
Exactly, and you saw that scoop turn in the middle of the penalty area. Beautiful finish, low driven. Again, that's how you score.
Yeah, we're seeing some great goals for sure.
Definitely.
Okay, guys, back to you up there with Joe and D-Man.
Once again, Jimmy, you have excelled in the looks.
I know, you know, it's genetics. I can only thank my parents for this face I have right here. How are you? It's been good.
Great. We made a little bit of a quick switch. There were, you know, brothers in blue and all that kind of stuff.
Accentuates your eyes, so I really like what you're wearing right now.
And the glass as well to magnify them, and also so that I can actually read what's happening on the screen, which is always a great thing to have. But yeah, first round of games out of the way. We've seen some big scores actually in this first round, certainly if you compare them to our first set of groups.
Yeah, it seemed like they had an opportunity to watch the first round of games of the other players and maybe took some notes as to, okay, this is how I need to play, this is what I should avoid. Yeah, we got some great scorelines, some great goals, a lot of long distance goals, and I'm really excited for game 2.
Yeah, only actually the 1 draw over the PlayStation groups there, which was
draws are
0.
So, you know, the other rounds, the other guys. Yeah.
Exactly. Saw plenty of those, that's for sure. Azuz, who lost his first game there, actually, we asked players, you know, before the tournament starts, a few questions about themselves and what their thoughts are, and he said, you know, I don't see anyone really winning this apart from me. So that was
appreciate the confidence.
You know,
but maybe after game 1 it's feeling different.
Yeah,
you can be humbled.
Always something to turn around. That's for sure after a first round loss.
I watched his game against Phantom. It was a fantastic game. Spencer had talked about it as well. It was like 1-0 to 1-1, then 2. It went back and forth, back and forth. He was unfortunate to end up losing 4-3. It's a great game for the neutrals, but I think he'll have some things to work on for this next one.
There are the the ties in Group 4. Let's say that they're back, of course.
Yeah,
Group 4 from Xbox. That's Lummy, of course. Footwiz, Goat, Jamie, and Johnny Attila. Strong group, that one. Over in the other one, we did see Superstar and actually taking the win there. That was the game that we actually watched just a couple of moments ago. If I can.
And MS3 got the other win. Really convincing 3-0 win against Ryan Liz. I mean, the stats were actually pretty even. MS3 had a little bit more possession, but the shots on goal were the same, and he just made the most of his opportunities.
And that brings us then to our next matchup. Oh No A Goat, of course, signed recently to Footwiz up against Jamie, who, you know, both of these guys tied, as we said, from that group. Really, really close opening rounds. And again, almost we could play the recording from our earlier round, right?
Question.
This is where you will step it up now.
No question. I mean, these guys are going to come in, and now, how do they adapt their tactics? Do they change anything? Did they like what they did in the first game? They're going to keep it going for the second one? So it'll be interesting to see what kind of changes they make, if any.
Yeah, I think Oh No A Goat had a bit of pressure on him in Sydney. I think didn't quite perform as he would have liked there, but hopefully, you know, that experience of playing under the lights, having that pressure on him, is now something that's going to carry him forward and really propel him through these group stages.
I think there's an advantage to having been through Sydney or through any of the other events, because now you know what you're walking into, you understand how it's going to go, you understand what your opponent is going through as well, and you've probably built some relationships going through that struggle together. You didn't maybe qualify out of Sydney, so you're here again to give it another go, and I think they're a lot more relaxed. If anything, I feel less tension here this time around.
So here we go then. It is, of course, Footwiz Goat versus Jamie. And we see already the initial changes there. Obviously starting out with that perfect chemistry, making the changes afterwards where those players wouldn't certainly fit into that chemistry plan before you get the game underway. But this one should be starting out. As we said, this group is currently anybody's group with the fact that they've all drawn in that first round. So everything up for grabs here. Certainly an important one for Goat and Jamie.
Yeah, big game for both of these guys, as you mentioned. Be interesting to see these first 15 minutes, who's really going for it, who's being a little bit more cautious, and how that impacts, because we've seen some errors by players early in the game that lead to goals that just change the whole complexion of the game.
That almost was an opener there. Of course, Goat playing with the red arrows, playing in the blue from left to right. Jamie right to left in yellow. He's the one currently with possession here with Walker on this top side. That's a nice ball through, but offside. Flag is already up there from the linesman. And 5 minutes in, already seen a bit of a chance to break for both sides, but no real solid chance.
Nothing yet. Seems to be feeling each other out. Okay, this is what he likes to do. This is where he's trying to get some space. This is what he's trying to get some opportunities. Oh. And when you beat guys off of the dribble, like we're seeing here with Ronaldo, that's going to commit another defender, which is going to open up some other space. So that 1v1 attacking is very important.
Skipping on through there, in the end corner, taken short. Here is Neymar again, dancing down the line. And that's always a good thing. Worst case scenario, you're getting tackled, you probably get in a corner. Best case, you get past him and you can just cut it back. And it seems like Goat is going to be going for that one. This time he gets through to Messi. Vieira, though, it's got two men around him. All going to be cleared away, but it was a little too heavy. Will fall back to Footwiz Goat.
Yeah, that 1v1, attacking and defending, are very important in this game. And if you have the opportunity to run at a player around the box, you should. Because then if you get past them, as you mentioned, it's going to create other opportunities. But if you don't, it ends up leading to a foul or a corner. You just don't want to get too cheeky, I would say, in the box where you're trying to do too many little cute passes. If you got the opportunity to get it to your feet and hit and take a shot, you have to do it.
So here's Ronaldo. He's got Manuel Petit bustling him there off the ball.
Love the ponytail out there.
Absolutely. We talk about the power of the hair in some of these players. And Hullet and Petit amongst the finest. There's no doubt about that one, I think. It's Messi now. Going to turn in. Could have a shot. No. We'll lay it off to Ronaldo. He will hit it over to Neymar, and it's Messi in there again. The shot came off, but Schmeichel only needing to really drop to the floor there to collect that one with the safe hands. Now a chance for Jamie to have a bit of time on the ball and possession, and of course there's the curse again, and he gives it away in a fairly dangerous area here, edge of the box. Neymar will turn on it. He's going to get the shot off, but again Schmeichel will deny.
Great turn. Bad giveaway by Jamie. Almost got punished for it.
There's a short corner again. Have a guess what Neymar's doing. Running it straight down the line, and again that will be taken off him. Knocked away for the corner. That was a cheeky little one there, just driven into the front post. Again, defender gets there first, though. Where's this one going? Again, front post, lower this time. Schmeichel on the ground, and, well, Blanc, I think, just managing to get it away right at the feet of the attackers. Again, though, goes up onto this top side. Now, Petit, edge of the box, feeds it through to Messi. He can't beat Sergio Ramos, though. And that's going to be Jamie again, with a chance to build on something. Hopefully better than the last time where he gave the ball away. And this time he does, with Walker skip on through.
Yeah, this has been all Goat this first half. Really putting his stamp on this game. Waiting for Jamie to, right now, I mean, that pretty much epitomizes it, right? He's doing a circle, he's trying to figure out who to pass to, and then he gives the ball away. He's got to have somebody and an idea of where he wants to go once he gets it. But that's a credit to Goat for being in a good position defensively.
Here is Messi then, on the bottom side. This time will be Marcelo to take the ball away from him. Second player being called in for the short corner. Surprise, surprise, it's Neymar. He turns past one. Ronaldo will have to knock it out for another corner. I think we've seen, we're closing in on 10 corners at this point, certainly.
There's 7. This is the 7th corner, and that's a sign of being in a good area, making things happen. And again, I can't applaud Goat enough for his attacking prowess right now.
Ball going to go in this time. Schmeichel going to come straight out for it. Actually, Messi ran towards it, but he'd taken the bounce already. Goes out then for the throw. Ronaldo looking for options.
Jamie's got to figure out a way to get a grip of this game. It's away from him right now. He's scrambling, he's reacting. He's fortunate it's still 0-0.
Oh, trying with Vieira to get it through. Now, though, a chance for the break here for Jamie. You see that defensive line, they've been told to stay back, and once you start to push forward, you're always going to be outnumbered. You're hoping that Messi could make it through there, but Blanc able to hold on to it, using that strength.
I love a world where Blanc is just as fast as Messi. It's amazing. But good strength, as you say.
If only we could see in real life those matchups to figure out how they would end. There's Ronaldo.
Oh, what a move.
Cheeky bit of skill there for him. Will drag it back, and it falls to Neymar, but kind of scuffed that one. I thought actually the defender had got in there before him. Wasn't the case, though. That's a goal kick.
I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, chancy ball there from Jamie.
Yeah, dangerous, to say the least. Now,
there we go.
Marcelo down on this bottom side. Ronaldo trying to cut in. Got past the one man, but Petit was already on top of him.
Ooh, bad giveaway. Fortunate there from Goat. That could have led to a very good opportunity for Jamie, who's been devoid of opportunities in this game.
Yeah, I don't think we've really seen one. I mean, there was a bit of build-up in the very opening moments of the game, but that's been about it for him so far. There's Messi. He's thundering down that bottom side. In the end, though, we'll work with Petit. Ronaldo trying to squeeze through two defenders. Did half get through, but in the end lost it. Now Hullet.
I'll give Jamie an A+ for his defending in the box, but that's not really where you want an A+. You don't even want to get a grade. You just don't want ever be in your box.
Exactly. Oh, there's a cutback. Oh, it will fall to Hullet, though. I thought it had gone too far. There's Messi. Turns into Ronaldo, who turns as well.
Oh, he had him.
Getting the foot across there. That was the chance.
Maybe he should have laid it off to Messi there. Messi was making a run through the middle of the box. I can understand you turn. You have both corners. Good defending there by Goat.
There was almost the ball trickling through to Ronaldo, but almost has been too much of a story, I think, in this one so far. There's Messi just hopping across the defender. Will cut it in, but pass wasn't accurate enough. And now, with 3 minutes added on, can Jamie nick one just before half-time? I think the answer is going to be no to that one. See there, Messi, 100% passing, which, no, those individual passing stats you don't usually take too much notice of, but Messi's had at least 20, 30, 40% maybe of the possession that Goat's had, I feel, so far in this first half. So done a fantastic job with that. And there is the half-time pause. It's 0-0, and honestly, you know, 5 shots on goal there for Goat. I feel like he may have had more of a chance before.
No, there's no question. I feel like Goat is going to rue these missed opportunities. When you have that much possession, you have those many corners, you have those many shots, 0-0 at that point, he's got to be feeling pretty disappointed that he didn't hit the back of the net. And for Jamie, he's like, yes, this is the best. I basically did last-ditch defending for 45 minutes. I didn't give up a goal, and now I've got a chance to hopefully maybe hit him on the counter as Goat gets more frustrated going into the second half, because he's got to feel like I should have scored. I had plenty of opportunities. Maybe nothing too clear-cut.
Yeah.
And Peter Schmeichel did make a few good saves, but nothing where he hit the crossbar, really just missed a sitter, any of that stuff. So, I mean, that's a credit to Jamie for getting in there and doing that last-ditch defending.
Have to hope for Goat as well that doesn't play negatively onto his game as well. You know, I've had all this possession, I've had these shots, I've had these chances. How clear were they? It's hard to tell. But he's certainly been in his opponent's box more than the other way around, that's for sure.
And that's a positive. And that's a positive.
Got to get this one then back underway. Scoreline, of course, at halftime, 0-0 between Goat and Jamie. Will Goat finally be able to find the back of the net, really, at this point?
Yeah, at this point, he's got to expect it. He had so much control of the first half that I think that actually plays into Jamie's hands, because the longer he keeps it at 0-0, I think the frustration is going to seep into Goat's game, and then Jamie can take advantage of an opportunity going the other way.
So here is Marcelo on that top side. And of course, this tournament is brought to you by Sparko. Some fantastic chairs, keeping these players propped up, of course, throughout the course of the next couple of days. You can check those out over at SparkoUSA.com. Match 52 minutes almost on the clock. Still no one able to find an opening.
This is a big second half for both teams. This is it. This is the pivotal game because if the result of this game is really going to impact what they do in Game 3. So for me, if I'm GOAT, I'd start maybe pounding some crosses into the box. I'd try to figure out ways to create some space. So if it's really crowded in the middle of the field, just take the space that's given to you, go wide and whip some crosses in. Now, if I'm Jamie, at this point, you just got to hope for the counter. But when you are on the counter, you have to make the right decisions to make sure that you get an opportunity that's right in front of GOAT's goal.
Yeah, and the fact is that GOAT is keeping the defense back when he's pushing forward. So that's going to make it even more difficult on the counter to get involved. Here's GOAT once again, though, with possession.
But at some point, I think as this game goes 0-0, maybe you do push up some of your defenders to get into the attack, because I don't know if he's necessarily taking advantage of the width that's been given to him by Jamie.
There's Kante into Ronaldo again, though. Ramos being pivotal for Jamie. Will take the ball away from him. And now it will be Jamie trying to build something, trying to have a chance, which he's not really had.
I think a small victory for Jamie is just keeping some meaningful possession in GOAT's half. So just start there, and then as the space opens up, things will start to open up as well, and then you can attack accordingly.
And this is what he's trying to craft right now with Messi trying to get it back through there to Suarez. Oh, that was a dangerous touch from Courtois. In the end, he'd get it away, but he's lost possession anyway. That was a bit of a scary moment. Nice little trick play through.
Ronaldo from GOAT's team wanted to fire it at Courtois. Little skill check.
Oh, ball was kept in. Almost looked like he was headed out there. Messi did keep it in play. There's Ronaldo now. Going to try and beat Hullet, and does so convincingly. Also getting past Marcelo. Can he get the ball in here? He's going to run the line, as we've seen him do time and time again. And there is another corner coming in for him. And of course, he will bring the second man, Neymar, to try and get it through. This time, though, almost, I think, got it through there. The pass wasn't so clear for him.
Now, GOAT has had 9, 10.
Oh,
what a save.
That was, again, we've seen him take him close and then kind of vary it up with those balls to the front post. This time he almost went in. There is a cutback again, though. Schmeichel, been a bit of a hero here for Jamie.
No question. Made some huge saves, especially that one off the end line. He has been as big as he is in real life, because that guy's massive. Got to play against him once, or with him in Wembley Cup. I think my hand got swallowed up into his hand.
I feel like he'd be a pretty intimidating man to play against, that's for sure. You'd definitely rather have him on your team.
Yes.
Until
he's yelling at you for not doing your job.
Exactly, and then you can get subbed, and that'll be better for me. That's Suarez actually getting through, but again, couldn't find the touches to get past Walker. Similar scenario there for Messi and Hullet. And again,
some sloppy giveaways
passing,
here.
Yeah.
Now Jamie needs to take advantage of it. This is where you can maybe catch, go out of position, and here you go. It's a 3v3. Can you make that pass now to break him up again? The GOAT is so good at getting numbers back behind the ball, making it very difficult for Jamie right now.
Oh, there it is, the ball coming in. The defender didn't even move for him there. And Jamie whipping it in. And you can see what it means to him as well. I don't think he was expecting that one to find its target. And it was Vieira in the end that gets there. And he'll quite happily laugh that one off. Not the same can be said for GOAT.
Absolutely not. That's the first real opportunity for Jamie in this game. It hits the back of the net. It comes from across. That was the only way you could maybe create some space with that back line that GOAT had put in place. And now GOAT's got to chase the game. He's got to go find it, and now he's got to change his tactics, find a way to get back into this.
So, 79 minutes gone. And after all that,
unbelievable.
It's Jamie that has the lead. And again, he's pushing down this bottom side. The question now is, what does he try and do? Does he try and keep a hold of the ball? Does he try and push for the second?
This is a big moment for GOAT, because he went into Sydney with a lot of expectations. Didn't live up to maybe his own personal hype or the hype that was surrounding him. And now here he finds himself again, not performing as well as he would like. And I wonder if that's weighing on him right now.
Look at this, Walker. Looking like he was headed there for the corner flag. Did get it away, despite two men surrounding him. Now we'll possibly knock it around the back line. Dangerous stuff here. This is not something that you like to see. And there it is. Ronaldo going to take the ball off Marcelo, but he tries to turn in. He brought 2 men up there to deal with that threat. And now Marcelo, I was going to say, probably going to just get rid of this one, but that will give possession away. 86 minutes gone now. It's Petit and Messi passing the ball around on the edge of the box. Ronaldo tries to get through to there, didn't take the shot, and it bobbles out for the throw, and it's not over yet.
Now, Goat's going to definitely get one more opportunity. It's just a matter of whether he can finish it or not when it happens.
Yeah, it possibly was. Messi on the edge of the box, again losing the ball, but it was cleared. And the Goat will collect. Now Vieira into Ronaldo. Neymar going to try and get through. Oh, he's bobbled almost kindly for him there. In the end, just trickling on through to Schmeichel. 90 minutes gone. We've got 3 minutes added on. No surprise here that Jamie is going to hoof it up there. And goes out for the throw-in. And that will almost certainly be it.
We'll see. Maybe Goat can get one more opportunity. We'll see if the FIFA gods are calling his name. Doesn't look like it.
Well, after a pretty dominant performance there from Goat, it's Jamie that really capitalized on almost the one single big chance that he's had in that game, and it didn't even look like it was much of a chance coming in.
No, it was kind of a hopeful cross near post, and Vieira just rose up and finished it. And the defender didn't really jump, and that was his one opportunity. So credit to Jamie for getting all 3 points with one chance. But Goat has to be disappointed. Here we take another look at it. The defender didn't jump, but Jamie, look at that. I'd be excited too if I scored my one shot on goal.
Yeah, I think defender did actually try and jump, but it's Vieira that stood behind him, so you got to jump pretty high. You got to
no question.
have a pretty strong one for that. So that is the 3 points on the board then for Jamie, which means we can.
It's not all over for Goat.
It's not all over. There's certainly
he's got to win that last
one
one and then hope for some goal difference and win by a lot of goals. But it's unfortunate. We talked about at halftime how he had all those opportunities, he had all the corner kicks, but nothing really clear cut. Peter Schmeichel made a few big saves. And now he's back against the wall for this last game.
So there are your groups then. Group 4, we've just seen Jamie take the win and also then propel himself up to 4 points. Obviously, still waiting for the results to come in from that one. We did see Group 3 being played earlier on, and there was 2 wins already coming in. Of course, we'll keep you updated on how those Xbox groups are going to be shaping up. Let's take a look then at PlayStation and Group 7 and Group 8, which we're on right now. Ronnie out. Fifanto both with 3 points. Aziz and Marco, of course, losing out in those first games. It was Chel that won in Group 8 there.
Yeah, I really like Chel. I think he brings a lot to the table. Really complete performance, even though it was 1-0, I think was the final result. It could have been 3. Just really in control of who he is, how he likes to play, and doesn't waver, and doesn't seem rattled at all.
So a couple more results there coming in. Let's get and have a word with Boy down on the floor.
Thank you, guys. So I don't think you guys, I've been noticing a theme in this tournament. It's been going on in Season 1 as well. The Team of the Years. Team of the Year, Ronaldo, Suarez, and Messi. But now, who is the best? I asked you guys on Twitter, the hashtag #FUTChampions. Who would you rather have in your squad for FUT Champions? Suarez, Messi, no, Ronaldo. Everybody seems to want Ronaldo in their team. I would say Suarez is the better finisher, but the thing with Ronaldo is that he can do pretty much anything you want. He can defend if you want. Like, you could take Sergio Ramos off and you can put Team of the Year Ronaldo on, and he'll do the business for you. So you're going to see a theme. Just keep going. Those are going to be all the goal scorers you're basically going to see. You might see a Vieira goal. You might see a Paris' goal here and there, but I would say you'll see these 3 players score the most goals in this tournament. Go get them. Go put them in your squad. But now I'm going to send it back to Jimmy and D-Man up at the desk. Guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm up there now.
I know, it's amazing.
Okay, you were the Blue Brothers. What does that make us? I mean,
kind of navy blue brothers. It looks navy.
Oh, man. Got a bit of pink as well.
I'll bring it out. I'll go get some pink for the next time.
Go pink. But yeah, let's talk about that last game you just had. Obviously, it was a close old matchup. But
yeah, I heard all the other games. There was like 7 goals in each game, and this one we had a 1-0 one. But it was a tale of not two halves, but two different styles. One was Goat, basically having all possession, dominating everything, and Jamie being very patient. A lot of great defending in his box, thankfully having some good saves from Peter Schmeichel. You need a hot goalkeeper if you're going to win anything.
Yeah.
That's just part and parcel of it. But he got the one goal that he needed. And now he's on top of the table, feeling chuffed, feeling good about himself. So we'll see if he can carry that on. And he still has to get another result, I think, to get through.
And of course, obviously, you guys, if you just joined us, this is the format. It is almost a standard football format. 4 groups of 4 players per division, of course, both on the Xbox and the PlayStation. It is a simple round robin, so 3 games played. You either go through in the top 2 or you are out. Yeah, it's a brutal
harsh.
start.
That's part of it, though. If you're not good enough, peace out. You're going home.
I mean, I was so tempted to go there about World Cup, USA type of things. But
no, it's unfortunate. I will say that in 2006 when I did play in the World Cup, it was sandwiched in between 2002 we got to the quarterfinals, and 2010 when we won our group for the first time ever over England.
You've done better than England lately. That's the thing about it. But
so yeah, I've been in that 3 and out before. It doesn't feel good.
No, it's not good. But let's talk about the next game, which does feel good, of course. It is Azuz up against Marco HD. Of course, there's the trophy that they're all playing for. That is going to be picked up in Berlin by maybe one of these players. We'll see, of course. There's quite a few players in between from Season 1 that may have something to say about that. Of course, Marco HD coming in this one, both with 2 losses this matchup. Interesting match to choose with when it means literally nothing for the group. Not too sure on that one, so we'll...
I will say, though, I got to watch Azuz play in his first game. It was fantastic against Phantom. It was a 4-3 battle, and he fought back every single time to give himself a chance to get in that game. And, he got unlucky to lose that one. I didn't get to see game 2 because we were calling another one, but I know he's got the talent and ability to win this game, and we'll see what this means for them. I think maybe just some pride.
Okay, give us a prediction. Who do you think is going to take this one?
Well,
you said you saw Azuz?
I did, and I watched a little bit of Marco as well,
Yeah.
but I'm going to go with Azuz on this one. I think he's going to do the business. Even though he scores a lot of goals, he gives up a few as well, and that makes it fun for the neutral.
We're going to get a scoreline?
Oh, was that me dodging the question?
Yeah.
I'm going to say 3-2 to Azuz.
3-2, okay.
Yes.
I mean, we did see a lot of 3-2s, so I think that's a fair result. I'm going to go good old default 2-1.
2-1.
It's like default scoreline.
Are we going against each other here?
Go on, I'll go Marco. Why not? Just to make it interesting. Of course, the guys are all playing at the same time. It is the final game of the group stage. Of course, Xbox and PlayStation, everybody playing at once. So it gets pretty hectic down there on the floor.
It does get hectic. We've heard some shouts, some screams. People get into it as they should. I mean, they've put so much time in their lives into getting to getting to this point, having this opportunity. And so for it to come down to this last game, round 3, everything to play for, is very exciting and a nice reward for those that are still in competition to get to the knockout rounds, that have that opportunity to kind of hold the flag, not only for their friends and family, but for the country they're from as well, because they're representing the rest of the world region.
They are indeed. It's not just the one region. But anyway, let's talk about one of the guys that are from this region. That is, of course, Marco.
So the going formation to this tournament will be either 4-2-3-1, really depending on my opponent and how they're going to play. I tend to mix it up quite a bit. I'll go off there and I'll build my formation off that and try and catch my opponent off guard with skill moves that they're not real used to.
So, obviously, we've gone with Marco for me, Azuz for you.
I think you went with the right hair choice. I love his hair game right now. It's solid.
You got to try and emulate it for the next.
I don't know if I have the courage to do what he. I mean, you have to be bold.
Well, we're back tomorrow. You could
that's
true.
Go get a cut
tonight.
I got time before tomorrow's regional starts.
Bit of work to do. But let's talk about what they're changing here. It's the standard default changes. Obviously, we tend to see them throwing a lot of changes in there. It's an Outmar, actually, which Azuz is using. I'm not too sure if he realizes that's who it is, or he's just going with it because it says AZ.
I bet you it's the latter.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. If my initials popped up on the team, I'd be using that logo as well. But yeah, I love all the changes that they make, and I love how fast they make all the changes.
There's got to be a JC out there, surely.
Somewhere.
There's got to be a JC somewhere in the world. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Marco playing as the Juventus badge, but he's playing in the white kit, of course, and Azuz will be playing in the light blue with the AZ Alkmaar badge. Not really the same kit, though. Casemiro being used again. We're starting to see Casemiro being used obviously a lot more. We are in Season 2. We didn't really see him at all in Season 1, but obviously a lot more cards came out throughout the year.
Yeah, I use him when I play, and I think he's great. I think he really plugs the holes in front of the back four. Oh,
well,
that's...
I mean, that is a finish right there.
It is.
That is a
My
perfect
horse
finish.
right now, up 1-0.
You thought he missed it, actually, because obviously I think it was Messi that came piling in there. You see the first chance, or is it Marcelo? It's Marcelo that comes through. Marcelo
Nice
doesn't
little
take the
touch
shot on, yeah, and it's just a little touch onto Modric, and Modric, beautiful finish.
Yeah, I love his first touch from left to right. Buries it in the top corner. Modric is a quality player.
Team of the year, Modric, 96 rated, of course. Top finishing. So already Marco is up against it, and
well, we knew there were going to be goals in this game.
Yeah,
We'll see how Marco responds. You know, you lose your first 2 games. You just like, you know what? I'm going for it. I'm going with everything that I possibly have. Blaze of glory. If I'm going out, I'm going out with a blaze of glory. He's great at creating in midfield. We talked to him a little bit offline about what he likes to do. He loves to create chances from midfield. So we'll see if that ends up playing out once the game gets going, or as we keep going through this first half.
Ramos tries to get it blocked, but Ronaldo puts it out, so throw in. Okay, 9 minutes in. You've let a goal in early. Let's go for it. I think that's the best way about it for Marco. Try and get themselves in there. Plenty of time. Injury picked up there. They're going to pull back to that one. He's going to stay on the ground until the ball goes out. No fair play going on here, it doesn't seem. Nobody putting the ball out to touch.
Fine.
Yeah.
It's the last group game. Everything to play for. No big deal.
He's got up off the floor. He said, stop whinging, get up. Pogba, solid pass down to Suarez, who's found himself a bit of space here. Messi and Pogba in the box. Suarez might try and go it alone. He's going to cut it back. Oh, just off the woodwork. Can't get the rebound.
Suarez. Fantastic play by Marco. He should have been rewarded for that kind of flair in front of goal. It's unfortunate it hit the post.
Beautiful little drag back. Just a little shimmy. That's all it required. Pogba was shouting for it, though, and Pogba's found another pass for Suarez, and De Gea has had to parry it wide.
Loving the response here from Marco. 2 positive opportunities. Just needs to hit the back of the net.
Well, we saw an inside post header a moment ago, and Messi.
Unbelievable scenes right now in front of Azuz's goal.
Good pressure from Marco. This is exactly the sort of response he needed. Get himself a bit of confidence. He's hit the woodwork. He's hit the woodwork twice, in fact, I should say.
It just makes Azuz's goal look more like against the run of play, because he hasn't really had too much possession until right now.
That's a great ball, though. Suarez can't reach that one through to Messi. Cut out by Marco, who builds up his play once again. Suarez to Messi. Ronaldo back to Suarez. That little triumvirate that we just saw Chuboy talking about, everybody favouring Ronaldo, and why not? Because when you've got players like that, oh, magnificent goal!
If anything happens in this tournament, at least he has that. That is a highlight, top 10, maybe the #1 play of a top 10 goal. I don't know if you're going to see a better goal this tournament, frankly. The movement, the 1v1 style, the flair, the turn, the side netting, it was all there. Frame it, cut that out, just run that over and over and over. That's what I do when I score goals.
Well, that's why you got your YouTube channel, Jimmy. You're just going to like, just look at this goal. Just look at this goal again.
I scored against Mexico once, and I never let people forget it.
Well, Ronaldo, we just saw him score a cracking goal, and everybody voting for him, and that's exactly why he has that in his locker many, many times. Modric backheels it to Suarez. Suarez away, and of course we saw Azuz getting that very early goal just 5 minutes into the game. But that was about the only play he's had so far. It's been all Marco.
Yeah, it's been all Marco, and I really appreciate where he puts Suarez. A little bit different than Azuz is using. Puts him a little bit deeper, and I like when Suarez picks up the ball. He has a chance to run at players. Usually, you know, in real life, he's sitting in between the 2 center backs. So for here, he's a little bit farther out wide. He's a little deeper, and it allows him to create in a different way, and I really appreciate how he's utilizing Suarez.
Oh, there's Suarez taking a shot on, and it forces a corner. De Gea happy to just parry it wide. Is he going to go for that close in-swing? And we just saw that header go in a moment ago. He tried. We saw him hit the woodwork a second ago, but De Gea will collect.
Yeah, this is the time of the game where Zeus just needs to get a little bit of control. This is not the way to do it. Giving the ball up right after you won the ball back and played some tough defense. Now you're here. You got some numbers. This next pass is going to be important. Can he keep the ball?
7 shots to 1. That's a foul. Yeah, Smalling maybe seeing a second shot of the game for Azuz here. Set piece, 2-man wall. Looks like he's looking to try and curl one in. Actually went for goal, and De Gea You don't often see people going for goal. I'm happy to
No.
see it, though, in this game because you can score those free kicks.
I just appreciate people that have the confidence to try that. The visions of grandeur. So if it goes in, I mean, you got a
You look
talking
brilliant,
point. Yeah,
yeah.
you look amazing. If it doesn't, no, it's a worthy attempt.
Suarez, well, that's a corner. Marcelo bundles him off. Back to the corner. Just a quick one, do you prefer zonal marking or man marking corner?
I think you should man mark most people and then maybe have one or two guys zone.
Right.
Yeah.
Can
So a
you
little
tell
bit of a
that-
mix.
Can you tell that to Liverpool, please? Because we just zonal and it's always terrible.
Yeah, the problem with zonal defending on corners is that you don't attack the ball in the same way. You're just trying to maybe just attack your space. And because you're not slowing their guys down on the run-up, it allows them to have a better look at goal.
And then you just like blame the other guy because
Of
it's like
course.
he came out of
Yeah.
your zone into my zone.
Yeah.
He scored the goal. You didn't block him. Yeah, exactly.
And if you have a goalkeeper who's not very good off his line, that doesn't help.
Yeah.
I'm not saying names.
Minole.
I'll let you say it.
Suarez back to Ramos. Suarez gifted the ball in the box there. Suarez can take a shot on here. Opens it up to Ronaldo. And De Gea puts it wide. It has been all Marco so far. He's had so many shots coming into this halfway marker. Messi tries to curl one in. It's headed wide once again. This time it's a goal kick. No, tell a lie. I completely got it wrong.
6 corners. Messi versus Messi. A dream matchup for many.
You don't often see a defending Messi like this, though. Ramos will get it clear. Now Marcelo calms things down. Casemiro's shot pass blocked out by Modric.
This is great defending from Marco. Just a hat tip to him for being in a good spot, anticipating, and now just keeping his foot on Azuz's throat, man, because it's as you said, one-way traffic ever since that first goal for Azuz.
Pogba still got the ball, gets it back to Ronaldo. It's gone back to Pogba. Can he lose his man? He's got to try and cut it back. He's done such wonderful work. He might try and take it past the keeper, but De Gea gets down at his feet and says none of that nonsense is happening here.
I think Marco's just decided I'm going to try to score the greatest goals in FIFA 17 history and not even worry about whether I'm going to win or lose because it doesn't matter anyway.
Well, he's got to be careful. This is a little breakaway. Marcelo will play it back. I'm not too sure if you'd be happy if your goalkeeper did that to you.
No, I think my heart was in my throat if my goalkeeper was trying to play one touch out of the back. But some good stats there. Marco had 58% possession.
Yeah.
He was definitely in control of that game.
But just
got
two shots.
shell shocked. That's two. That's true.
2 shots for Azuz.
Because he's trying to dribble it into the goal.
Well, no. I mean, for Azuz, I think Marco had about 10.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, absolutely dominated
guess.
it. And, you know, you look at it, obviously Azuz scored in, 5 minutes of the game?
Yeah, and you felt like this was going to be a Zeus matchup,
Yeah.
especially since I predicted him
I know,
to win,
right?
so I was really hoping
So
that.
I'm looking pretty good right now. with
You
Marco.
are looking pretty good.
I said
Marco's in
2-1
complete
as
control.
well.
You
I
did.
said
You
2-1.
did.
So Marco,
it could be shaping the.
1 goal, and I'm looking golden.
I feel like if you were over Marco's shoulder, you'd be like, just shoot the ball already.
And that's
Stop
it.
trying to dribble it in.
Former international player, you know, for USA,
Whatever.
Jimmy Conrad, and it's just
It's
got
not
it all
over
wrong
yet.
right
Come
now.
on, it's 1-1. Still be 3-2.
It could still be
It could
3-2.
still get there.
All right, let's see how it goes. Pogba off for David Luiz. Not a change you would expect in real life. Nyangalan also on for Casemiro. So a couple of changes here coming in for Azuz. We'll have a look at see whether we're going to get any from Marco, but at the moment, things are looking pretty good for him. Messi to Ronaldo. Tries to slip a ball through, and he finds Neymar, but the defender
Good
just
defending.
gets his body in front of it.
Now, I was going to talk about Azuz defending at halftime. It's been one of his weaknesses. So for him to come out the second half, have a good defensive play, hopefully it will give him some confidence for the rest of the half.
Suarez can get a through ball, finds
What a
Modric.
turn.
Good shielding in the ball there, actually. Suarez finds Ronaldo. Ball into the box for Suarez. Could take the shot on here. Sergio Ramos' last-ditch effort defending.
Yeah, good play all the way around from both guys. Good defending, good attacking.
Modric across. Can he get the ball in? Oh, a shot out of nothing, and De Gea has to make the save. So we're already seeing Azuz putting a lot more pressure on than he did in the first half. Nyangalan back in, can't get it past Marcelo.
Now he just has to continue to do that. He's been good at the start of both halves now, but can he continue that? 'Cause that's when Marco starts to get comfortable, gets into a rhythm, and then Azuz just can't find his way back into the game.
Modric to Ronaldo. Messi's found himself space. He can go wide. Suarez is there. He might not need it. Instead, it's a deflection. It's a corner. Came off Ramos. Small into Messi. Runs into his opposite number. And it's a simple throw. Try and box him in, maybe. Messi. No, looks like Marco's happy to send his players back. Wants to go down to Luka Modric. Across the box to Messi. Messi's got no space. Everybody on him, but he's found the pass to Ronaldo. Oh, that was looking like it was going to be a threaded ball, low driven into the corner. But again, Ramos was there.
Yeah, it looked like he thought the defender was going to do something that the defender didn't do. He changed what he wanted to do, and it led to him giving up the ball. Here we go.
Well, Neymar manages to win a throw-in.
Oh, it's a free kick. See if Marco can take advantage.
It's always tricky from this position, like what's the best way of going? I think he's going to go short. No, he actually tries to curl one in. It's Pogba! Oh, the header!
I think he just showed you the best way to do that. Unbelievable. What a finish. And let's be honest, it's I think the right score at this point. I know you predicted 2-1. Marco's been the better team throughout this game. It's not often you see that type of header on a set piece, that clean. I think Azu could have done a little bit better to defend that. But a good finish, good quality finish by Paul Pogba. Got up, got over it, 2-1.
Well, of course, the FIFA Ultimate Team Championship Series brought to you by Mr. Speaker. You saw Marco there using those speakers as well. Visit mrspeaker.com. And of course, check them out. Keeps us, our big gobs, away from their ears.
That's it. They probably don't want to hear what we're saying sometimes.
Maybe they want to know what we're saying.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, actually, to be fair, I've always said this many a time in any tournament I've ever been in. They're hearing like, oh, the commentators are telling them what's happening. It's like, if they rely on us to tell them what's happening, they won't be here in the first place. They're a lot better than that, yeah. So, as much as I'd like to say they'd like to hear your information, Jimmy.
Yeah, and if you say something they don't like, you might be seeing them in the parking lot after the tournament.
Okay, well, else are going to go there? Neymar through ball chance here. Oh, look at that, the false little shot and goes for the pass. Modric up to Messi. Messi gets a little lucky. Tackle didn't quite go through. Ramos sold a dummy, and now he's found bags of space for Modric. Does a little turn. Messi put down on the floor by Smalling.
Azu's made some changes here. We'll see how it impacts his team going forward. Just from this pass alone, it's clear he's trying to go a little bit more direct, and he has to get back into this game.
Ronaldo to Neymar, tries to get forward, but Neymar on the other side, cuts it out. Messi back to Neymar, some beautiful passing. Of course, the Neymar, Messi, Suarez combo. So deadly for Barcelona. Can it work here?
Oh,
Neymar, great
move.
little drag back. Oh, it's too much. Tried to pass it back to Suarez.
So disappointing. You do all the hard work, just can't hit that final pass.
Frustrating for sure. Ramos to Neymar as he tries to work it down the wing. Can't. That's a little too much asking for Messi there. David Luiz blocking it every step of the way.
Yeah, good defending there by Marco. Does very well defending in the passing lanes, which makes it hard, I think, for Azu to find a rhythm.
Oh, that's a little
there
tap.
It is.
There it is, 3-1.
It's done.
Okay, 3-2's possible still.
Yeah.
I mean, you might get the score, but it's going to be the wrong way.
I'd take that. That's 50%, I think. I'd get the score correct. Good finish there. Good movement, good patience. Marco's got to be kicking himself, though. He's got bags of quality and talent. To find himself in this position where he's 2 losses, this could be his only win. It's not going to be enough to see him go through, but at least he's got a win here to send him home.
So, it's been one-way traffic, it has to be said. Despite that very early goal, it has been all Marco. And I think the frustrations you saw when he scored that equaliser, it was quite evident, and now he's feeling pretty confident.
Well, at 2-1, though, Neymar did have a chance. He just missed a pass top of the box. It looked like Azu had made some changes that were working to a positive effect. And you got to take those opportunities. It's got to be very clean. It's not over yet, but it feels like it's over.
Well, Smalling will clear the danger. Up to Ronaldo. Counter-attack chance here. It's a 3-on-3. Neymar with a beautiful little turn there. Great pass as well. Finds back of space for Suarez. Ronaldo just inside. Drags it back once again. Marcelo not having any of it. Gets it down to Suarez.
There it is.
Oh, it's through. Neymar. Big chance here. He's got no one in the box, though, so it's a straight old muscle match, and Marcelo comes out on top again.
Marcelo. I didn't really care for him as a player. Then he's grown on me. This is maybe 5 or 6 years I felt that way. Then every year I'm like, you know, he's not.
Was it the hairstyles?
I don't know. I mean, he actually played it friendly against the U.S. and was like talking trash, and I just thought it was a little bit disrespectful. And then ever since then, he's earned my respect. I think he's an incredible player.
Yeah, I mean, he's He's been at Real Madrid for God knows how many years. That is a beautiful free kick.
It's not over yet.
This
and
is
it's
what we talked
3-2.
about. This is what we're talking about, though. People taking on the free kicks. This can happen.
It can happen, and Azu's shown this before. He came back against Phantom, tied game. Unfortunately, he has a tendency to let his foot off the pedal. He tries to do too many things, and he gives up a lot of goals with regard to that. But this is still a game. There's still enough time for him to get back into this. It's 3-2. I got the scoreline right, just not the right person. So we'll see how this one ends up finishing up.
Well, just heard that big shout. That's Ono a goat. I'm pretty sure he's just smashed one in. I'll have a little glimpse of that, of course. Spencer and Chu will keep us updated on all of that in a little moment. But as it is, in the 87th minute, Marco, who found himself 1-0 down just 5 minutes in, is still holding on to this 3-2 lead. But you can see Azu has worked his way into this. Now, can he get another counter-attack? He's going to get 1 or 2 chances at best as Messi breaks down the left wing.
Yeah, good defending there on Neymar. Let him do all of his tricks, and then when it's time for him to go forward, you steal it. Almost led to a counter-attack, but Marco does well to win the ball back.
One-touch pass in here from Marco. Gets it to Neymar. Neymar
he's
back
in.
through. Messi's making... it's too late.
Off.
Too late. Yeah, offside.
No?
Yeah, it's just a little bit too late. As it stands, though.
Oh, that is a bad... that might... Marco gets lucky there. But ends up winning the game. 3-2. Rightfully, I think was the right final score.
I think so.
He was the better player. It's unfortunate for Azu. I had him. He was my horse. Just didn't have enough in the tank today. Sad days.
What does the horse not have enough in?
Well, clearly not enough horsepower. You set me up for that. I appreciate that.
Let's see what you did. Some great goals, though, today. I mean, this was a beautiful goal from Ronaldo, by Marco.
For me, my favorite goal of the tournament so far. Just a lot of good individual skill.
Which is a few power headers as well now.
Yeah.
The Griezmann one earlier as well.
Good classy finish there as well. Great free kick. Just some great goals.
Top free kick, yeah.
Both of these guys have been involved in some games with some great goals. They've just unfortunately been on the wrong side of it. Now both are going home.
Right, fantastic game. And of course, we'll need to see exactly where that leaves us. So let's look at the results to start with. Of course, a lot of these games are playing all across the board. In fact, I'm looking at it, there's still quite a few going, actually. So we may not quite be ready with the results yet because they've got to finish those matches first.
Yeah, there's a few matches that need to finish. But to talk about these two participants in particular, they've had a great run to get to this point, and it's really sad to see them go home, but I want to thank them for all their hard service, because how much time they put in to get to this point.
Yeah,
it's really sad to see them go.
These were the groups earlier on, of course. They haven't got the final game included in them, but I know MS Dosari, I should say, get his name right. That's the old...
Understood.
The old computer man in myself. That's the word I'm after, MS-DOS. I don't know whether he means that, MS-DOS, because he's got MS-DOS in there. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, Superstar also picked up a win. So that group through is kind of done and dusted. That's kind of.
But it's still a number 1 seed, number 2 seed, so a lot to play for with regard to that.
Yeah, of course, PlayStation scores there now. Groups, obviously this is as it stands at the moment. This is without the scores that have just been played as it was. Of course, we just saw Azu and Marco both play in there. So a win for Marco does give himself just 3 points in the group. Unfortunately, it was just for pride because, as you can see, Ronnie Yao and Fanto had got himself the 2 wins in that group.
Yep. And I want to give a shout out to Ronnie Yao because his team wears the U.S. men's national team jersey.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And I'd love to see Messi's name on the back. That's great.
Yes, yeah. Messi with a U.S. jersey.
Yeah, it's like a dream. It's a dream.
You could hope and dream. You know, there was always the dream with Freddie Adu.
We're going to develop our own one day. We're going to develop our own one day. I'm not worried.
One day it will happen. But guys, we'll be back in a few moments, of course. We're going to go to a quick commercial. When we get back, it's the bracket time.
This Name Your Price tool lets you find the right deal for you and your budget. Budget Flow says, let's budget.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Hazard. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
All right, back in the pack, but I'm feeling pretty good about this race. Let's go! Wait, everybody's all over the place. Where'd you guys go? Oh my goodness. Now what? Oh, everybody made the train but me. Oh my goodness. It's okay. Okay. Slow and steady wins the race, right? All right, let's go. And wait, did everybody get pulled over? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna win. Pays to be safe, and it can actually even save you too, because Progressive helps customers save even more on car insurance with discounts like paperless, multi-car, and even safe driving.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Hazard. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
Now the hunter becomes the hunted.
Alright, I got the open road today. It's just me. Let's go. I'm gonna get some coins. I'm gonna save all that money. Look at that. Look at that up there. Do some cool jumps. And you know what? This could be you. This could be you saving money. If you switch to Progressive, you can save up to $598. It's a lot of dollars. And you know what? They got cool discounts like paperless, multi-car, and if this truck will scoot out of the way, and if you can pull off a nice smooth park job like that, they've even got discounts for being a safe driver.
The FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Visit progressive.com today.
Welcome to FIFA Ultimate Team. Make improvements to your squad. Take your squad to the pitch. Show your skill. Sign your favourite players. Score world-class goals. Build your ultimate team. Who is in your ultimate team?
You have it. It is official. Both the PlayStation and Xbox Division Group Stage play is done and dusted. And we've now formally separated those who will move on to bracket play from those who sadly will not. And the next stop here in Whistler is our bracket play. Now, if you're already a hardcore Ultimate Team fan, the double elimination format is going to look very familiar. And if you're new to competitive play in FIFA 17, then let me break it down for you. From the 32 players we had in group stage play, we're down to the 8 best on PlayStation and the 8 best on Xbox. Win, and you advance towards the grand finals here in Canada. Lose, and you find yourself on the other side of the bracket fighting to keep your hopes, your dreams, and your chance at taking home the $20,000 first prize alive and well. At the end of today, we'll have one division winner on PlayStation and one division winner on Xbox. Then it'll be time to go one-on-one, mano-a-mano, for the right to be called the FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series Season 2 Regional Champion. Spencer, are you with me on all this?
Jimmy, I've never been more with anyone in my entire life.
That warms my heart.
This is where it gets big. This is where, I mean, the group stage was great, obviously, don't get me wrong, but this is like the business end where we see the real storylines come through. I can't wait to see what happens.
No, it's exciting. We have the matchups here in the bracket play.
There's some unbelievable games, man. I mean, all the games are good because everyone's quality, right? But one jumps out for me on the Xbox side straight away. MS Dossery, who I think personally is the favourite right now.
Okay.
I think he's the one that people need to try and beat. But he's going up against Futwiz Goat straight away.
That could be the matchup of the whole tournament.
It could be. But then what's great about the double elimination is that whoever does lose that game will still have a chance of eventually winning the whole day.
And then my pick, and I know we're going to make our picks here for who we think is going to win.
Yeah.
Honorably Airborne. Who's he playing against?
Honorably Airborne's got an interesting game as well. He's going up against Jet Merkin. I'm not sure how we're saying that.
Okay.
But I think, for me, I like Honorably Airborne. There's certain things about his game that stand out, right?
Well, it's because he's got some personality. He tries different things, but maybe that hurts him in the end because he's not staying traditional.
Yeah.
He's not using the formations that everybody uses to have success, where you're trying to gain these advantages. So I don't know. I'm not really so sure.
If he's going to be a winner, I want to see him be able to have that winner's mentality and do whatever it takes to win, and not necessarily stick to things that work for him online.
But I do appreciate his personality,
Yeah,
and he's got a bunch of it. So I'm excited to see how far he's going to go through this knockout round.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Xbox side, of course, and on the screen we've got the final groupings there. You can see how everyone got on. And on the PlayStation side, for me, it's all about Sony. I think Sony's the one to watch there. I think I would be surprised if he's not there or thereabouts towards the end of the day. And I know you like the look of
Ronnie Yao.
Yeah,
Ronnie Yao's my guy, and he's got a special place in my heart because he uses the U.S. men's national team jersey, and also he's a fantastic player.
Yeah.
So I'm putting all my money on him right now, and I think he can make a good run. I don't know if too many people know him and what he's about, and I think he could surprise people.
To be fair, I watched a few of his games, and I'll say he scored the best goals, I'd say. Like, in terms of long ranges, he scored 2 or 3 really decent long-range finishes. So in terms of entertainment value, Ronnie Yao's definitely up there for sure.
And is there any other games in the PlayStation division that are catching your eye,
I mean,
as it were?
Phantom versus Chel.
So good.
That is one for the neutral. The neutrals.
I mean, you could see that in the final, and you wouldn't be surprised.
No, exactly.
Two very good players.
This is why I love this part of the competition, because the best guys are here. And I think we saw, particularly in that first round of games in the group, when there was a lot of draws dropping, people were quite tentative and they were worried about going too attacking and wanting to feel each other out. But now, there's no time for that. You have to commit. You have to play to your best. You can't just hope the next game works out for you. So we're going to see people really go for it, I think.
Well, 2 other guys that always play to their best. Joe and D-Man, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. And I think they're both spot on here as well, Demon. Some absolutely amazing games, even in round 1.
Absolutely, there's some fantastic matches. We saw, obviously, Chel, very tense game, but he managed to sneak that goal in. And we're seeing a couple of goals that really have been quite crucial throughout this one, obviously. Last-minute equaliser that you had yourself, you know, take the foot off the gas and that last minute think, oh, okay, I managed to pick up a win here. Bam, no, 89th minute goal, draw. Could even mean you go out the tournament. But now, of course, draws mean extra time.
Draws mean extra time and more fun, possibly penalties even for us. This, of course, is the tournament format, which is an 8-player double elimination bracket for each platform. Now, that means we're going to have up to 4 simultaneous games per round. We'll try and keep you updated with everything. And of course, it is double elimination, which means if you lose one game, you still have a chance in the lower bracket. But if you lose there, you're going home.
Yeah, and you really want to go through in the winner bracket. I don't think we've seen anybody come out of the lower bracket and win it all yet. Throughout season 1. Obviously, the biggest part is if you go through the winner bracket and you get into the winner bracket final and then go into the grand final from that side, you get that game advantage. It is a big, big advantage. And like I say, I think throughout season 1, throughout all the stops we did, we didn't see a single person not come out of that lower bracket and take the overall win. Of course, we did see many of them get through and they have qualified, but they haven't managed to take the overall win. So it is a really big mental edge. And in terms of competitiveness, it gives you a big edge as well.
The mental edge that you talk about there's obviously a lot more pressure. If you drop into that lower bracket, you know, you lose and you're done. That's it. Yeah. You're going home. It's all finished. Dreams are all dead, squashed, and that's the end of it, you know. But if you manage to stay in that upper bracket, you could say a little bit of pressure is relieved on you, knowing that you've got that fallback
got the cushion,
game.
yeah.
But that can also be dangerous, you know, if you go in with an idea in your head that it's okay, I can lose this game and I'm still safe. That's where I think a few people in the past certainly have fallen.
Yeah, you've got to be careful you don't take your mindset a little too much off it, or more importantly, don't go in overconfident as well. That can always catch you out a little bit too much. But we heard, obviously, the guys talking about some of the matches. We didn't mention Sony in there. Obviously, was the finalist in Sydney. Obviously, he's drawn himself against Infamous Shadow. So he's potentially got a good way of going through. But Chel's on his side of the bracket as well, who we saw doing very well in the group stage, of course. This is the big game, though. This is the one we were talking about, isn't it? It's Dossery. I'll get his name right in a minute. We don't know whether it's Dossari or Dossary or whatever way.
Dossary.
Well, that's the way I look at it, but it's but a lot of people are saying Dossari, so maybe it's got that foreign twang on it. I don't know. And of course, he's up against Ono a Goat, aka Footwiz Goat these days, as he's picked up by the Footwiz team.
So here we go then, the first round of knockouts. And what a bunch of games we've got. This one is going to be an absolute beast, I'm sure. And don't forget, you know, draws were possible in the group stages, but that is not the case here. We will have extra time, and we will have penalties if we need them to separate these two players out. Of course, Dossari playing from left to right here in the black and yellow stripes, and Footwiz Goat right to left with the blue Chelsea kit on. And for now, it is Dossary who's got off to the great start. That's a great turn. This is surely a goal. It's Messi, and he puts himself 1-0 up. 6 minutes only gone in the game. What a start.
Yeah, not the start that Ono a Goat wanted, that's for sure. And you can see the little shake of the head. 6 minutes in, and already a goal for Messi. Simple stuff there as he slides it through. And I did notice what I was about to say is the fact he's using Roberto Carlos. One of the legends which you haven't seen, I don't think at all. I don't remember seeing a big, good old Roberto Carlos in there. I wonder if we'll get a free kick later on.
That'd certainly be incredibly nice.
Yeah.
If we get to see something like that. For now, though, off the kickoff, Dossari again. Oh, that is not good news. Vieira absolutely chopping his legs away. Is it a yellow, or is it even more serious than that? Referee will reach, and it's just a yellow.
Oh, he's reacting like he's just had some seriously bad news, but it was just a yellow. I think he'd get away with that one. That's a good, decent cross, and that's actually a pullback. Ronaldo might try go for the goal. Courtois makes a save, and I think we might see something come back from that one. And another yellow card goes out there. Courtois on the timer. That's a really bad throw out there. Straight to Suarez. I think you'd take that every day, but it's cleared. Manuel Petit with his legendary ponytail down the wing.
And those kind of throws, not what you want. You will get punished at this level for stuff like that. There's a nice little challenge from Walker. But again, a messy pass away. It falls to Ronaldo. Is he going to bang one? No, back heel into Messi. Oh, and he's just dragged it slightly wide there. Not happy about that. That could well have been 2-0 already.
Yeah, this is looking dangerous for Footwiz Goat, isn't it? Already up against it. Van Arnold down the wing, loses out to Ronaldo. Seamus Coleman being used in the left-back position, right-back position. Obviously, in real life, took a big, nasty injury, out for the season. Out for more than the season, I think, as well, with a broken leg. Ronaldo, though, back to Vieira. Now Pogba, back to Coleman. Into Pogba, just intricate, tight passing, looking for that through ball and finds it. Messi through to Ronaldo, slides it in. It's number 2.
Well, Goat, I think at this point can hardly believe the start that he's got off to, or more importantly, not got off to here. 2-0 down he finds himself. And I think we're at less than 20 minutes. Yeah, that was an 18-minute goal there from Ronaldo, sliding in just in front of the keeper. And Dossari 2-0 up in the blink of an eye, really. Goat's not had any chance, and look at that for a pass. He's completely off his game here, I think.
I may be wrong, but I think I just saw that's the 96 Ronaldo rather than the 99 he's using there in the wing position. It looked like it. I think I just got a brief glimpse of it. Messi to Carlos. It is. I've had it confirmed. It is the 96 Ronaldo. I wonder where you'd go with that. That's one for Chew Boy and Spencer to come at us. When obviously you've got an option of all the plethora of Ronaldos that's available to you, cards that are out there. Of course, the 99 Team of the Year one, where we'd go with the 96, maybe for the wing position. But Messi, nonetheless, for Dossari, has been magnificent so far. Suarez might find himself a gap. Ronaldo looking to play on the offside trap, but not quite available.
Not working through there. Now Roberto Carlos, though. Where's he going to go? Actually losing out there. Now, finally, Goat will get a bit of possession. Threads it through nicely to Neymar. Over the top here to Petit, who tries to turn around. He's been taken down. It's going to be a free kick.
First real chance for Ono a Goat. Let's see what he can do. Straight driven into the box. Neymar still got it. Finds it out to Petit. Tries to set something up for Vieira. Deflection. Oh, just missed there. Well, when it's not going your way, that may be how it works out for you. Carl Walker still get the ball alive. Can he cut in? Gets himself a nice little pass, hull it there, but Vieira solid in the defense. The legends doing the work for Dasari there, and he's got a team full of them. Suarez may well be finding himself in that pack soon enough when he comes to retirement. Cuts it in for Messi. Messi to Ronaldo maybe. Gets it to Suarez, and Laurent Blanc just at the last second cuts it out.
Now a chance here then for Goat to finally break and come up with something in this game with Kante down on the bottom side, but Ferdinand not going to have any of that. Will muscle him off the ball, and it's back in possession for Dasari. Messi here got space but has to beat at least one man. In the end opts to just pass it back a little bit, build things up someone, get some more players behind the ball. Where's he going to go from here? Suarez it is. Gets past two men really. And now Coleman, great little move for him. Is he going to pass to another one? No. Goes to Ronaldo, tries to turn it. Blanc was there though, and he even managed to keep it in touch to stop that corner coming in. Now a chance for Go.
Well, Neymar, unfortunately, not going to help that pass. Can't get out his own box, his own half at the moment. Rio Ferdinand to Roberto Carlos. What could have been, honestly, at Manchester United at one point. Was certainly talked about many years ago, but didn't happen. Seamus Coleman, Everton, I think captain, I believe he was, until the injury struck him down. Coleman, chance to cross something in here. He's going to have to try and cut it back, and he's let it get ahead of him, hasn't he? And Dasari takes the ball off. Goal kick as we approach half-time. Still plenty of work to do, but look at that possession. Massive, 72% for Dasari.
That's an insane number at this point as well. 72%. Ball here, flung over the top. Defender got to it first, but it's bounced around, and now Pogba, along with Coleman, who's been doing some work here for Dasari. Tries a little back heel there with Pogba. Actually fell lucky to him again. He turns inside one. There's Messi. Courtois somehow keeping it out. That was close, and he might even have another follow-up here. Kante finally gets in. And now Goat clears, but for how long you have to wonder. This game been all about Dasari. 2-0 up, 70% possession. This is looking like he's got it in the bag already.
I mean, it's simple mathematics, really. You can't score a goal if you don't have the ball. And simply with the possession at 72%, poor old Goat has just not had a great deal of that possession and has been struggling, as we're seeing here, to get out of his own half right now. Pogba through to Suarez, just as half-time beckons. There may be another chance, a last chance here. Ronaldo tries to set it up. Messi in the box is cut out, though, by Kyle Walker. So far, it's been that solid right back for Ono Goat. And, well, you can see the instant skip of those stats. Get on with it, because, my God, it is going only one way so far. There's the magnificent venue here in Whistler, up in the mountains. Just go outside the door. It's glorious sunshine, clear view up in the mountains, but that's not what these players are focused on. They are looking at the screens and looking at the game.
And rightly so. We're not going to mess around here. We're going to get straight into this second half. Dasari 2-0 up. He's had all the possession. He's had all the chances. Question now is, can he hold on to it? Will he make it more even at this point? And he started off with some real intent here. Finally, Smalling will muscle Suarez off the ball. And Goat, it was a quick half-time for him, so not really taking a minute to gather his thoughts, but maybe he can start off well here with Neymar into Messi. He's got blocked out by one there, and it fell off to Roberto Carlos. Keeper then able to just clear it away. What looked like it could be a big chance for Goat in the end was all about nothing.
Such a casual, calm clearance as well. I think we're seeing it, the switch of play there, just how confident Dasari is on the ball. Messi back to Pogba, can go down the right wing. It's the easy option that he doesn't take, though. Messi instead tries to go for that overhead through ball to Seamus Coleman. Pogba's one out, gets it back to Coleman. Might try and take it on himself, cuts it back for Messi. It's 3.
Perfect goal in that scenario, really. Manages to get through with Coleman, cut back into Messi, even had time to take a touch there, and just slots it in with the left. And Goat looking all but defeated at this point. Certainly not happy with how this game has gone for him. I can't really blame him. I mean, 1-0 down after just 7 minutes. He's got a mammoth task now to try and turn this one around. A mountain to climb, which is quite fitting considering the scenario we're in here.
Indeed. There's a hell of a big mountain nearby. Don't think he's going to take one of those ski lifts up it, though, sadly. He's got to get himself a couple of goals here. Can he get things started? If he's going to try and start the comeback, it has to really be now. But as it is, he's still struggling to get hold of the ball and keep it out of his own half. Can't take forward. There's a through ball. That's a nice little play. But Neymar, again, muscled off it by Laurent Blanc. As is so often the case, big, strong defender even finds himself a cheeky, solid pass up to Seamus Coleman.
And he's passing it around really well here. Desari, I think, cemented himself as a big favourite with this performance. Smalling, terrible clearance. Did bobble a little lucky for him, though. And go, at least for that moment, was able to get possession back. There's Vieira, though. Now Messi. Got some space with Hullet down on his bottom side. And at 3-0 up, half an hour in-game to go. He's got plenty of time to pass this one around. Get that percentage of possession up. Of course, we saw 72% in his favour at one point in that first half. And I don't think it'll be too much of a difference here in the second as the corner is taken short. Roberto Carlos, where's he going to go? Off to Messi. And even in those tight scenarios, you see the accuracy of the passing working out brilliant for him. That was a fairly easy one for Courtois to collect. Not much power on it. Maybe a chance to break here for Goat.
Well, oh no, there is. Messi shrugged off the defender. Could we get an equaliser? No. And I was about to say before we got to this, Seamus Coleman, we really haven't seen anybody else using Seamus Coleman, but he's been everywhere so far for Dosseri. On the attack, on the defence, he's been doing brilliantly, and he's generally it's Kyle Walker we're seeing in that right-back position, but Seamus Coleman, certainly a solid pick.
Working out, here's Kante. Into the feet of Ronaldo, shrugs off two. Can't quite get the shot off there, though, as it was passed over. Now we have Vieira clearing out. There's a lot of space. Go playing fairly aggressively. I mean, why not at this point? Goal difference doesn't mean anything. You just need to try and claw that difference back. Pulled into Ronaldo, and, well, he smashes it into the arms of Courtois. So not quite the finishing you may have expected there.
Yeah, you'd kind of put your house on that, wouldn't you? Making it 4. It was a simple finish in the end, but he just hit it straight at the keeper instead. Coleman back down that right wing. Forceful pass to Ronaldo. Ronaldo set free by Suarez. Stretches legs. Suarez available in the middle if he needs him. Might not. Goes across and the pass was just a little too heavy for Suarez. Couldn't quite get his little legs going quick enough.
Now, on the other side, accuracy, the pass not there for Petit. And it's back pressure with Dossari. Got all the time in the world to play around with this one. That's a big through ball as well to Ronaldo. Takes a shot, it's in. It doesn't get more direct than that. And that is 4-0. We were expecting a good game out of this one, and honestly, Dossari cementing his name as a huge favourite for the win today with this one.
We're getting a display, aren't we? A display of brilliance. As I say, it's the 96. He's playing as Cam, actually, Ronaldo. The 96 Cam, so brilliant through ball, though. Absolutely brilliant, and just threaded the needle effectively. Cut the defence in half. Left them standing. 10 minutes to go in this game, but it's just been one-way traffic. The possession stats, the goals, the shots, it's all been MS Dossari dominating this game against Footwiz Go.
A bit messy there at the back, but again, it's Dossari that gets the ball. Bit of an opening here, possibly. Neymar, is he going to get the shot off? He will, but almost the story of the game here, I think, for Goat. Big shot for him, off the outside of the post and out for the goal kick.
It's the first real chance I can think of so far that he's really had to try and build on here. Hullet once again wins it back. Laurent Blanc at the back alongside Ferdinand have been absolutely solid, and you can see, you know, just switch of possession, keeping it in control. Back to Seamus Coleman. Pogba ahead of him, goes to Ronaldo, can play a 1-2 with Messi, and through goes Suarez. And now there's just one man at the back. Suarez drags it back, sets Messi available, and Laurent Blanc in the end is just a simple pass, but you know, if he hadn't have quite been in the right place at the right time, would almost certainly been number 5.
Big scoreline here in round 1. Let's not forget, for Goat, it's not all done though, even if he loses this one at 90 minutes on the clock, which is certainly looking like it's going to happen. He will drop down into that lower bracket. And we'll have a chance to fight all the way back. Maybe meet Dasari later for a little bit of revenge. For now, though, 2 minutes going to be added on. Courtois going to boot that one upfield. And this one is just going to see the clock run down. And there it is. Final whistle. It's a big victory here. There was not the final whistle. It was actually a foul in the end.
Just to keep you guessing, Joe. Just keep you guessing. There's the final whistle. The extra little toot to the whistle. And a dominant performance there from Dasari. Of course, it's not all over for Onua Goat. He goes down to the lower bracket. That's what the double elimination's all about here. But wow, did he just put a marker down for the rest of the teams, the players in the tournament?
I think he's, as I said before, you know, at 2-0, at 3-0, cemented his place as a big favourite for this tournament as a whole today.
Yeah.
I mean, amazing display there to come to this stage of the tournament. To win it that convincingly is just amazing.
Yeah, and you got to look at, you got to take your hat off to him, really. I mean, 72% possession half-time. We didn't quite see the possession at the end, but it's probably going to be similar. And way more shots, solid play from him overall. The ball barely left Onua Goat's half. He just didn't have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, for Goat, you've just got to put that one behind you now, haven't you? I don't think there's...
Well, he got through groups, so, okay, so he's in the bracket stage. So he did the hard job. Now he's just going to make sure he doesn't go out of the tournament, though. So if, on the back of a walloping like that, you either react well enough that you can just kick straight back into it, or you just fall out and just, like, take it heavy in the heavy losses. It's something Jimmy could probably certainly talk about.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Not heavy losses. I didn't mean it that way.
I was going to say, wow. You just got to put it to the back of your mind, say, all right, that's just happened. I've forgotten that now. I'm going to go down into the lower bracket and start afresh almost.
Absolutely. And of course, this is the bracket stage. You know, we've got a lot of matches ahead of us so far. These are the goals, and boy, were there some of them. This one very early on, 6 minutes in, Messi straight through, simple as you like, and then another through ball from Messi and a little slide goal from Ronaldo, and that was really, immediately you could see Onua Goat. It was just, the shrug of the shoulders were back there, and a simple cutback goal there from Seamus Coleman. Seamus Coleman, brilliant for Dasari for me today.
Possibly one of the men of the match, I think we can safely say that. But all in all, a massive win. For Goat now, though, of course, recently signed by Footwiz, he drops down into that lower bracket and has a lot of work to do. It's a long way back, going straight down into the first round in the lower bracket, not without even taking away the fact that if you do get through to the final, you still have to beat the upper bracket guy twice.
Well, it's already winning bracket semi-finals for Dasari, so he's looking in a pretty comfortable situation where, so you can see Footwiz Goat after getting walloped 4-0, has a lot of work to do. It's a tough old slog down there, but you can take it two ways. Like I say, you can either just say, you know what, I've got nothing to lose now, let's just go for it.
Yeah, and you saw there his statistics, by no means a slouch. His Goat played incredibly well.
He's the head-to-head champion in Australia. He's a good player.
Champion. We've seen him first in March as well in Weekend League. So he's certainly a guy who's got the skills, who's even got the experience, I think you could argue at this point, to bounce back in a position like that.
Yeah, well, and of course, you know, he's really got to dig deep. He's got to dig deep, and I want to see how his mentality is going to be. And obviously, to get a good look at that, let's see what Footwiz Goat had to say himself.
In my style, I think I'm going to be using Ronaldo, TMD, Messi, and my midfield. I think the biggest part of my midfield would be Kante. He's such a key player. Like, he will do what you want to do. Like, he's in real life. He's just everywhere. He's every day trying to get the ball back and go on counter-attack straight away, which I like him play. So we'll now see I have much more better defense, much stronger, much harder to break down, and that's what I've been working on. I want to improve my defense.
Well, defense.
Defense, it's ironic that he talks about it, isn't it? I mean, it's the problem sometimes when you record these pieces before you have these matches and you play it just after you've been walloped 4-0, and defense was something that he didn't really have much of a chance to do, actually, because some of those through balls, I mean, you think of the fourth goal, the straight ball to Ronaldo, it was almost like from the halfway line, bam, Ronaldo, one-touch goal. So,
yeah,
can't defend that.
And the fact is, you know, you have that start as well, which was, I think, 7 or 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
You're down 1-0 already. That is the most
The second
horrible
goal
position.
as well, it's like a slide tackle with your keeper coming out. Sometimes it's like some things are just not going your way.
Absolutely. And we are going to be moving on, of course. The bracket continues to get more interesting. I think the further we go, the juicier the matchups become, and the more important, of course, those matchups become. This one, of course, is Airborne, a man who's featured a lot, I think, on the streams, not just today, but in the Season 1 regionals as well. But this one, of course, is in extra time.
Yeah, you can see 94 minutes, 1-1 full-time regulation. Honourably Airborne playing in the, I believe he's going to be playing in the black. He generally is. There's New Zealand kit, but trying to figure out exactly who it is. It is indeed. No, tell a lie. Honourably Airborne playing in the white. I tell a lie. Of course, this is on the Xbox, the legends available to them, which is why we're seeing them in there. Messi to Ronaldo for Honourably Airborne as he tries to push forward to Neymar. Down the left wing now. David Alaba playing it nice and calm at the moment. Nice short passing. This is what we saw of him in the group stage. Nice switch of play there as well. Trying to stretch the numbers, stretch the defence a little bit. Suarez's ball, that was awful though. Straight at Alaba, driven straight into him, but he's managed to win it back.
What can he do here? Oh, that's a foul. No doubt
yeah.
about that. I think it was Hullet that took his legs from under him there. And now Ronaldo. Is he going to go for it? It certainly looks that way. He's going to have the shot, but, well, didn't have enough power, and Neuer will easily collect that one. Now a chance then maybe for Jet to break a little bit. No, it's gone straight back here, and this is a real chance. Neymar going to fire it off, and it will test Neuer. He has to dive down to the left in the dying moments of this first half of extra time.
Neymar trying to cut inside to Messi. Loses one. He's got Hullet with him, still tracking him. He's going to cut this one back, but Hullet's there. Goes for a corner again. Is he going to try and swing something towards the penalty spot? Looks like he will. Tries to go for the inside one, but Laurent Blanc is there. Now Suarez, counter-attack here. If you can beat his man, you can see he's got one inside. Gets it to Bale. Bale can stretch his legs if he can knock it past his opponent, but not going to happen. Honourably Airborne defending well there as we go into the second half of extra time. And you can see 7 shots to 5 there. Honourably Airborne to Jet. Mr. Ken. Whether it's Merkin or Mr. Ken, we've been wondering. We're just going to call him Jet. We're going to go with Jet. Just think of the old Gladiator. Anyone outside the UK will have no idea what I just meant there.
Exactly.
There was in the US, of course, but different names. Anyway, Suarez. Great through ball to Bale. Bale looking to try and beat the marker on the byline. Jet trying to force his way in, gets it to Hullet. Hullet, oh, Vieira steps out. Now the counter-attack chance here. Ronaldo's got Messi ahead of him, Neymar to the left. There's a lot of players still forward, and wisely chooses to slow things down. Penalties, of course, beckoning, but that's a great overhead through ball to Neymar. Neymar to try and cut inside. Boateng clears the danger, and Kyle Walker gets it to Nyanglan.
Yeah, somehow kept it in there as well. I thought that was going to go out for the corner. Now there is a chance here for Jet. Building things up nicely, keeping a hold of it. You have to wonder how much penalty practice have these guys been doing. Certainly can play a big role, obviously, as we move into these knockout stages. And now we have Suarez thundering forward, pulls it across. There is Bale, but Hullet got in just before him there. That's a horrible little back pass there.
Oh, some real dangerous moments there. Good defending, panic defending almost. Bale to Suarez. Heart in your mouth as the ball gets to here. Hullet cuts inside, but Kyle Walker clears the lines once again. Alaba, oh, he's beaten one. Can't get it across to Suarez. Suarez, and the Hullet is there again.
Messy stuff at the back. Now Neymar. A couple of minutes remaining in this one before we head into penalties. First penalties that we've seen. Probably not going to be the last as well, if we're honest on that one. That's a bad pass, though. Hullet will collect and feed it through now with Bale on this bottom side. Little dummy into Ronaldo, who tries to turn. Bounces through the box there. And Airborne has managed to keep it out. 120 minutes on the clock. 1 added on. And look at this Neymar just thundering forward. Knocked that a little bit too far. There is Suarez, though. This is going to be the last chance of the game. In the end, it's cleared out, and we are going to penalties.
This is the real moment. And if memory serves correctly, I think Honourably Airborne went out on penalties in Sydney. Scores his first though for Neymar. Now Gareth Bale for Jet. Where's he going to go? Steps it to the left. Oh, it's simple tap in the end there. Very weak penalty though. Goalkeeper certainly could have had it.
Now Ruud Hullet. Where's he going to go? Oh, bottom right, but it's saved. Airborne not going to be happy about that one. Nice. Nainggolan stepping up,
Blast it.
straight through. He goes almost directly down the middle as well. So 2-1 the lead.
You've seen the foot saving those quite a few times. Messi gets it straight in the middle. Airborne gets himself his second, but it's still 2-2. Advantage Jet if Suarez can score this. He takes a long run up. Oh, and it's just a nice cheeky tap to the right. 3-2 advantage Jet.
Oh,
that's
cheeky
naughty.
little chip over the top there. But can Ronaldo now make it 4-3 to Jet? He's
gotta
going to pull in
score it.
central, and he goes bottom left, and it is going to go in. A must-score penalty now for Airborne, and it is Ronaldo. Where's he going? Oh, almost centre right. Neuer dived too early, but now the penalty to win it.
Yeah, to score to win, we know that. The big man, the big Dutchman, and that's a simple tap-in the end, scores all 5. And Jet will go through to the winner bracket semi-finals. I'm going to be Airborne down to the lower bracket once again, unfortunately. Despite the fantastic group stage he had, it does mean he's got to slug his way back through that lower bracket, which he had to do in Sydney as well.
Well, everyone's possibly going to have to do it at some point, except the one guy
Apart
that
from the
obviously
guy that goes through the
wins
winners.
through the winner bracket. Let's add that little caveat in there. But you know, that's his prize for being the best player in that winner bracket, of course. But still a long way to go before that one. Of course, that was just the winner bracket round 1.
First
the
round.
losers of all those games will drop down to fight through the lower bracket, and of course, the winners will go through one step closer to making it to a Berlin.
Yeah, and I don't know how, I'd love to see how the whole game went, but obviously we saw more shots for Honorably Airborne in there. But the problem is we saw how many times, you know, we saw a Dybala through ball earlier on in the group stage. You know, some of these big clear-cut chances, you've got to take them at this stage in the competition. And maybe that's just what it is, you know, he had more shots, but still ended 1-1, goes out penalties.
I think penalties are a horrible way for anyone to lose, right? But in the end, you've got to separate them somehow. And certainly more fair than a coin flip in the end. We are going to be moving now into the next round of the upper bracket round 2, and it's going to be Sony, a man that we said at the start of the day is most definitely a favorite for the PlayStation and possibly for everything, for the overall tournament here to become champion. And of course, he's playing Phantom, who himself 3 wins today, a 1 tie. These guys got a similar record, in fact, the identical record to each other.
Neither player has lost a game yet. Sony, of course, we saw in the grand finals for the PlayStation in Sydney. Got to be the favourite coming into this one, I think. It's safe to say. Obviously, we're seeing FIFA Tom, I'm not sure, Phantom Tom, we could see, there's a number, I think he's got quite a few play-on names there, but I think Sony coming into this one as the favourite, of course, against the Japanese player. And match commentary on as well, that's nice to see. I think we're going to get a break here. We'll see how it goes.
And of course, the FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Sparko. Those lovely chairs that the guys are sat on right now. You can, of course, visit SparkoUSA.com, and the headphones that they're wearing as well. Mr. Speakers, also .com. Check those out. They're keeping our voices out of their heads while these guys, of course, concentrate on trying to lift the trophy.
Yeah, and of course, you keep your social media tags going in there. Hashtag sellout for Joe Miller there. As he keeps things going. Here at the hashtag Foot Champions, you've got to keep things going. It is the FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championships. We're in the knockout stage. This is the winner bracket semi-finals. And Sony, can he reach that final once again? Had a tough first match in the group stage. Drew 1-1. That was the only tie he had. But we saw him coming back solidly and winning his second 2 matches in the groups. And of course, he just won in the winner bracket round 1. But here we go. Things about to get underway.
Yep, one player just switching some things up as we get in. And we'll see as those substitutes come around exactly what changes are. So here we go, and this is the upper bracket, round 2 for the PlayStation. It is, of course, Sony playing in yellow from left to right, up against Phantom in red, playing from right to left.
So, let's see who strikes first. At the moment, it's Phantom putting the pressure on. Marcelo trying to work his way in the box. Messi playing left-back duties, and, well, he actually got himself a goal kick out of it. Neymar took it out there.
Yep, won't be too unhappy about that. And there we see the changes coming in for Sony after ball goes out of play. Hazard brought on. Looks like that is the only change that we're going to be seeing from the start. That's a big ball in. I think he's offside there. Yeah, certainly was. The ambitious ball would have got through without the offside call there as well. Sony now in possession with Hazard, who he brought on just after kick-off. He may play a big role for him here with Suarez now. Tried to feed it through, did bobble through, and he tried to get it past David Luiz, but the outstretched foot will stop that one from happening. An pensive start to this one. Then you see the controllers of both players. Always interesting to see the style. We've seen a lot of twitchier players than what we see here. A fairly calm, I think hand from both of these guys.
August Rossemeyer, very twitchy style on the controller. But very cool and calm, these two. Ronaldo tries to find that little ball, gets it to Messi, back to Ronaldo. Just needs to lose his man, he has! Can get a shot away, just about, but De Gea was there. The gap closed a little too much from the defender closing him down.
Now, first corner of the game then. For Phantom. Where's he going to go with it? Into Marcelo, but Messi is there. And that may be a chance to break now. There's not much in terms of a defence there. Suarez is out fairly wide though, so we'll have to try and cut inside. And finally, the rest of his team join up with him in that final third. There's Walker. Will overlap for this one. Tries to knock it back, but pass wasn't accurate, and now a chance for Messi to move on down the wing. Couple of nice little back heels coming in. And now Ronaldo, another back heel for him. In the end, it was Neymar that his pass just not on the mark. This is a quick move though. Ronaldo now, he's only got one man to beat. Will he try and turn inside? He does in the end, but couldn't get a pass off. The defenders swarming him. We remain 20 minutes into the match, 0-0.
Yeah, well read there. Sony kind of like, it was only really one option he had, which was to cut inside. You can see he's sat ready and waiting for it. Didn't dive into a tackle or anything unnecessary. Held his ground. De Gea with a little bit of a risky clearance there. Two players barreling down on him, but he does manage to get it clear. Sony now trying to build on that attack that he's just had. Still no real shots, no real pressure on either player. Messi not going to be able to get past the defender. He has managed to wriggle through. If he can get a little cut back here, no. It's cleared. Marcelo there. Walker upfield to Griezmann. Now Pogba tries to shield the ball off, waiting for support. And actually Walker's out of position now because he lost the ball, but Walker's the man that intercepts.
There's Kante. For Phantom. Switching play. Over to Walker on that top side. He's quite happily to run the clock down a little bit with this one. Plenty of time still to go, of course. Only a half hour being played so far. There are the passing percentages. Nice to see, well up into the 80s for both teams.
It's what we'd expect in the winner bracket semi-final. This is the time where you see the real top players squeaking their way through. Top pass percentage. Probably fairly even possession as well, I would say. So far, we saw Phantom having a good attack early on, then Sony's had a bit of a battle, and now we're seeing Phantom trying to put the pressure back on. But now Sony, can he clear it out of his own half at the moment? Hazard having to play defensive duty there to Pogba. Now Suarez through the middle. Tries to bring the defense involved. Messi having to play far left wing at the moment. Pushed right out there. Hazard got no one to pass it to. There's a foul actually in the middle off the ball there. I just saw Suarez went down, but he's back on his feet now as he tries to work it through. Little drag back, finds Ronaldo in the box, tries to get the shot away. It's a fresh air shot. Ramos just caught his feet, and Ronaldo unable to get his shot away.
First big chance here possibly for Sony. There's Marcelo though. 4-feet Phantom going the other way. Kante. Again, taking his time to find that hole in the defence. With Messi now, will knock it back. Now the pace will change a little bit, moves up a little quicker. Again, with Messi, he's got two men on top of him now and stuck between a rock and a hard place that were Pogba and Walker. And they did manage to get it away there. And Sony will get the throw-in and therefore the chance to make a move of his own. That's quickly lost, though. And if we've seen something from FIFA Phantom already, not a super direct style of play, likes to keep a lot of possession, build up slowly with those passes. And there is the clearance.
Yeah, very even midfield battle at the moment, isn't it? Solid defensive battle as well. No real shots so far. No shot in danger just before the first half's going to finish here either. As we approach half-time, no goals. Well, not even a sniff at goal, I think is safe to say. We only need to see De Gea making any of those big saves that we've seen throughout the day. So, 0-0 at half-time. Pretty stale first half between these two, but even opponents, it's safe to say.
Well, we talked about the slow build-up play there for FIFA Phantom. Let's hear from Sony and how he likes to play things.
I changed my formation this time. Maybe I will play more position game. I know many of players is quite good in this season, so maybe this style can work.
Well, we are about to move into that second half. Of course, no goal scored just yet.
I mean, he's talking about possession there, and obviously we do often see that with the players that reach the finals, is the guys that have the best possession in there, and maybe that's what he needs.
So here we go then into the second half, and a chance possibly here from Sony right from the very get-go. With Messi now, was just dispossessed there last second by Walker. Pass was incoming, but now it goes back in there. Messi, oh, nice little through ball. De Gea was out though. Quick reactions from the keeper to make sure that it stays 0-0. And FIFA Phantom again showing he's not having a problem with wasting a little bit of time, making sure he gets into the right positions and keeps that passing game up that he's done so well in the first half.
I tell you, I'm looking across pretty much all the games now. There's a lot of 0-0s out there. Dasari, I can see, is 2-0 up over Braveheart. That's a big game going on in the semi-finals there. But other than that, it's very much even across almost every single game. So 52 minutes in on just about everyone, and still fairly even scores. Tough competition here at the FIFA Ultimate Team Championships, Rest of the World Regionals in Whistler in Canada. Beautiful, beautiful Whistler as well. Fantastic drive up here. As it is, Sony on the attack, trying to work his way into this winner bracket final. He's been here before. Can he do it again?
Well, right now he's just lost possession. Again, he might have expected a through ball there, but FIFA Phantom keeps a hold of it. Now has Neymar, Messi on his top side, and will go to Messi. Quick 1-2 played there. Will he go for a shot here? Actually tried to get through his man, basically. And was dispossessed. And now Sony gonna turn up the pressure with Suarez. There's still 4 defenders. That full back line are all there in position, but he may just be able to find a way through it. No, again, Walker getting in before Messi. Back to the keeper who will clear.
He had a nice little one-touch football there for a moment, and it was looking like he might just break the deadlock at last, but the defender was there in the last second. Ronaldo still trying to work something past Marcelo. Goes for the false shot. It works well. Gets into Pogba. Pogba, he can't shuffle it past David Luiz that easily. And he will clear to Messi. Now Neymar through the middle. Slows things down a little bit here. He found some under a bit of pressure from Sony at the opening of this second half. Is to get a little build-up of his own. That's really the first big chance we've seen Sony have, but anyone have in this game so far, because it's been such an even matchup.
And you have to wonder if a quick turn on, a change of style here maybe for FIFA Phantom. One direct play that he's not done all game long might work out for him. There's a cross coming in. Hit the defender before it could go on target. But now the break might be on. Suarez, he's got Ronaldo in front of him. Messi off to his left-hand side, and an overlap here from Jordi Alba. And a link up nicely to give it back to Ronaldo. We'll knock it backwards towards Pogba. The ball, I think, hit the midfielder there and kind of went into no man's land. And 70 minutes now fast approaching. We're still at 0-0.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing, obviously, both these players trying to score that perfect tapping goal, that 100% chance at scoring. That's what Ronaldo's trying to do there. Got a corner out of it somehow, as he does a 720 rather than a 360 spin. But what we're seeing is obviously that what's known as the sweaty goal, the tap-in, the simple, clear-cut, 100% chance at scoring. Maybe, just maybe, you know, it might get towards that time we need to see someone taking those big long shots on. Kante tries to tap in. Oh, well, De Gea was down on the ground, but the ball in the end goes for a goal kick. 72 minutes gone in this game. Just 18 minutes of regulation time. Of course, we can go to extra time and penalties should we require, but that is not the way anyone wants to go. They want to get the game done and done in regular time, and that's a great through ball, but there's no one in the box at the moment.
Hazard's going to have to hold up here for a while. Does manage to keep it until Suarez gets in there. Oh, Kante just trying the through ball into Ronaldo, but again, taking a deflection off the defender. And we are going to see some changes. 75 minutes gone. It looks like it's Sony that wants to make those changes. There is Sony on your screen right now. It seemed to be a fairly quick one for him. And then we'll get right back underway with this one. Phantom making changes of his own. So, there's 15 minutes of normal time. As soon as the ball goes out, we'll see exactly how those changes look. There is Pogba, though. Going to collect this one. This is a lot of space for Hazard. What's he going to do? Bit of a dummy there. Back and forth, trying to find a way past that one. Now two men. And he's still kept a hold of the ball here. Now Walker, who's not quite going to have the dancing moves of his teammate. He's still got it, though.
Messi certainly has, as he cuts inside. Look, maybe a few too many track backs, but oh, that was so close to getting to Pogba for the tap-in. David Luiz, last-ditch effort, blocks it out. Kyle Walker, is it going to be a header finish? Wouldn't that be ironic, eh, after all his fancy play? Messi, not going to get past Ronaldo. It's another corner. So Bale on for Neymar, for Phantom. Hazard into Ronaldo, turns, finds himself space, tries to cut back, Kante's there, and clears the danger.
Also saw Mertens coming on here for Phantom, so got a bit of extra power moving forward. That one going out, though, for a Sony throw-in. I'll take it short. Jordi Alba finds the gap to give it over to Messi. Close to losing possession there, but did keep a hold of it. And now it's Suarez moving forward. Off to Messi on his left-hand side. Will chip it over the top. Suarez will get there first. Oh, that's a foul.
Just on the edge of the box. Now, we saw Pogba, remember, score that header from this exact position. We may see Messi try and set this one up as well. Do once again. Instead, he goes into Kante, across the box, out straight into Ramos's feet. Easy clearance.
Now a possible chance to break here. Mertens going to give it through to Ronaldo. Mertens going to be charging down that right-hand side. Ronaldo will feed it on into him. He's going to have to drag it back. Went for the shot instead. And the outstretched leg of the keeper will keep it out. And we hit now 90 minutes. 3 will be added on. Well, this one's going to extra time.
A driven past the Pogba on the floor. Not really what he wanted, I don't think. Suarez, 3 minutes extra time given, like you say. Now we're going to see one last chance from Sony here. Ronaldo out to Hazard with his magic trickery in the feet. Tries to get it to Ronaldo, but Pogba clears. We're going to extra time.
Well, look at that. The amount of shots in this one, 1 to 2. That's the only amount of shots that we've seen in this one, just showing how close it's been. Not major chances, really, for either side. And the pressure stays with these two guys as we move then into extra time. You can see Sony seems to be eager to get this one underway as quickly as possible. Of course, penalties waiting if these extra 30 minutes can't separate them.
There's a lot of pressure on these guys. This is getting to the top end of the tournament. I mean, once you're in that winner bracket final, you're talking serious money. You start looking at some real big cash prizes. And of course, a road to Berlin and perhaps London if you can progress even further. As it is, Sony, he's been here before. He's reached that big grand finals went down to Mr. Dunn in Sydney, aka Abdulaziz Al Shari. There is his stats, of course. As I say, constantly at the top of the league. And as we see, one spot away from qualifying for Berlin. He was in Sydney. It wasn't quite to be. Let's see if he can go one step further and whether Phantom from Japan will stop him.
Let's find out here. Ronaldo for Phantom. Let's not forget those subs that were made in the dying stages for him. Bringing Mertens on and Bale on. And there is Ronaldo now. Mertens up on that top side. Will go back though to Suarez. He's found a bit of a gap. Oh, cuts inside. Tries to get it across. Oh, De Gea. Just palming it almost back into the way of the attacker.
Oh, that was so close to gifting him a goal. That was a scary, scary random parry there. It looked like he was just, just picking up. But he just like slapped it straight out in front of the striker. Unbelievable. And, well, nearly gifted a goal, but he got away with it. Now let's see if he can take that scary moment away and go up the other end. You can see offside. Ronaldo just offside maybe, or is it given? Oh well, he's missed the shot anyway. He knew it was offside. It was.
That was close though. There's not much room in it. Doesn't need to be. Linesman spotted it. And they remain 0-0 into extra time, and there was a foul or offside or either one of those. Either way, it's a free kick for Sony. He plays it through the middle via Kante to Suarez. Hazard into Ronaldo. Here's a chance for him. Skips past one right foot, but again De Gea gets down on his knees. Knocks it out for the corner, which will be taken quickly and short.
Well, Hazard skips past one, puts it into the box for Ronaldo, but Pogba once again just gets a little toe in there. It's just enough to upset the momentum of the ball as Bale works down the left side. And Chris Smalling plays left back. Switch of play. We've seen a lot of switch of plays actually. It's been working well. Jordi Alba back through the middle to Pogba. That's a poor pass that Gareth Bale intercepts as he finds Kante. Now to Pogba through the middle. Finds a beautiful slip of play through to Bale. Bale is going to well, actually went straight for a driven cross, and that's come off Walker for a corner.
I think he'll be happy with that in that scenario and take this one likely short. 105 minutes gone, ball going to be thrown in, but De Gea doesn't have to move far to collect that one. It's a big throw up to him and a shot which won't trouble him.
No.
That's gone well off into the stands.
Yeah, just before the half-time here in extra time. So, clock is ticking. Just 15 minutes is all that separates these two from penalties. And with not a great deal of shots between either of them, you've got to think penalties is really the only way we're going to decide this game so far, unless something magical happens, or more importantly, a defensive error, because we were close there. We were close. De Gea's parry, that almost went straight into the path of Phantom's player.
Nearly gifted it on a plate. And now we kick off. As you said, last 15 minutes of in-game time before the dreaded penalties. Here is Messi, though. He might be able to, well, I was going to say might, but in the end it wasn't to be. I was going to say break the deadlock, but for now there's not been much separating these two. There's Ronaldo and Suarez, but only really the two of them to do anything. And again, Phantom just holding play, trying to build something. Walker now cuts back rather than send Mertens, and actually the pass off target now gives it over to Sony, who's here with Ronaldo. 9 minutes in game left to go. Messi now going to get past one. He's got space up on the top side, but feeds it into the feet of Marcelo.
You can see what he wanted. He wanted the pass to Pogba, but the problem is, because Suarez had made the cut-off run, it immediately told it to pass to him instead. That's where he wanted to go. This time he can't get through. Marcelo, too strong, too powerful a defender, just shrugs him off in the end. And now with just 5 minutes remaining in regulation time, before the penalties, regulation time, extra time I should say, to Gareth Bale. Cuts inside, he's lost his marker. That's a good play, but Pogba's too strong. And they hold strong again. And this is what it's all about. It's been this big midfield battle, these defenders blocking it, getting it back to the midfielders. They have run themselves ragged throughout this game. And we've just got 3 minutes now before penalties will decide the game.
Looking almost certain. And honestly, if there was a game that was ever going to go to penalties, this one has certainly looked like it, been incredibly even. Suarez, again, will hold things up. Ball over the top this time. This is what I was talking about. Maybe something more direct will work for him. Nice little play. Will it fall to anyone else? No, Ronaldo couldn't quite get the toe end on it. And now you've got a chance for Sony. He's not going to make it, though. We are going, again, into penalties.
Well, this is not where you want to be, is it? A penalty shootout, the winner bracket semi-finals. And you can see a little shake of the head. You see Chel actually celebrating. Looks like he just scored a goal. That's
it's gone 3-3 in that game. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that one later.
Some solid matches going on here. I did see Dosari was 3-0 up at half-time, but that's 4-1 that's just finished Dosari, so he's gone through to the winner bracket finals. Penalty straight saved. Well, that is not how you want to start things off.
Pressure now on Sony.
Bale. Oh, well.
It's trickled in that one.
You're not happy as a goalkeeper to see that pass you by. Ronaldo. Oh! Second one saved. Sony's in trouble. And this is looking very, very good for FIFA and Tom. He needs to make some serious errors here from the penalty spot. Mertens, another tap-in. But De Gea made to look a fool. He won't like it. Suarez, well, he's got to score it. Oh, just underneath.
He's hopped over it there, really.
Just about keeps Sony in the competition.
Needs a save here, realistically. Oh, and he's going to as well. The ball just put down the middle. He didn't even move. De Gea collects. He needs to score now, and he will do with Messi. Sony, could he be on the comeback here in penalties? It's Ronaldo that steps up for Phantom. He's got to centre himself.
Well, okay, one last chance is all that stands for Sony to stay in the winner bracket. Pogba has to score this. He will. It's 3-3, but now he has to save this one. It's Pogba from the spot for FIFA and Tom to get to the winner bracket finals. Oh, just underneath him. You thought De Gea may have it, but Sony instead will be ruining those first two penalties. And Phantom from Japan will move through to the winner bracket finals.
Of course, not the end of the road here for Sony. He's going to be going down into that lower bracket. But what a close game that was. I mean, penalties, we needed to really separate them. I think that's very much a fair result in the end, just from how close that one was.
You can tell by the first half, I mean, there was must have been one or two shots max in the first half. It was just a midfield battle. It was a bit of a slog back and forth. Neither team, neither player really going for those long-range shots. They all wanted to try and get that perfectly intricate goal, you know, which sure, you create the chance, and it's hard to create that chance. It will almost guarantee you a goal. But maybe, just maybe at this time, you've got to start taking the chances, and you've got to start thinking, should I have gone for goal? Should I have started taking maybe those 20-yard shots on just the edge of the box, which we've seen going in. We've seen a number of them already.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a position to do that, I think, again, this goes back to the discussion of playing your percentages, right? If you think that going forward, trying to find the holes will give you, 10% more chance to score, you're going to go for it. This game is the Airborne game versus Jamie game, and seeing the goals coming in from this one. Jamie 1-0 up with Hullet there after 9 minutes only.
Yeah, corner. There's Dosari going to score his fourth as well. Oh, it's going to be a rebound. Messi just going to play it back. Yeah, tap in for Pogba. That game did end 4-1 as well, so Dosari, big goal win. Yeah, and that's, so smashing it. I mean, that was against Brain Freeze. Hearts, I can't think his name. A Brain Freeze. You're not helping me, are you?
I'm not. Braveheart.
Braveheart, that's it, Braveheart.
There we go.
Yeah, who smashed the group, won every single game in the group, obviously went through. That's the first loss he's had so far, and it's a 4-1 destruction from Dosari, and that basically is Dosari.
8 goals in 2 rounds in the upper bracket,
4-0 past Footwiz Goat, and now 4-1 past Braveheart. That is monstrous.
Yeah.
He is definitely the favourite, I would say, for everything now, not just the console.
Yeah, 6th start there, really. Apparently, he took Braveheart's freedom. Thanks for that, Dave, by the way. Glad we have you on board for such nuggets of wisdom. Speaking of nuggets of wisdom, let's get down to Spencer for, I'm sure, even better ones.
Oh, put a bit of pressure on me now for nuggets of wisdom. Okay, I'll have to pull some out. There's been a few things I've been watching, a few different games happening, some big results. First off, in the lower bracket, we had a big game between Jamie and Airborne, or Honorably Airborne, I believe his name is. That was a big game, because obviously whoever lost that game would be leaving the competition, both of which we saw previously in Sydney. Didn't want to see either of them leave. We don't want to see anyone leave, really, but it has to happen. And I've got a nice little goal from Jamie to show you, actually. He took the lead in this matchup, went 1-0 up with this little fella. It was a nice ball into the box, great passing, lovely turn, and eventually gets another pass across the box, and it's a goal. And that actually was the only goal of the game. Honorably Airborne has crashed out, unfortunately. Will be leaving the tournament, and he was the one that obviously switched up his team this tournament. And here's another goal from MS Dosari, who has absolutely been dominating things. That was his 4th goal, I believe, of the game there, just scoring with Pogba. And it was also his 17th goal of the tournament so far, and he's only conceded 3. That gives him a positive goal difference of 14. He only conceded a couple in the group stage and 1 in the brackets. So right now, as the guys pointed out a minute ago, MS Dosari is definitely the guy to look out for. But it doesn't mean it's over. He hasn't won it yet. I'll be keeping my eyes on the games. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Spencer. And yeah, I think smashing it is pretty much the right word. 8 goals in the playoffs and plus 14 overall in the tournament. Only conceded 3. The good thing is, if we see any more of his games, we can certainly expect goals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's been so many games, so now we're into the winner bracket final stage. We're probably going to drop down, I would guess. Winner bracket finals, I'm not too sure whether they're going to start spacing it out a little bit now. Generally, we tend to. Obviously, a lot of lower bracket games, a lot of big names that have all slipped down there as well, because, you know what, there's only 2 teams that go into the winner bracket. I bet you didn't know that.
As I said, nuggets of information.
Nuggets.
Just coming from
Gems.
everywhere at this point. Absolute brilliant stuff. But there are obviously a few games still going on in the meantime. Here is Samir, who I'm assuming has just picked up a win. Getting pats on the back.
A lot of Australians around him. 1 in extra time, apparently.
Okay. Looking relieved, that's for sure.
Yeah.
From that one.
Obviously didn't get out of the groups in Sydney, so he's doing very well.
Taking it a
better
step further
here. Obviously got the draw, the very first game against Sony, who we just saw going down to the lower bracket. So maybe we'll see a return matchup. Possible.
Huh. Not really sure. We'll see. We've still got a long way to go in this one. Obviously, things coming
and a short time
pretty
to get
quickly,
there.
and a short time to get there as well, which is always great. And we are going to be continuing to move, of course, through the brackets here as we go. But in terms of favourites, I think there's a very clear couple of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to be honest. Looking towards the PlayStation bracket, I think. What we just saw probably was the battle for maybe who's going to take the winner bracket final there, which was obviously Sony versus gone blank. FIFA and Tom.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether Chel's going to make his way back in there, I don't know. I cannot see anything past MS Dosari right now. And, I mean, obviously, this is the point where, and I should also point out, Season 1 regionals, every single stop an Xbox winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be keeping going. Don't go anywhere.
3, 2, 1, go! Through this course that is designed by somebody who absolutely hates me and wants to see me fail at every single corner. All right, we're gonna get past this blue shell here. Coming up on the sign, which I didn't learn in school. I don't know what that is. All right, coming around the bend, we got this chicken. Where's he going? Probably Progressive.com to save himself an average of $598 on car insurance. I bet it feels just as good as raining confetti when you parallel park.
Act your age. Dump your parents' insurance company.
Welcome everyone to the biggest FIFA tournament of all time.
Walker to Neymar, into the box, Pogba with a real chance. Relentless, he's absolutely relentless. He's now got himself in a great position to lay it up for George Bett. Oh, that could surely be it.
Only 6 players from each division will be headed to the big finals in Berlin. And the question is who?
Suarez gets past his man, gets through to Ronaldo to Suarez. Shot! Oh, what a really well-worked goal.
I know what it takes to be fast. I've been racing since I was a kid. It's in my blood. To achieve greatness, you've got to take chances. And they don't come any greater than this. Download Real Racing 3 now.
FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Visit progressive.com today. So we are back here and we're going to continue on through in the upper bracket. The man who's looked absolutely formidable so far, MS Dossary, who honestly, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to stop him today. He's certainly scoring plenty.
Well, Jet's going to have to try. I mean, that's who he's up against, the winner bracket finals here. And like you say, Dossary has just looked magnificent. 8 goals in the last 2 games. When you get to knockout stages, obviously, often we'll see players that are the top players smashing people in groups, and you're like, okay, this is it. He's going to go through. And yes, he did get a couple of wins, but he was letting quite a few goals in. Now he's just got 8 goals in the knockout stages against Footwiz Goat, one of the top Australian players, and then again 4-1 there. And a moment ago, it's got a lot of work to do, Jet here, who went through against Honourably Airborne on penalties.
Exactly. Against a man who's scoring a lot and not conceding many. You struggle to, work out the equation there in terms of how victory comes along. We are going to find out, though, of course, MS Dossary, 5 wins so far today. Not conceding many, scoring a ton against Jet, who's 3 wins, 2 ties, so not lost himself up until now. But I think that Dossary is going to be the favourite in this matchup, just from what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I mean, the record speaks for itself, doesn't it? 5 wins. No losses, no ties. He has just smashed it, won every game, and looked very solid throughout here. So Dossary made himself the favourite, a clear favourite coming into this one. So one step away from that grand finals, $20,000, of course, will be going to the champion. And then, of course, another extra $10,000 on top of that if they can crown themselves the console champion, effectively, between the Xbox and PlayStation. But we've got a couple of games to go before we get there. But MS Dossary looking very good.
Still a couple to go, but before we get into our next one, we're going to check in with Chewboy.
Well, I don't know if you guys see this trophy that we're looking at right now. Looks pretty nice. This is what is going to be given out to the winner who wins in Berlin. I wonder who's going to win it. Guys in the chat, let me know. Who do you think from rest of world, from North America? I'm sure a lot of you are going to be saying that EU is greater than NA. I do not think the same thing, but whatever. Hey, maybe Taskmake takes it, maybe Huge Gorilla. Who do you think is going to win that trophy? Now, one thing I've noticed here today is that the Asian competitors are looking very strong. I know in the other rest of world Season 1 final, it was an all Middle Eastern final. But I think we might see an Asian competitor hit the final. Press 1 in the chat if you are from Asia or Middle East. I did ask you guys on Twitter, which of the PS4 Pro players is looking the best. And you'll see a theme. They're all from Asia. Fee Phantom, Sony, Chow Chow, Ronnie Yao. Chow Chow had an amazing comeback to win 4-3, I believe. And then, hey, I saw you guys hating on that Fee Phantom versus Sony match. I thought it was very tight. It was a very, nice little stalemate. Those players are just very concentrated. They don't want to make any mistakes. They play very carefully, guys. There's a lot of money on the line, so they don't want to mess things up. But it looks like you guys think Sony is going to go very far. Unfortunately, he did lose on penalty to Fee Phantom. And I think Fee Phantom could go very, very far. He's got this great penalty style. It's a bit cheesy, I won't lie to you, but he sneaks a penalty in. I think one of these guys might make it at least definitely to the PS4 final and maybe to the grand final. But we'll see. Let me send it back to the guys at the front desk.
We're at the front desk, Joe. I don't know whether we're like hotel concierges here or what.
Would you like to check in, Chew Boy? But right now, yeah, I don't know about the front desk on that one, but yeah. Concierge, I suppose that's a fallback career for me in the end.
Fallback career. But let's talk about this matchup. Emas Dasari is going to be the match. We're going to be following solid play from him. Obviously, we're talking about Fee Phantom as well, also going through to the winner bracket final on the PlayStation side as well. So we'll keep our eye on that one, see whether we get our first Japanese player in the grand finals.
Yeah, indeed. And great to see, that variation as well. Obviously, Middle Eastern players, it's a very strong FIFA area, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen many a champion.
Right, Mr. Royal and Mr. Dunn.
Yeah. Coming from regions like that, and that's great to see, a lot of these Asian players really coming in well and doing amazingly well from that. And there are a couple of them on your screen right now, and for good reason, honestly. These two were both undefeated.
Yeah.
The question is if Dasari can do the same.
Well, that's it. I mean, we saw Mr. Royal on the screen there. He went down, well, I think it was 2 or 3-0 against Abdulaziz Al-Shari, you see on your screen, but came back. We thought it was done and dusted. But unfortunately for him, Mr. Royal had other things on his mind and came back magnificently and continued the dominance for the Xbox side. I wonder if we're going to see something different today, or whether Dasari and co are going to try and keep the Xbox dreams alive.
Well, we are going to find out, because we're going to be moving into that next round of the upper bracket any moment. Now, I think we should put a little bit on the line. Do we see Dasari losing this one at all?
No. No. I'm going to go and say 3-1. There we go. See?
Based
put a score out. Based upon he's scored 4 goals in the last 2 games. So I could have gone 4, but I thought I was going to give his opponent a little bit of credit here.
Yeah.
But he's going to get a goal and only let 3 in.
Now, I think these guys have already shown going undefeated up until now. Of course, Jet has 3 ties in there as well, but the fact is he's not lost a game up until now. And I think the run of form surely has to change at some point.
I'm going to throw another prediction out there. I'm going to say Braveheart's going to come back through the lower bracket and face him in the final. There you go.
That's very possible, considering his run so far in this tournament. Of course, in that last game, not exactly the one he was looking for, but through the group stages, not losing a single game. And yes, he's lost that, but I mean, he's gone fairly far through the upper bracket, which means he's got less work to do, if you like, in the lower bracket.
Yeah, of course, I don't put myself out there, because Goat's down there, who's a big crowd favourite. Footwiz Goat, of course, he's up against Superstar in that lower bracket, and Jamie's going to be playing Braveheart, so it's going to be tough old matches for those guys, and we'll try and keep you updated as and when we get the scores coming through out the day, of course, and keep the highlights and get some words from Spencer as and when we need them.
Absolutely.
We always need them. I mean,
it's always great to hear from the guys down there, of course. Their insights and wisdom.
Some insight. It's always good to have a little bit of insight, but speaking of insight, let's look back at what happened, Joe, just 2 months ago in Miami.
The Miami round of the EA Sports FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series was filled with drama.
As the best go at it for $30,000.
Miami featured the closest group stage in Season 1.
I think it's really hard to call who has the edge. And that was what it's all about.
Penalty drama dominated the knockout rounds.
We've seen penalty shootouts en masse.
6 players earned the right to compete in Berlin.
The crowd are going absolutely wild here.
The final was an all-Brazilian affair.
I'm really pumped for this final. It's going to be top quality. Lucas facing Rafifa. end-to-end stuff here between these two. They're not afraid to attack, that's for sure. Ramos puts it through, Sonic Suarez! Oh, it's another early goal from Rafifa.
Massive chance there on the volley, but there's a goal coming, I can smell it.
Top of the number, takes it beautifully, gets it up to Suarez, Hullet, another chance to Ronaldo!
Not long left here at all. Rafifa will be very comfortable with the ball with this lead.
Rafifa is the champion here. And honestly, he's done Brazil proud, he's done himself proud, he's done everyone in this tournament proud. And of course, Miami was the Season 1 Regionals for the Americas, and we'll be continuing with the Season 2 Regionals for the Americas tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Yeah, great atmosphere there as well, wasn't it? Absolutely fantastic stuff. So we're going to be kicking off things on the PlayStation side to begin with. It's going to be FIFA and Tom up against Samir. That's the winner bracket finals. So Samir's done really well. I mean, this is a guy that finished third in the group stages in Sydney. Obviously, we saw him having that draw early on against Sony in the very first matchup. Came back 1-0 down, came back 1-1, 2-1 down, came back 2-2. So he's got a bit of fight about him. Let's see if he can do it against FIFA and Tom.
And why not? I mean, you've got this far in the tournament. We saw the breath of.
I think he won in extra time, didn't he? In the
exactly, yeah. It was an extra time winner for him. He's got a lot of people supporting him as well, which I think is, you know, we could always argue is the extra pressure, or also takes it off you, the support there. Everyone cheering once you actually stick one in the back of the net, and we're going to find out if he can continue on that path as we jump into this game. It is, of course, Samir versus FIFA Phantom.
Yeah, taking down Ronnie out in that semi-final. I could say 2-1, that goal in extra time. Samir playing in the blue once again, as we saw. It's quite fitting, really. The opening game of the day goes into the winner bracket finals. A through ball for Ronaldo early on, and perhaps should have took the shot first touch, but it looked like it was offside. So, early chance ruled out, and there is the change. Okay, so Mane off for Modric. Obviously, this is all about the chemistry. Changes, readjusting the shape of the team. Now Messi for FIFA and Tom, who we saw go through on penalties against Sony just a moment ago.
Very slow build-up style of play, loves to keep possession. And I'm assuming after his winning that last game, he's probably not going to change things around too much for this one. There is Kante. Nice little back heel through to Ronaldo, but he will walk straight into the legs of Smalling. Now a chance maybe for Samir to break. No, he'll be tackled, and this could be an opportunity. Actually took the shot there with Messi. He's cannoning off the defender though. And that will be first corner of the game.
Well, let's see if he can make anything from it. It's a short one. Ronaldo. Back into Kante. Kante to David Luiz. Plays it back. Oh dear, that's awful. Kante to Kante. Straight forward. Often goes for those short little passes, but that was a terrible, terrible pass. And the ball right back at him. FIFA Phantom showing a bit of domination here. It's Pogba. Goes to Griezmann. We haven't seen a great deal of Griezmann throughout today. It's really just been FIFA Phantom that's been one of the main users. Magnificent player, certainly in real life, but I think in FIFA he just can get knocked off the ball a little bit too easy. Obviously he's got the pace and the finesse and the agility, he just hasn't quite got the strength. Griezmann looking to get the ball into the box, and you can see trying to scurry it, but just that little knock from the defender enough to force him to take a touch too much and put the ball out for a goal kick. A header back there from Chris Smalling. Not too sure Jack Butland was quite expecting that.
I actually seen Samir doing this a fair amount. Obviously, feels that ball in the hand of the keeper is going to be more effective and less dangerous for him as well.
Padding out the possession stats, maybe?
No, I think, honestly, I mean, than a goal kick where you either belt it upfield and hope for the best, or you keep it short and maybe get intercepted.
Well, you're trying to draw the players forward
from
as well.
the hands, you've always got more of an option than you do on the ground. Either way, we're almost at the 20-minute mark, and we have FIFA Phantom with Messi here. Nice little pass through. Griezmann again, looking for a man in the box, and, well, in the end, he falls over. Smalling wonders what's tickling him there from down below, and they get the ball away.
Mane to Kante. Cuts it back. Mane Walker's on the overlap at the moment, just ahead of him, and it's kind of an awkward situation, actually. He wants to try and feed the ball through to Messi. Walker's still out there, finds it to Bale. Ronaldo makes himself available. Bale, in the end, goes for a shot and is blocked out. No, it was just a terrible shot, in fact, from Bale. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt there. But
I thought he had taken a deflection as well, but apparently just went straight out.
It was just bad.
Didn't go goalwards for him. Now, though, Marcelo accelerating off down this wing. Bad touch there from Pogba. We'll give it Mane. Advantage going to be called, and well, they may just utilise that. Finally does go back to Mane. Nice bit of passing work here for Samir. In the end, though, not enough for him to actually create a chance. And that half-time point is already creeping up on us. Are we going to see a repeat of that upper bracket semi-final between Phantom and Sony that went the whole way without a goal? Incredibly close one, of course, decided on penalties in the end. Samir himself had to rely on an extra time victory in that upper bracket semi-final of his own to get through here into this stage. Of course, the winner of this one will go through into the final, one step closer to Berlin. There's Kante, off to Neymar. Again, we'll find a space to bring it across. Oh, Ronaldo putting it into Messi, but he'd already made the run. Clearance is not going to be good, though. And that means that Messi now has to do the work on his own. A little bit of a triangle between Marcelo and Griezmann. There's a great little bit of skill from Griezmann. Again, couldn't find the space. It's Marcelo. Shoots, scores. It's 1-0. And I thought he was going to try and pass it off once more, but he'd held up the ball enough there to find that corner.
This is exactly what we talked about. The game against Sony, Phantom and Sony, they were just looking for this perfect goal setup, and that's exactly what we saw there. Made the space available. And you can see Sam here, just that little nervous rocking motion. Knows he's up against it here. As Phantom gets the goal from Marcelo. And makes himself just one step away from the grand final and a chance to win $20,000.
There's a ball through. Sam got the pressure on him. They're not far away from the half-time mark. He's the one that has to score now. Has to make the moves. There is Mane. Played on through. Was offside though.
Yep.
Ronaldo not quite aware of his positioning there.
Well, half time. Beckoning. And at the moment it's been fairly even. I think despite that goal, it's been relatively even between the two players. Probably Samir maybe a little less possession. But other than that, not exactly an end-to-end game. Marcelo back down the left wing. Decides to take a run with it and then realises, hang on a minute, I'm out of depth. Goes back to Kante. That's straight to Bale. Yeah, and I was going to say, that's a pass that's not going to be too thankful there. Marcelo out of play. Possession back to Phantom as he works it through to Pogba. Kante, direct ball maybe as we approach 3 minutes just before half-time. Kante over the top into Neymar. Neymar just holds it up. Maybe going to get a cross. Last little chance here before half-time. No. I think it's going to be 1-0 in the first half.
Yep, certainly looking that way. Don't see it changing here in those dying moments. And there is our referee chiming in. Half-time and a brilliantly worked lead here. You can see for Seymour, I think that's a little bit of a frustrating half for him, you know. Not had all that much possession, not been able to find much of an opening into this one. And of course that leaves him behind with 45 minutes in game to go. And well, in this match there is a space in the division final up for grabs, which is in the end the match which then decides the person that's going through to Berlin.
Absolutely, and as we said, historically, statistically, we've never seen a winner in the grand final from the lower brackets. So this really gives you a big confidence boost, a leg up, effectively, going into that grand final matchup, that best of 3 grand final matchup, where, of course, you will be going in one game up. Kyle Walker now for Phantom. You can see some changes. Suarez on for Griezmann. As I say, not a great deal of Griezmann used throughout today. Something I'd love to hear from Chu and Spencer. Obviously, a man that's making waves, certainly in real life at the moment. Atletico Madrid. Messi to cut it back on the byline. Brilliant stuff. Keeps it in control. Suarez, just bustled off the ball, and in the end, the shot was weak into Jack Butland's arms.
Yep, we'll feed it straight out there with a long throw towards Suarez. Of course, we'll rely on Marcelo to back it up. Kante into Pogba. This has Mane maybe to aim for, but he's happy to keep possession here. Kante now just switching things up a little bit. There is Mane. Got space to move forward, but he's headed topside. He needs to find some kind of through ball. Cuts it back in the end to Walker. He will then give it to Pogba. He's up against a bit of a wall here. He does go for the shot. He will dive down to his left. It was on target for Messi. In the end, though, Samir gets himself a corner.
Is he going to try and get ahead of it? He squeaked one, remember, before. Marcelo tries to lose his man. Pogba sold a dummy, gets it past him into Messi. Messi, well, can't get past Kante once again. Sometimes you just got to wonder, is it worth going for that inside header? Oh, that's a great ball through for Ronaldo. He's got ahead of the defenders. Surely make it 2. That's it. And well, with Samir having so little chances so far, you've got to wonder, is that Phantom putting his name into the grand final?
Cool, calm, collected finish there. Keeper was brought out a little bit, try and close the angle.
Great through ball, though.
Absolutely.
I mean, I just said it. Once you've got Ronaldo with that much space, that much pace, that much ability, you're fairly confident you're going to score.
Yeah, it's going to have to be now all or nothing, really.
High pressure
from Samir. Needs to score soon here. Just to keep himself or get back into this game. Well, 60 minutes already on the clock. With the pressing, pressure's going to be even more in his face. It's Pogba. Good through ball here to Messi. Just ran away from him a little bit. Could have really done with getting a touch on it first. Nea brought out. Will run down. Customary here, those seconds. All onto the floor. And he'll quite happily hoof it forward. I was going to say Butland's going to have to come out for that one because it's running for Ronaldo pretty nicely.
I thought he'd come out too far. Okay, all right. Seeing a bit of footwork from Butland as he plays it out. Kyle Walker, not Messi. Pressuring him. It's Pogba to Messi now. Back to Kante. Trying to see that through ball. Finds it to Ronaldo. Suarez. Ronaldo on the run, but can't get the 1-2 give and go. Has to instead go to Messi. Now Messi through the middle. Ronaldo's available. Oh, Sergio Ramos just sticks out the leg. Knew exactly what was coming.
And came off the back of his heel there. Now a chance the through ball could be on. Suarez, though, keeping possession. That's been Phantom's almost customary view of this game. Even when you think where probably 99.9% of FIFA players would play that through ball, he says, no, that's not my best option. Keeping possession for now is more likely to result in something for me. There we see that Samir actually having more possession, 52 to 48%. As the ball is knocked in towards Pogba, but his opposition number will cut that one out. Closing in on only 15 minutes in-game left in this one.
He needs to get a goal builds. Yeah, he needs to get a goal. It's really now or never, I think, to try and give himself a little chance. Of course, he would fall down into the lower bracket final, so it's certainly not the end of it. We'd see Samir. He's got another chance to come back against whoever may battle way through that lower bracket, which is going on across the pitch at the moment, across the other games. As it stands, though, 2-0 here. Phantom. Solid result for him. And honestly, it's while Samir has had a decent chunk of possession in the second half, he hasn't really done a lot with it. That's the problem. Whereas Phantom, he's just had those 2 clear chances. I mean, one of them, that big through ball for Ronaldo, was a a very easy chance that I think majority of pros here, certainly if they got in that position, would have scored it.
Here's Samir then. The through ball. Ooh. Just too ambitious for him. Does fall back to Messi though. And tries one of his own. And in the end it was for Mane who actually ran in the opposite direction basically from the ball. And now a chance for a break. Marcelo sends Ronaldo. And we'll link a little bit here between the two of them. Plus Neymar. Space on the bottom side, and it will go over the top here for Suarez. Where's he going to go from here? Kante actually getting in front of him. We'll cut that one out, and now Samir has to score basically with this chance if he's to come back now. 84 minutes on the clock. Feeding it up there to Pogba. He's run out of options. Has to cut back. Did find Ronaldo, but look at the defence. There's 5 of them, 6 of them, 7 of them even there. And this is just not going to happen, is it? Oof. Now Ronaldo's even managed to catch himself. Marcelo will out-muscle him, outpace him as well. But this one is certainly going to be FIFA Phantom's win.
Yeah, tried to knock the ball forward. A little bit too far ahead of him. Just a little score update across, of course. Ms. Dossary was playing in the other final versus Jet. That's on the Xbox. He's currently 1-0 up. Of course, that game's still going. It's a little bit behind this one, so still plenty of time for Jet to come back, as Dossary just scored a second. So just as the split second I look at it and see it. So that looks like it's 2-0 as well. So far we have 2 clear winner bracket finalists, it seems. We'll see whether that game turns around, but you can see here FIFA Phantom very much got this game into control, 2-0.
Absolutely, he's going through into the final here. And it's a very confident win for him. I would say not looking too troubled with that one overall. And honestly, he's just looked so confident. These last 2 games that we've seen in the upper bracket semi-final here, the upper bracket final, certainly looking like the man on this console to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, he had the close game with Sony, of course, that went down to penalties. Yeah. He did miss one of those penalties, but outside of that, he was looking pretty solid. This was the early goal, I believe, here. Yeah, back to Marcelo, finds the gap through the defense. You know, it didn't look like he was going to go for the goal. Thought he might take another pass and try and lay it off. You can see Pogba off the side there. This, of course, the big through ball from Messi straight to Ronaldo. You don't really miss these. And obviously, at this level, they tend to score those 9 out of 10 times.
Absolutely, and brilliant play for him overall. And don't forget, guys, you guys can get involved as well if you fancy yourselves as a bit of a commentator. Make sure you find yourself a friend. Get over to easports.com/UK/FIFA/commentator cup. Record yourselves a video, and you never know, you might find yourselves in Berlin on the 20th of May doing a bit of commentary yourselves.
Yeah, it could be up here.
We should probably enter that.
We might need to enter that, see if we can be in Berlin. Maybe that's what we could do. But obviously, we just saw the PlayStation winner, FIFA Phantom, get himself a place in that grand final. Let's see what he had to say.
そうですね。海外の大会初めてなので、なるほど。そうですね。まあでもどちらもギリギリの順位で突破したので、それでも自信は持ってやってるので優勝して、日本に帰りたいと思います。
Yes, guys. Well, let's talk about MS Dossary, okay? Because we weren't watching that game right now, but we wanted to see what he was getting up to. We've talked about how many goals he's been scoring. We've talked about how many few goals he's been conceding. He just had a big group game, a big match, is essentially the upper bracket final against Jet. And I was a little bit worried for him at one point. It was 0-0 into the second half. I thought maybe Dossary's not the man we thought he was. Maybe he's not going to just smash his way through to the final. Turns out he did. He turned it back on again. 3 goals he got in the end. We're going to show you the highlights from the game now. It just took him a little bit longer to get going, Shu, but he did get there in the end. And, I mean, after a 3-0 win in this game, surely this guy's the favourite.
He's definitely the favorite. I mean, I've pretty much been calling him so far in the tournament the rest of the world huge gorilla. He's got that same aggressive style. He does do a bit more possession, but he's got that aggressive style that I don't think a lot of the competitors here are used to, and they don't seem to be able to cope with that kind of play.
Yeah, a couple of goals for Paul Pogba there. Messi with the third one. We saw him capitalise on his opponent Jet's a few defensive frailties in the end was actually what was the difference between the two teams. But Dossary keeps scoring goals. That's 20 goals he's scored now. He's conceded 3. So he still has got to be the one to watch, right?
Exactly. And one thing I want to point out is I tweeted something recently about the way MS Desari holds his controller. And if you see the picture here, it's kind of like a claw situation going on. And it's just so, I was talking to him about it. He says it's just natural the way he holds the controller. But the good thing about the position that he holds the controller in with those, he's got his 2 fingers on the right side, on the shoulder buttons, on both hands, getting better access to hit those shoulder buttons. So the shoulder buttons do a lot in FIFA. You can call a player, you can call a second defender, you can make a run while you're sprinting, things like that. So you just have more control. So the way he holds his controller just gives him more access to those shoulder buttons, which means he's able to make quicker movements than other players. So that might be one of his advantages here in the tournament.
I'll tell you what I find interesting about that, because you've got the driven pass as well, which is the RB button on Xbox, right? But equally, there's one move you can do this year that came out as a new move, which is the driven through ball.
Exactly.
But I don't do it because I can't physically get my finger in the right position to do the 2 buttons you have to do. But I reckon with that different technique, you probably can.
Exactly. And the driven pass now is probably the most ideal pass in the game. You can just break through your opponent's defense so quickly, especially somebody who plays a more possession style. You can just get right through that defense with a driven pass, and you have access to get a shot on goal.
There you go. Maybe some of you guys are going to be bringing out the claw very soon. Good luck to those of you that do. For now, back to the boys.
Not really sure. Looks like he was using his third finger. His third finger?
I'm glad you can count as well in your old age, and you know the arthritis setting in, so I'm not sure if the claw's really one for us at this point. But yeah, we are moving obviously further on, and now we have the guys from the upper bracket. 2 of them sat there looking very, very good, but now the rest of them have to, fight their way through those last stages of the lower bracket. Certainly not going to be easy for any of them.
No, but Desari is just, I mean, like they said, scored 26 goals or something crazy like that. It's just smashing him in. So I think most goals of anyone we've had probably so far really is destroying the competition. So whoever reaches that final, you've got a tough old challenge.
Well, we are going to be, of course, moving on with things in the lower bracket to find out who will move on into those finals. So, guys, don't go anywhere.
So, you're obviously looking to do better than your outing at the Sydney Regionals. What aspects of your game have you worked on?
So, in Season 1, I finished first in the group, but I didn't do too well in the knockout stages. I didn't adapt to the possession-style gameplay.
Last time I took the lead in the game and just kept pressuring, and it cost me in the end.
The first season I didn't do so well. My defense was a little bit shaky. Sometimes I didn't know what I was doing, and I let players go through me, which I shouldn't. But I think this time around my defense will be much solid. I know what I'm doing.
I've gone for a more defensive formation, and I'm looking to hold more possession, play a lot more patiently.
When you play games like that, and these players are so good, anything can happen. So I guess you just keep practicing, keep training, and hope that you can be better next time.
This Name Your Price tool lets you find the right deal for you and your budget. Budget Flow says, let's budget.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Azar. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
All right, back of the pack, but I'm feeling pretty good about this race. Let's go! Wait, everybody's all over the place. Where'd you guys go? Oh my goodness. Now what? Oh, everybody made the train but me. Oh my goodness. It's okay. Okay. Slow and steady wins the race, right? All right, let's go. And wait, did everybody get pulled over? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna win. Pays to be safe, and it could actually even save you too, because Progressive helps customers save even more on car insurance with discounts like paperless, multi-car, and even safe driving.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIFA Interactive World Cup. We're FIFA Interactive World Cup. We're not there yet. We're not there yet,
That's the
Jimmy.
road to London.
We're not there yet, Jimmy.
It's just a step to
we're
that.
We're at the FIFA Ultimate Team Championships. We've got a long way to go before we get there, Jimmy.
We have a lot of games to play, but exciting games.
Yeah, Jimmy, you caught me on the hop there, they did. But Jimmy is joining me now instead of Joe, obviously. A little bit better at football than myself and Joe.
I'm not going to disagree with you.
No, I'm not going to disagree either. But let's talk about, obviously, champions. We have Taz in the house.
And he won Season 1 in Paris. And he played a style that I think everybody was in awe of. You know, they talked to a lot of players here at this tournament as to some of the best players in the world, and a lot of them named Tass because of his style and his defensive style and how he adapts in-game. He's excellent at that, and it leads to counters, and then once he kills your spirit, then he goes on to win the game. So he's one of the most talented players I've seen in a long time, and I expect him to be one of the favorites for Berlin.
And he scored a lot of goals as well.
He did.
I mean, it's like while he was keeping clean sheets, he was scoring goals as well. He had a really good balance.
He's like the Dosari of Europe, we could say, to find a parallel to what's happening here.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. It's
I'm
not
really
over yet.
interested to see what Tass believes, you know, how skill-wise they match up. And, of course, we're going to find out when they get to Berlin. That's the best time
I'm excited for that.
to see how it works out for you. But, Jimmy, you've obviously been down on the floor. You've been talking to the players. What sort of a feel have you got so far? Obviously, we've been building up Dosari, and he's looking like this monster into the grand finals for the PlayStation. But FIFA and Tom, obviously, we managed to cover his game. He's been sneaking his way through into that finals.
Really quiet about it. He seems unassuming in real life, so his style definitely plays out when he's. But he's like a silent assassin, as it were, and he's been taking people down that people thought were favorites. Whether it was Chelcho or Sony, whoever's in his way, he continues to be the best player throughout this tournament. So I'm excited to see how he does once he does face. Potentially, Dosari.
Potentially, and obviously these guys...
Yeah, I wanted to put that in italics, or let's quotes.
Potentially, yeah, indeed. But when they obviously reach that final stage, you know, obviously you've got to take each other on. The Xbox winner, you know, we're looking at Dosari. So far, every stop so far has been the Xbox winner. There's a bit of pressure on him.
Yeah. I mean, there's that element, and also nobody from the loser bracket has ever one-ups the people that have won every single game. That hasn't happened yet. So I'm curious to see if that happens here with the start of Season 2 in Whistler. Maybe not. I mean, there's a lot of talented guys. When you got that chance of redemption, we talk about that double elimination a lot, but nobody has taken advantage of it.
Well, somebody who started the whole ball rolling, defending the Xbox champion crown, is Tass, who's with Spencer.
Yes, guys, here I am with hashtag Tass himself. Tass, welcome to Canada. How you doing?
Nice to meet you again, Spencer.
Well, yeah, of course. It's good to see you, mate. You're so you've come to watch, obviously not taking part today because you're part of the European section of players. You did win the Paris regional final, which was fantastic. How was that for you? And also, yeah, you can tell us a little bit about what maybe is going through these guys' heads and what they need to do in order to win the whole thing.
Right, well, Paris obviously was a huge achievement for me. Comparing it to what the players are going through right now, it's literally the same thing. A lot of pressure. It depends, I'd say every player possibly has his own expectation.
Yeah.
Whether that's winning, getting a top 4 placement, getting out of the group. So depending, whoever has a very high expectation, if you don't live up to it, it's pretty dampening. So a lot of pressure. Going on right now.
And you were definitely someone that was able to handle that pressure well in Paris. You've been here for a little bit today. You've been watching some of the competition. Has anyone stood out for you? Anyone you've got your eye on?
I'm not going to lie, MS Dosari is impressing me quite a bit. Not just his win against Ono ago and the fashion he done it in. I'm looking at what he's doing with the ball, what he's doing without the ball. Very solid, moving the ball around, spraying it about, creating chances left, right, and centre. He is someone to watch out for sure.
Certainly, and obviously, if he does do what we're expecting him to do and get through to Berlin, there's a chance we may see, the guys alluded to it earlier, a TAS versus MS Dasari game. Is he an opponent you'd like to come up against, or is he someone you'd rather avoid, or do you not think about it like that?
To be honest, I focus on myself, but he has impressed me. So, to be honest, I'd love to play him in the latter stages of Berlin if, it came to that. I'm confident in myself. I'm sure he's confident in himself. So we'd have to see what happened if that fixture happened.
Yeah, I mean, whoever happens or whoever gets there, the fixtures in Berlin are going to be unbelievable because the best of the best are going to be there.
Right.
But the tournaments have been fantastic so far. Let's take a little look back to that Paris regional final where TAS won and remember how it all went down.
Emotions were high for the Paris round of the EA Sports FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series.
We need a champion in Paris. Arguably, this right here is the hardest one to get through.
Major upset shook the tournament.
We've also seen some guys that we would have predicted to do well go out.
Boris Legends is out of the tournament. That's a goal for Rocky, and that could be Gorilla going out of the tournament.
TAS and Xi'an dominated the competition.
We should mention, actually, both Xi'an and TAS, neither of them have lost a game yet.
With a field this strong, you don't expect anyone to really be going through an entire group stage and win every single game.
And it will be TAS.
Oh, that's a goal! So that's it. Xi'an wins.
Bullock surprised everyone in the runner-up bracket.
Bale, a chance. It's going to go in.
Another ESG player out of the contest.
I'm looking forward to the next game.
He never expected to get that far.
8 players earn the right to compete in Berlin.
We have gotten it down to the best 2 players.
Both these finalists have won every single game they've played, so this is really the best final we could have hoped for.
Someone can't stay undefeated here today. Someone is going to lose in that final game.
But here we go, kickoff, looking for that through ball into the box. It's going to George Pass! TAS getting himself in the lead.
Early chance to still go in. Oh, wow. TAS is on fire.
That may well be it. And I hate to say that so early. The clock running down. Just 1 minute remaining. It will be TAS that will take it here. And that is going to be all he wrote.
Let's have a round of applause for our champion. Very well played indeed.
What a great final that was.
A bit contentious.
A bit contentious towards the end there.
But emotion is part of it. When you compete, emotion is a big part of it.
Absolutely. And as we showed there, neither player had lost a game going into that matchup. Absolute cracking final. We're looking towards the same here, maybe with Dossary not lost the game so far.
No, he's showing a lot of the same elements that TAS did. TAS mentioned that he's someone that he's paying attention to. And I think it's funny that TAS flew all the way over from London to get some advanced scouting. Not only gets to see this regional, he gets to be here for the Americas as well. So we'll see if that helps him.
There might be a few other reasons as well.
Maybe.
Let's talk about the game we're going to be having here. As you can see them setting up, it is going to be Superstar versus Braveheart. Now, for me, I called it early on. I think Braveheart is going to work his way back through into the finals. So I have him down as my favorite coming into this one because he was a guy that set aside. He won all the group stage games, but then came up against Dasari, and it was a 4-1 drubbing.
It was a drubbing, but maybe he can learn from that, as you mentioned. And then he's going to be playing against Superstar, who I thought did well to get past Jamie when the knockout round started, then ran into Jet. Now, Jet did very well until he ran into Dasari. Everybody's getting a buzzsaw known as Dasari. So now we have Superstar versus Bravehearts, and this should be a very, very good game.
So here we go. Things are back underway. Superstar playing in the, I believe it's the Dutch colours, is that? Or is that an Arsenal strip? That's the Arsenal strip, isn't it? The white strip is what I'm talking about, either way. And Braveheart in the aqua?
Sure.
Could we call it that?
Sure,
Green?
I'll give that to you.
Green aqua. I'm not too sure which way we'd go with that one, but either way. I tell a lie, I got that the wrong way around because Superstar is in the green. Because I can see it's Hullet with the Hullet bullet. What if we didn't see a Hullet bullet? We saw a Pogba bullet.
We did see. We've seen a lot of long-range
goals. We saw a Griezmann bullet.
We did.
But we haven't seen a Hullet bullet yet. The big head up that he was famous for was those big dreadlocks let loose.
Yes. Early part of the game. Seen a lot of goals actually be scored early throughout this tournament. But I think as it's gotten into the knockout rounds, seen people start to feel each other out, what kind of formations, how they need to defend, all the normal stuff as you guys start any game.
Apart from Dasari.
Of course.
So far.
Yeah, he's exempt.
Pele, Ronaldo through ball. Oh, and he's actually, Walker's made the error. Tries to step it aside. Oh!
I feel like he needed to shoot there. He
Yeah.
had the angle. Maybe it's on his weak foot, but does Cristiano Ronaldo really have a weak foot?
Not really. Especially if it's the 99 Ronaldo. That's a nice back heel to Suarez. Sets it for Hullet. In through to Ronaldo. Tries to lose his man, and Marcelo in the end just clears his lines. Another corner. Short one. Pele beats one. Can't get past Hullet. And clears the danger in the end up to Suarez. Oh,
Little concern for Bravehearts right now. He seems to be scrambling. That's never a good feeling as you're entering into a game. Here's a pause here. Little mental break. Sometimes it helps you, sometimes it hurts you. I think you can see it both ways as both guys decide what they want to do.
If you're the man putting the pressure on, you don't want that break.
This is true.
So for Superstars on your screen there, he's happy to keep things going as is.
Yeah, I should mention too that Superstar beat GOAT along the way as well, and obviously GOAT came in with a lot of fanfare. So he has some experience through this tournament. He's played in enough big games. This shouldn't be an issue. With regard to Bravehearts, he took down Jamie to get into this position as well on the loser's side of the bracket. And that was a good performance by him. Now he just needs to see if he can carry on with that momentum.
Well, Bravehearts on the attack with Marcelo. Gets it through to Pogba. Marcelo making space on the left wing. Back to Pogba, pulling players out of position. Messi tries a little step across the side. In the end, I'm pretty sure that was a defender passing back to Van der Sar rather than a shot from Messi. Van der Sar, that's a tricky throw in, yeah. That's really left it a bit short for Ronaldo.
Little skill check there, and handle this. It's a hot potato.
Messi to Vieira. Well, Ronaldo solid on the attacker once again. Ramos in the end plays it forward to Vieira. Vieira tries a slide ball to Suarez. Suarez to Ronaldo now, looking for that through ball, but Pogba just in the end clears the danger. And it's back down the left wing as they work it forward. How did you feel your communication was with goalkeepers when they left you in a tricky situation like that, like you say, a hot potato tossed out towards you?
Yeah, more often than not, I would just clear it and then yell at them. Like, don't ever do that again. Because it just puts you in a bad spot. I mean, obviously you want to prove that you can handle a ball in any situation, but if they put you in a spot where you're pinned up against the sideline, they're throwing it to you hot and there's a lot of pressure, yeah, you're going to let them know at some point that that's not okay.
That is not okay, yeah. It's like we're all on the same team here, buddy.
Don't stitch me up.
Don't make me look bad. Messi, chance here for him. Goes for the false shot, sets it to Hullet. I think he wished for somebody else in the box there. Messi still a little too close, and Hullet in the end gets his foot in.
But he gives Hullet a chance there to make a play. He took an extra touch when he didn't need to.
Yeah. That's a cut back. Oh, just caught off the defender. Laurent Blanc back into Suarez. Trying to maybe take an extra touch once again. It's a decent cut, but again,
good recovery there by Vieira.
A little extra,
too
many touches, yeah.
Too much. Trying to score the best and most incredible goal you've ever seen, as opposed to just, you know what, sometimes a sweaty goal is fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, just get it in. It doesn't matter how you score them, as long as you score them half the time here. As it is, though, a lot of pressure from Bravehearts here, keeping it in their own half. Ronaldo finds himself a little bit of space there, gets it back from Felipe Luis. And in the end, the shot was poor.
I think Bravehearts has done really well here in the last 10 minutes or so of getting the ball right on top of the box. And if you can play that pass across to the top of the box to a player who's in front, you can play that entry pass into a Ronaldo or Messi who's sitting in the box, and then you can make runs off of him. And I think Bravehearts has done that to great effect, but now he's got to get shots on goal.
Just peel off the defender. Something every defender dreads to see. That shoulder blade just dips away and he's like, oh no, I've lost his position.
Well, yeah, there's that, and also he could dribble there, he could pass. He's too many options in a very dangerous area.
Well, Suarez finds Hullet. So often we're seeing Hullet in these shooting positions almost. Not too sure if he's going to play in the cam role, but where Suarez and Ronaldo would ordinarily be sitting, it's fallen to Hullet. And, well, you
got to respect the hair sometimes.
Yeah, he's scored a lot of decent goals, but he's not really the guy you'd want in that position when you've got Suarez and Ronaldo available. So Messi to Hullet once again. I tell you what, Superstar struggling to get this out of his own box at the moment. Now he's finally broken through. Suarez back to Messi again. He just keeps working this left wing at the moment. That's a great through ball to Ronaldo. Just wide.
He deserved more from that. A great run through the midfield by Ronaldo. Great through ball, and unlucky not to hit the back corner.
Yeah, just a little marker there for Braveheart. It's like, yeah, you've had a lot of possession. Just a single through ball can undo you so quickly, though. Suarez could back heel maybe to Hullet.
It was on.
Yeah, Laurent Blanc read it well, though.
But you're right. I mean, I don't know if Hullet is always the guy that you want breaking through the last line, trying to collect through balls, especially when you need him defensively.
Pele to Suarez. Maybe Ronaldo could try and break the deadlock, but his opposite number. Ronaldo doing defense on Ronaldo there. Pull back to Vieira. Hullet cuts it out again to Pele. Through to Suarez. Suarez finds Ronaldo in the box. Tries to pull off the defender. He's found Suarez back to space, but the shot gets blocked in the end.
Great tackle.
And now a counter-attack is possibly on here. Messi, in the end, slows things down and gives Superstar a chance to defend here as Braveheart closes on half-time. Messi can't get past the defender. And we're seeing, as often has been the case in these knockout stages, a fairly deadlocked match.
Yeah, not surprising. I mean, as you get farther and farther into the knockout rounds, the level of talent, the level of quality that these players have, and the amount of games that they've played up to this point. They've seen a lot of things. They know how to adapt now. Nothing's new to them. So I'm not surprised, let's say, that there's a deadlock.
Certainly been a long day for some of these guys as well. Obviously been here from the early hours, especially the guys that had the first group stage of the morning.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they do at halftime, because in the first half, Superstar came out guns blazing. Then Braveheart's got himself back into the game, and then Superstar got a little bit there at the end with that Ronaldo chance. So will we see more of the same? Because there were a lot of good things that I thought Braveheart's did in particular, getting himself in and around the top of the box to create some opportunities. And Superstar seemed to fall back into, well, I'm just going to counter, let him have some possession, see if I can hit him on the break. I don't know if it's going to play out the exact same way, but when you're feeling good about how one thing is working, sometimes you don't want to get away from it.
Well, it's currently Bravehearts once again on the attack within the white shirts. Plays it back through. Suarez to Pogba. One-touch stuff here to Ronaldo. Tries a little shimmy, but Sergio Ramos, seen that in training a few too many times, it seems, and didn't fall for it. But Pele's found himself space here with Marcelo chasing down. No one in the box, though, so he's going to wait. Try and cut inside. Now Ronaldo joins him, sets himself available. Oh, the ball, a little too heavy a pass. Ronaldo was begging for it there.
But I love the patience there from Superstar. He gets himself in a good spot, 1v1 with Pele, and he waits and waits for the support, and honestly should have finished that off. It was a great opportunity.
Pogba to Suarez now. Laurent Blanc cuts that ball out and tries to set something running. Hull it down the left wing to Messi. Messi looking for Suarez, but he's been put down on the ground. And it's just going for a goal, free kick, sorry. No, throw in even. I thought it might have been a free kick, but apparently not. We haven't seen any free kicks in this game.
No.
It's been a clean game.
Very, very friendly,
yeah,
these two.
Very friendly, friendly lower bracket.
Very friendly.
Of course, the lower bracket sits there waiting.
I'm feeling a goal, though. Something's going to happen here in the second half. Something is definitely going to happen. Somebody's going to break through, and then at that point, we're going to have to stretch it out.
Well, Jet awaits, of course, in that consolation final, the lower bracket final, whatever you prefer to call it. The winner of this will be playing them for a chance to get to that grand finals.
And I think this gives Jets an advantage, as it does Desari, because they get to sit and watch how these guys play.
Yeah.
As Tass said, on and off the ball. How are their movements? How do they like to keep it? They like to spray it around, as Tass says.
Well, Pele's put a great little ball forward for Walker there. Tries to knock it through. Little ball to Suarez. Now Ronaldo to Hullet, keeping possession at the moment, Bravehearts, as Ronaldo tries to get past Felipe Luis. Little back heel does him nicely. Vieira back to Ronaldo, spreads it wide, crosses it straight in the middle. Hullet on Hullet. Who's going to come out on top? It is going to be the Hullet for Superstars that gets it clear. Well, Messi's found himself some space down the end here. He's got Ronaldo holding back at the moment, looking for that cut back on the edge of the D, but
yeah,
wasn't able to get past the defender.
You should hit the weight room. Just got bodied out.
Totally did it. Ronaldo. Oh, Suarez skipped the tackle.
Ooh, the right idea.
Important touch there. Messi through ball for Suarez. Back to Hullet. It's Patrick Vieira making a bursting run there through the middle. Scored a few in his time.
It's unfortunate. I thought Suarez did very well there for Bravehearts to hold the ball up. It allows the team to transition from defense to offense. It's just unfortunate you get more out of it.
Suarez gets it to Messi, to Vieira. One touch, maybe too much. Suarez!
Ooh.
Well, it's a long time coming for a shot. Bravehearts in the end was straight at Van der Sar. Now the corner. Marcelo charged down by Vieira. Walker finds Hullet. Goes for a long ranger.
Why not?
Sometimes you just got to take them on.
Weak foot, standing still. That was a lot of power.
He's a big man.
It comes from his hair.
Do you think maybe we're going to have a modern Hullet with the shaven hair? Or he actually has doesn't he have the dyed hair at the moment? I think he does.
I'm kind of waiting for the Edgar Davids legend
Lord.
card so we can have sunglasses out there.
Oh, hello. Chance here. Sergio Ramos in the end clears the danger. I think extra time is a potential here.
It feels that way.
Something shocking comes through. That's a through ball. Suarez.
Got some numbers here, though.
He's got Hullet to Ronaldo. Ronaldo beats his man. Hullet's making the run. Ronaldo through. Beautiful chance for Pogba. Oh, just wide again.
Do you feel like he hesitated a bit? It came across and you felt like he could have maybe hit it one step sooner. Almost like he wanted to take an extra touch so he had a better angle, but that allowed the defender to get back into the play and it just made it a little bit more difficult. Now we're seeing some changes here. Surprised we hadn't seen some subs up to this point.
Yeah, Pele's coming off.
Maybe they sensed they were going to extra time as well.
Sonaldo's on.
Sonaldo.
Son Heung-min.
To come in to win it.
Let's see. The man from Korea. He has some...
I love that nickname.
Has some great finishing and long shots, actually, in real life as well as in game. Hullet through ball. Almost made his way through already.
Good defending there by Superstar.
George Weah on as well for Bravehearts. Haven't seen a great deal of him so far in the tournament. Walker, ever present.
I don't know if people fully appreciate how good George Weah was.
Yeah.
So good. So good.
Such a strong player as well. Athletic, I believe, is the word.
Well,
athletic player.
One of many of his attributes.
Son Heung-min gets it to Ronaldo. Ronaldo turns it.
Just a little bit too much from both guys. Trying to find that perfect shot as opposed to just banging it on net and hoping for the best. I think that too, sometimes with crossing, we've seen some goals being scored on crosses. Why not throw it in the mixer every once in a while and see what happens?
Yeah.
If anything, it ends up creating space. You just try to play down the middle all the time and get cute.
Well,
at
this
space
stage,
is never there.
At this stage as well. I mean, 84 minutes in.
There it is. He's on.
You know, it's do or die time. Through ball,
Again,
just a little too heavy.
It was like a beat. He had it one beat sooner, and he just didn't hit the button fast enough.
Frames, as it's known as in the fighting game community. One frame too many.
That's it.
Vieira to Messi. Messi back to Ronaldo. It's a weak pass, kind of sold Messi short there. Vieira, no-nonsense tackle.
All right.
Okay, Ramos. What's that going to be? It's just a yellow. That's a let-off, and it's the first card of the game, 87 minutes in.
I think it's the first foul of the game.
Yeah.
And first card. All right, a little ruthlessness, never hurts, middle of the field.
Well, George Weah to Hullet. Back into Ronaldo, back heels it to Vieira. Up wide for Messi, it's a bit of a runner. Not sure he's going to quite get it before it goes off. And
we're almost to the end here.
2 minutes extra time, it's all that's given. Marcelo, of course, extra time, good Beck, and Ronaldo tries a turn, gets it back across to Messi. Chance score! No, cleared in the last. David Luiz to Ronaldo. And a little breath of fresh air. And it's nice, clean fresh air, of course, because we're in Whistler. In the last second there for Superstar.
That is a dynamite drop in.
So, Bravehearts from the corner just before the final whistle. Marcelo gets it to Suarez. Suarez to Ronaldo. Too many players around him. Can't get it through. Vieira to Ronaldo. It's cleared. It's extra time. So, Jimmy, let's talk extra time.
Yes.
I don't know how many times you've been in this situation when we reach this position in real life, but when you've just exhausted yourself for 90 minutes, you've been running yourself ragged and you're like, right, for another half hour.
It's a battle of attrition in some ways, physically and mentally, to see who can make the plays when it matters the most. And that's what you train for. You play all these hours, whether it's in real life or whether it's this game. There's a lot of similarities there where these guys kill themselves and make a lot of sacrifices to be good. And now in these moments when they need to step up and be sharp, we'll see who has it and who doesn't.
Well, we're seeing a couple of substitutions. That could certainly help. Some fresh legs coming on. Emmanuel Petit for Ruud Gullit. Is that going to be a big change? Because Gullit was a big player.
Big player. One good hair game for another good hair game.
Indeed. That's magnificent hair game from Emmanuel Petit. There he is in the middle. Puts it to Messi. Nyanglan also came on as well. Suarez just taps it to Ronaldo. Pulls it back. Suarez is through. One-on-one. Suarez! It's there! Braveheart breaks the deadlock in extra time.
Right after the whistle.
At the start.
A great through ball to start that unlocked the defense of Superstar. I thought maybe that ball got tucked underneath his feet, but he brought Van der Sar out. Wasn't enough. Players are tripping all over themselves.
Laurent Blanc got absolutely bodied by Van der Sar.
Luis Suarez, a very classy finish. Great goal, but still a lot of time left.
Well, I think the pressure has certainly been coming from Bravehearts. There's no doubt about that. And now Superstars needs to take off the brakes, take off the leash, get yourself going, because Bravehearts has put a lot of pressure on him in the second half, but there's still time to play here in extra time.
I think for the most part, Superstar has been good at scrambling a bit, especially defensively. Now he just needs to take that kind of hunger towards the attacking side of the game. And if he can, then I think he can nip a goal.
Definitely more possession for Bravehearts so far, but we've seen already with Superstar, he can get those big through balls. Almost scored with Ronaldo earlier on. Laurent Blanc clears the danger to Messi. Down the left wing now, Marcelo tries a cheeky overhead through ball and it finds Messi. Gets put out for a throw-in in the end. Messi looking to Petit. Emmanuel Petit in the middle to Suarez. Suarez finds the run. Good turn. David Luiz not having any of it.
I think if Dosari's taught us anything throughout this tournament is you got to keep attacking. Don't just manage the game by keeping possession to keep possession to try to kill it. Keep attacking. Keep doing what you were doing. That's going to lend itself to success.
Song Heung-min hasn't been the difference so far, sadly. Has barely had a sniff of the ball since he's been on the pitch. Messi. Players tugging at his shirt. Back to Petit. And we're starting to see a bit of that possession coming out from Bravehearts as extra time's first half is about to end. Just 2 minutes. Ronaldo looking for that through ball.
Oh, he had him.
He had the chance.
If I was Vieira right there, I'd be screaming at Ronaldo. Like, I just made a 40-yard run. Play me the ball.
In extra time. Give me that damn ball. Nyanglan chasing down Messi. Messi to cut inside. Last chance. They've got to take a shot here. Whistle's going to go. So, 15 minutes is all that's remained. Just 2 shots for Superstar in the entire game. Only one of them on target.
And this is it. This is his whole tournament right here. He's got to figure out a way, or he is eliminated. He will be going home. And he can't just sit back and hope for the best anymore. He's really got to put the emphasis on attacking, and attacking with some purpose. Because right now, it seems like it's more hopeful.
Yeah.
I hope something happens.
Something has to
happen. I hope something breaks. I hope that Bravehearts makes a mistake.
Yeah.
As opposed to,
I'm going to create a
situation.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, George Weah just fending off the opponent. Felipe Luiz going in a little heavy there, but cleanly. As Messi again tries another tackle. Vieira over the top to Weah. He's got himself a free moment here. Gets a through ball. It's just bobbled off the defender's leg, but it's fell for Ronaldo. Now to Messi. Ronaldo for the return the favour. Back to Messi. The 1-2 not clean enough as Kyle Walker cuts it out. And now Luis Suarez on the break with just 10 minutes remaining for Superstar.
I still like what Bravehearts is doing. He's still trying to go forward. It's possession with purpose as opposed to possession for possession. Good defending there by Laurent Blanc. Using the arms to slow him down a little bit.
Just to slow him,
Just enough. I may or may not have used that when I used to play.
Well, tackle comes in. That's not what he needs because that's going to slow things down. He actually went for the fast.
Well, I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, why would he go for the fast reset there when he just wants to run the clock down? But the computer game decided to do it for him. Where Vieira out of position there. There's a good counter chance here. David Luiz, through ball, not quite going to work out.
Good
Petit's
defending.
ponytail going in the way.
That's it. And he's a fresh Petit as well, which makes a difference. Good sub there.
Ronaldo. Nyanglan. Last chance perhaps here. Through ball. Oh, again.
Again, a couple heavy passes from Superstar throughout this game that, had they been right where they needed to be, we could be talking about a different story.
Heavy through ball, maybe making the difference. Messi. Really just been one clean chance for Braveheart as well, we should say. Has just 1 minute of extra time. remains.
Just saw a superstar turn everything to all-out attack. He did it in the 119th minute. I really feel like...
A little late.
Yeah, a little late. Why not?
would you not do it at the 105th when you've just gone 1-0 down?
Right, exactly. Why wait? I understand it puts you at risk defensively, but so what? You lose 1-0, lose 2-0, it's the same thing. You're going to lose.
Yeah, last-ditch chance. Not enough, I'm afraid. And that is a win. A solid win in the end there.
Good sportsmanship.
Yeah, good sportsmanship between them, and then we've seen that all day long.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's like synonymous with these events.
But
but I thought Bravehearts deserved to win. I thought the result was fair. And he rightfully goes through, and now he's going to face off against Jet, who he has... No, he has not played them yet.
No, he's not played him. Here's the chances, of course. We did see twice actually pulled just wide of the post there. It was Bravehearts really with the majority of the shots. There's one of the chances just going wide. Suarez, this was the goal, of course, building up. Ronaldo, slide ball, beautiful ball for Suarez.
Beautiful ball.
And the keeper, he had to rush out for it, didn't he?
He did. And what I really liked was there's an initial through ball to Suarez that kind of broke the defense open.
Yeah.
He laid it back to Ronaldo. When Ronaldo takes him one-on-one and beats him, it forces the defender that was marking Suarez to make a decision. Do I step up? Do I stay with the run? And that allowed the space for the through ball, and now we're talking about 1-0. So very well executed goal, very good counter-attacking goal, and it starts with playing forward and playing with purpose.
It was a long time coming, 105th minute in the end there. Let's get down to Spencer, who's standing on the floor.
Thanks, guys. That was a fantastic lower bracket final. Only the one goal, obviously, in your one. I was watching the other lower bracket final game on the PlayStation side between Chel and Sony. Now, I'll be honest, I predicted Sony to dominate this game. Look at their stats going into it in terms of wins, losses, and ties. It was all even between them. But how wrong I was. Chel very much came out of his shell and banged some goals. I think he got 3 of them in the end. Here's the first one here. Simple goal across the box, but put himself in a commanding position. And he didn't stop there. Short corner to Modric. Modric is going to get it in there, holding off his defender quite well. Should have probably been tackled in the process. Messi gets a nice little rebound shot there, makes it 2-0 to Chel. And the final goal was the icing on the cake for Chel, and he made it 3-0. It's a very, very convincing performance here. Kante with a lovely finesse finish in the top right-hand corner. That puts Chel through to the consolation final where he'll be playing Samir, and obviously it means that Sony is out the tournament, which is a bit of a shock perhaps. But I really enjoyed that game. I was also watching your one as well, of course. I'm trying to keep my eyes on many games at the same time, like an owl bending my neck. And I did enjoy it. I did enjoy both games. Now we've obviously got a few more games to go before we get to the divisional finals and then the big final at the end of the day. Whatever happens, we know we've got goals, we know we've got drama, and hopefully we'll have some more highlights to talk about today. But for now, back to you guys, and let's watch some more FIFA.
Thanks a lot, Spencer, and finally getting back up here with my old boy Jimmy here.
My boy in blue over here.
Exactly.
Looking
We're,
sharp as always.
Matching and everything. We can thank the lovely lady stylist that we have today for that one. But of course, we still have more action. We still need to figure out who is going to be moving into those division finals. And speaking of the division finals, we have Fee Phantom, who's waiting to see who will be playing in that final.
そうですね。僕はゆっくりボールを回して、プレイヤーだと思っているので、自分がこう主導権を握るタイプの。
So there is that man waiting here in the PlayStation Division Final. And honestly, qualified for both PS4 and Xbox Division, which may just give him a bit of an edge if he's able to win that one and, of course, go then to the head-to-head final.
My initial instinct was, what a show-off, you know? Which is, I don't mean that in a bad way, it's just like that's how talented he is, that he can do it on both consoles, and I think, as you say, it's going to give him a big advantage if he can get to the final.
Absolutely. Also, as you see at the bottom there, the FIFA 17 Japanese champion, which is, I think as we've seen today, no easy feat. There are some absolutely fantastically talented players coming out of Japan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just that whole region in general, they've been very, very good and very well executed. They don't get rattled, which I appreciate. They're even keel the whole time, and I think that's important, and I think that gives them an advantage because, as you have seen, this game can get you very emotional, a lot of ups and downs. And now for me, if I was playing, I think my controller would have been, across the room a few times. So I really respect what these guys are about.
Well, of course, those games are coming up in just a second, but we want to figure out what you guys are thinking with Chew.
Thank you, guys. So What was I saying earlier in the stream? That you might see an Asian competitor in the final. We just saw FIFA Phantom, the Japanese champion, qualified on both Xbox and PS4. He's already gonna go to the PS4 final. And awaiting him is a match between Samir and Chel. Now, I did ask you guys on Twitter, @ChewBoy, who has a better chance of taking down FIFA Phantom in that final? Samir or Chel? It looks like you guys are going for Chel. He might become a fan favorite. He's made a lot of epic comebacks if you guys have been watching. He does not quit, and you might see Chel versus FIFA Phantom in the PS4 final, according to you. Don't forget, use the hashtag FUTChampions and tweet me your opinions @ChewBoy or @EA Sports FIFA, and you can join that discussion. Now, let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Pretty close vote, in all honesty there. I mean, 53 to 47%. We're going to be watching that game coming up next. What are your thoughts on it, Jimmy?
I'm pretty excited about it. I like Samir because he might have a chance, if he wins this game, to get another crack at Phantom, and I think he wants it. Now, I talked to him offline when nobody was watching that he was just excited to get out of his group. He didn't do that in Sydney, and that was his only expectation. I remember Tass saying something about all the players have their own expectations. Well, he's surpassed that. He's playing with house money right now, but I'm sure in the back of his mind, he'd love another crack at Phantom. But now he can't look ahead. He needs to focus on Chel, and Chel's an excellent player.
Absolutely. Could be seen here for the first time an all-Japanese encounter when we go through to that division final, which is, great things for the Japanese scene as a whole, in all honesty. The fact that they managed to push through 2 players that far, but of course, Samir, he's not going to give this one up easy. And we are going to get straight into this game then and figure out who will be moving through into the PS4 final to take on FIFA Phantom. And already a nice little start there is, of course, Chel playing in white from right to left, and Samir playing in blue from left to right. There's a chance bobbling around for Ronaldo, just flicking it up there, trying to get it on the half volley. Nice.
Chel saying, listen, not only am I going to win this game, I'm going to win it with some style. I appreciate it.
And there's a ball going through. I think Felipe Luis will easily deal with that one.
A little Spanish flavor in the back line.
Absolutely.
Chel.
I think that's almost a given these days. We've seen a lot of Marcelo. Felipe Luis also becoming more and more prevalent. We've seen at least today.
It seems like he's got a lot of players from La Liga, with Modric and Cristiano Ronaldo as well. Getting that chemistry going?
Get that chemistry going. It's all important, as we've already seen and talked about many a time today. There is Ronaldo and Pogba for Samir. Where's he going to go? Actually quite direct and had a little bit too much on it there.
But I like the intent. The intent to go forward. The intent to put Messi in a good situation. And that'll tell Chel, this is the style. This is what I'm looking to do. And that maybe is not exactly what you want to do, but you're trying to set up something else. So I appreciate that tactic early on from Samir.
Trying to go a little bit more direct. Certainly a style of play that's highly entertaining to watch out when it works out. There is Messi now and Ronaldo linking up. Found a bit of space there with Modric. Nice bit of hold from Messi. It might fall kindly here. Not quite there for Pogba. He just got away from him. Keeper will clear that one out. And a big ball over the top, almost fumbled there by Smalling. Went through to Butland, who will boot it away onto that top side for Bale.
We have 15 minutes into this first half. Still waiting to see one of the guys maintain possession. Just keep it in the half, be patient, wait for opportunities to open up as opposed to forcing it. I feel like both guys are forcing it at this moment.
Pressure certainly should be on these guys if it's not already.
That's true.
Playing for basically a spot in Berlin. Obviously the winner of those finals on Xbox and PS4 will go to Berlin and then face off for the championship here in Whistler. This ball played out, and as you said, back and forth between them. Not the most accurate of passing, not keeping masses of possession as we've seen so far. That's a nice little move though. Will find its way through to Messi. Now Ronaldo almost shoulders his way through one of them, but in the end it's cleaned up at the back. And now a chance for it to bounce back here for Chel.
Yeah, what I love when I play FIFA is how close it is to real life. Because when you keep possession in the opponent's half, and you want to play possession with purpose, of course, but if you're also patient, things are going to open up, just like they would in a real game. And so I think the guys that can see that and have the vision and keep guys moving in spots, a little tiki-taka, as it were, then opportunity is going to open up, but you just have to be patient as you shift the defense and different space gets created.
And that space is looking to find here with a ball right on over the top towards Bale.
And that's what I call stretching the defense. Sometimes you need one up over the top because it ends up creating space in front of the back four.
Bit of a substitution coming in there. Modric off, Mane on, Messi with the ball in the box. Actually falling kindly there for Ronaldo. Will try and find Messi. He might go for a shot. You know he will. And De Gea will have to parry it off to his left and will go out for the corner. Here for Samir, looking for an opening goal. As he brings in one man for the short corner. Takes it a little longer though. I think that was the defender that got on that one. Will be indeed. This one taken short. More space there for Kante this time around.
Good
Small
defending.
in dispossess. It's
Good
Suarez.
defending.
This could be very dangerous.
Make him defend. Excellent.
Suarez
good
stretching
defending
his
as well.
legs.
Good defending by Walker, but I like his decision with Suarez to take him one-on-one. Wait for some support. Don't force it.
Ruiz into Suarez. Nice little turn back. And does it once again, even chipping in over the top. Very cheeky little move there from Chel. Didn't quite work out as intended, but great to see the intent is there.
I think if Walker could do it in the game, he would have given the old finger wag. Like, no. I've seen that before. I've seen it.
Not doing
gonna
it to
happen.
me, son.
Not gonna happen.
Not today. Switch of play. It's Modric. We'll link a little bit here with Walker. Skips past Messi, but Kante, who comes in and pretty much decks him, goes out for the throw-in. Now Walker. Messi getting a little lucky there. He's bobble around somewhat, but now Ronaldo with the ball. He's got an overlap here from Messi. Ronaldo coming back in there as well. But again, not finding the holes in the defense that they need to get a clear-cut chance.
Now, just as a reminder for everybody, Chel, I mean, he was almost out. He was losing to Infamous 3-2 in extra time. He scored 2 goals in the last 5 minutes of extra time with Perisic as the cam and won that game 4-3. He ended up scoring a late one against Ronnie to get through here. Then he beat Sony. Everybody thought Sony was a favorite. So he's got to be feeling good about himself and what he's done thus far because he was on the ropes quite a few times.
Yeah, I think we can call him maybe a giant killer, a comeback king
Comeback
even
king,
maybe.
yeah. I like that title.
Certainly doing well at this point. Just one game away.
And if I mean, that kind of bodes well if he does end up getting in a position where he's facing off against Phantom, knowing that he's had his back against the wall a few times and still came through could be very important.
Certainly a man who seems to be able to hold his composure. Here's him coming in with Mane. Took a bit of a heavy touch there. And it's Felipe Luis who comes out on the better of both 50-50s. Now Suarez, who ran a little bit too far. Actually, half-time coming in there. Game so close, I'd not even been watching the clock myself.
Now, it's been an exciting 45 minutes to a certain extent. I think mainly excited to see these two guys go against each other, but they seem a bit conservative, waiting for the other guy to make a mistake as opposed to taking the game by the throat and saying, hey, listen, this is how I'm going to play. I'm going to put my stamp on things. I'm going to go at you. We've seen that with a few guys, but not so much with these two in this particular game.
Absolutely. And of course, guys, the FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is, of course, brought to you by Sparco. Check out those chairs over at sparcousa.com. Of course, a big thanks to those guys supporting everything here. We've seen some great FIFA action today. And now as we kick off this second half, this is, of course, the lower bracket final. The winner goes through into the PlayStation 4 final.
Against
Fight
Phantom.
for that Berlin spot, to fight against Phantom, a man who's shown that he's got maybe everything he needs for the win here. But let's see. This one's got a long way to go. Chel will knock the man back with Messi, but Smalling, a big left foot coming over to knock it out for another corner.
Yeah, well played by Smalling to close the ground once Marcelo got beat by Messi. Great play, though, by Chel to create some space between him and Marcelo.
Ball in. Butland will collect, though. Safe hands, as ever. He's going to boot it upfield there, actually. It's Modric that got to it first.
I'm surprised he booted it.
Wow,
but it's now led to something good.
Yeah, big direct ball down this bottom side. Fantastic turn from Suarez, but
great defending.
Once again, Walker's there.
Great defending by Walker. Chel throughout this game in particular has been very stout defensively.
Ball ran out there. That was actually Messi with the last touch, so throw in for Samir. Taking short to Mane.
Well played there by Samir to get out of that situation. Very cool and calm and composed. Now we just need to see a little bit of that around the box.
And with the finishers, needs to score here. Oh, that's a poor pass. Intercepted. This might be a chance for a bit of a break here. Suarez has not put enough power on that one. And be easily cleared by Samir, but that was definitely a scary moment for him.
He had options, but he let him off the hook by doing a cheeky chip. We haven't seen too many cheeky chips that only go 5 yards really amount to anything.
It could be the pressure.
There it is.
Gonna hold that bottom down enough. Here's a through ball. Suarez gets there first, but De Gea comes down for it. Will collect at the feet of Suarez. And again, Chel will survive. Keep going at 0-0 here. 60 minutes already gone. Another half an hour in-game to be played. With Ronaldo now over the top.
Good ball.
This time Suarez will have space. Where's he going to go with it? With a fancy footwork towards the byline. There is Ronaldo, and De Gea was on his backside there, it looked like. Does fall now once again to Ronaldo. He's going to try and turn. Gets it back himself. Fires it across. There's Mane.
Oh, no!
He scuffed it with the left foot.
Unbelievable, but I love the impetus by Samir there. I mean, he's pounding, he's going, he's shooting. It might not be the most perfect shot, but he's going to shoot anyway, and it leads to opportunities because the goalkeeper is not always going to catch everything. Mane should finish that. He's going to be heartbroken now if he ends up losing this game. And because that is an opportunity, he has to hit the back of the net there, Joe.
And I thought for him, as he went into the menu there, that Mane was coming off.
Sorry, Mane. We saw that with Dybala earlier in the tournament. He missed a good chance, and he was out.
Yeah. Giving him a second chance here.
Pretty harsh.
We'll see for Samir if Mane can redeem himself going forward.
But I like it. I liked the energy's changed in the second half. Samir's coming out a little bit more attack-minded. Chel's having to do a little bit more defending, more than I'm sure he's comfortable with.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he reacts. Now that there's a little bit of a break, I think you have that time to reset and be like, all right, what am I doing now? How much time is left? Which players do I need? You start to think about it a little bit more like a chess match. So we'll see who can actually apply those tactics.
Well, the decision here for Chel was Neymar and Perisic on.
He loves Perisic, as he should. He saved him.
Saved him once. See if he can do it again. That's a nice bit of dribbling from Pogba. Almost went all the way there. It was just Sergio Ramos that said, I'm not going to fall for it. I'll stand here like a brick wall and you won't get through. Here is Neymar. Fresh legs for Chel. Ronaldo, though, not quite as fresh. Will end up losing out on it. Neymar, though, does get back between them, though. And now Suarez trying to feed it through. Oh, Perisic turned, but he turned into Smalling. And that'll be an easy clearance. Can he catch them now on the break?
It's unfortunate because Perisic did have a runner coming late. It's just a matter of knowing that that's what you want to do before you get the ball.
He's a big one for Mane. Certainly a man who's...
redemption.
Certainly can speed on by. Will be a corner, yeah. Let's see where this one goes. Man coming in short. Will be taken short here. It's Marcelo. Left, right, gets it off to Messi. Oh, just tried to feed it through there. That was again snuffed out. And now a chance to break on the other side for Chel. These fresh legs of Neymar giving him some opportunities in these last few minutes. There is Perisic. On to Neymar. He loses out on it though. Marcelo clears it out. Almost taken back by Messi. But now he's got Mane. Again, running on this top side. In towards Ronaldo. Great little turn for him. Will get played on advantage. And there is Suarez coming in. And the slide from Ronaldo.
Samir has done it. He has broken through. I feel like well earned at that point.
Yeah.
It seemed a bit sloppy. Maybe the goalkeeper could have done a little bit better. But Samir followed through. Cristiano Ronaldo, who I thought looked a little bit hurt. It seemed like he got tugged, but the referee played it on correctly. And what was interesting is he had two options for the through pass. He elected to go with Suarez, which I thought was the better one, and made the defender bite in a different way, created a little bit of space Wasn't, again, not a great shot, but they don't need to be great shots. As long as they hit the back of the net, now Samir's got the lead, 1-0.
We've talked, though, about Chel and his ability
in
these kind of situations to come back.
Point.
There are 13 minutes left in this game, and Samir himself has had a few tough games coming through.
You can see he's in his own head right now. Okay, I just want to do this, I want to do that. He's got his own checklist going on.
Yep.
But he has to be aware of Chel and what he's done thus far to get to this position. You just can't sleep on him. He comes back every single time. I mean, after the goal, he smiled. Like, Chel smiled after he got scored on because he's like, not a big deal, it's no problem.
So, okay, 13 minutes, that's enough time for another 3 or 4 for me. Let's see, seeing that from Chel's point of view as he watches that one. In the end, it was Ronaldo sliding in, 78th minute goal. Not long to go, but never count Chel out.
Yeah, I remember in season 1 in Sydney, I got to interview Samir after he got knocked out, and he was despondent. He had friends and family there that were supporting him, and he just didn't get out of his group. But here, everything seems a little bit different. And maybe because he's not in front of his friends and family, it's a little bit easier for him to play.
Absolutely, and we talked about it many a time today. The experience that he's gained in that last qualifier might be enough here, though. With Chel, Mane into Ronaldo! Oh, it's offside, I think.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Chel right out of the break would have been amazing for him to score.
Well.
Unfortunate. Maybe a sign of things to come.
And there was Mane on, and, well, he was offside given, but the chance was there for him. David Luiz, also fresh legs, brought on a little bit earlier for Samir. Here is Ronaldo, edge of the box, lost out on the first one and the second one. And now Suarez could send Messi on the long run. Ramos here surely will get the better of him, he will. We'll clear that easily off onto the top side. 5 minutes in game left remaining.
I was going to say
Chel come back.
Chel needs to do this and that and this, but he's done it so many times this tournament.
This could be it with Neymar now. He's going to attack Smalling, and Smalling again almost just stand strong for it.
See, I don't know if that's the time. You got 5 minutes left. You had support in the middle of the field to try to do a few tricks with Neymar. I understand what he's trying to do, but I feel like there were better options for him.
Yeah, and a 2-0 here would be the end, of course, with 2 minutes in game left. Mane here, he could just wait. He could spend some time up by that top corner flag and just let the clock run down. But if you lose possession, that's where it could cost you, and that's what's happened here. You have now Neymar on the top side, got plenty of space, but again Smalling comes in, giving away the free kick though. 3 minutes added on.
Chel's going to get one more opportunity.
Yeah.
He's going to get it.
This could well be the chance. Nice through ball there, onto Felipe Luis. He'll knock it inside to Neymar, who finds Messi. No, defender gets there first. And now with Walker on his top side, surely we'll just clear it out. Won't even need to. There is the full-time whistle. And Samir has managed to get himself through here to the final. Redemption, you could say, for what happened in Sydney, where he had the family, friends, the pressure maybe there, you'd add to that as well.
And expectations were probably a little bit too high. But here, he said before when I talked to him, they just wanted to get out of his group. And now all the pressure is off. And I thought he played very well in that game and played against a very good opponent and held him. A guy that's come back many games in this tournament and did well. I thought he managed the game very well there at the end.
And there was that offside goal. We are going to see here that one.
Maybe
good
good decision
Suarez down there, and look how far back Ronaldo is. He comes charging on through and slides in for the finish.
If I was the manager in real life, I probably would talk to De Gea a little bit. I thought he could have done a little bit better to hold that ball, and you expect him to. But in the balance, I thought Samir played a very good game, and he was a deserving winner. Now he has another chance at Phantom in the final to get to the grand final. It's all there. It's all happening.
And that offside goal, of course, be ruined that one a little bit. But that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Fantastic win there for Samir. We're going to head down to Spencer and check things out.
Hi guys, thank you very much. So I've been watching the other consolation final between Jet and Bravehearts, and I can tell you actually a goal just went in it, but we're going to go through all the highlights and have a look at it, including something that was almost a goal that could have changed the shape of it, but didn't quite end up that way. So there's been a few little bits going on. Jet versus Bravehearts, they hadn't played each other before, so we wanted to see how they get on with each other. The winner would obviously be taking on MS Dossery in the big Xbox divisional final. And if Jet was to go through, it would be shaping up for a rematch. The two had played previously in the upper bracket final, which MS Dossery won 3-0. Whereas if Bravehearts got through, he'd have had a chance to beat himself against, to test himself, against MS Dossery. Let's take a look at how the game went when they did play each other. So, the game is just loading up here. Here we go. So we've got this highlight here early on, and it probably should, it was a finish actually. That was a Ronaldo strike across the keeper, and it made it 1-0 there to our boy Jet, and he wasn't finished. He added to that, keeping the ball in the box, doing very well, and I particularly like that finish from Suarez there, across the keeper, left-footed, very well taken, and the 73rd minute there made it 2-0, and right in the end here, Suarez, another turn, a very similar finish. Where the keeper was, I'm not sure, but the defender on the line couldn't stop it, so it did finish 3-0, which means Bravehearts is gone. We can take his place in the tournament, but we'll never take his freedom. He's gone, and but Jet is going to go through, and there is going to be a rematch now. Jet against MS Dossery in the Xbox divisional final. These guys aren't just playing for a place at the cross-console final, they're also playing for a place in Berlin. It's massive. I obviously shouted out, and not just me, I mean, everyone here pretty much saw the potential of MS Dossery early on today and have said, you know, they felt he could go the distance. Me and Jimmy had a little chat here earlier. I called out MS Dossery. I said, I think I fancy him. I think he's going to do it.
Yeah, I hear you, Spencer, and I'm glad you went with the favorite. I went with an underdog, you know, and the underdog didn't come through. It was a little unfortunate. I had Ronnie in the PlayStation division, and I had Airborne in the Xbox one. There's some creative choices, but at least I put myself out there. You just went with the favorites.
Yeah, Jimmy, you say he was a bit unlucky. He went out the next game after you predicted him to win the whole thing. He went out. So you basically gave him the commentator's curse, didn't you?
Yeah, I do have the jinx.
Yeah.
It's yes. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Unlucky with that one. But no, the predictions were, I enjoy them. We'll have to do some more tomorrow, Jimmy, won't we, in the Americas tournament.
We should. And we'll see who wins, because I'm from America.
Yeah, it's been good stuff. We're going to have a quick break now, guys. When we come back, more FIFA action. I can't wait. See you in a bit.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Hazard. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
Now the hunter becomes the hunted.
Alright, I got the open road today. It's just me. Let's go. I'm gonna get some coins. I'm gonna save all that money. Look at that. Look at that up there. Do some cool jumps. And you know what? This could be you. This could be you saving money. If you switch to Progressive, you can save up to $598. It's a lot of dollars. And you know what? They got cool discounts like paperless, multi-car, and if this truck will scoot out of the way, and if you can pull off a nice smooth park job like that, They've even got discounts for being a safe driver.
The FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Visit progressive.com today. So, we are one game away from finding out who will represent the rest of the world region from Season 2 here in Berlin. Not here in Berlin, but there in Berlin.
We're not there yet.
From here in Whistler to
there.
there in Berlin is what I was trying to get at.
Just a couple of steps away, that's all it is. And
It
well,
is.
for these guys, it is just one more step.
One more step, especially if you're coming from the upper bracket, which we'll talk about in just a little moment. But what a game we've got coming up. MS Dasari, who's looked absolutely unstoppable, phenomenal. There are many words we can use for his performance today. Against Jet, who's just beaten Braveheart 3-0 in the lower bracket final. I don't think we expected quite that scoreline, considering how we've seen things go today.
I had Braveheart, obviously, on making a comeback, but it wasn't the case. Jet did go through 3-0, but unfortunately for him, he lost 3-0 to Dasari in the winner bracket finals. So it is a rematch, of course, between the two, but we are seeing Dasari unbeaten so far. And as I said, history tells a tale. Every single stop we've had so far in these regionals, the guy that's come through the winner bracket final goes on to win it. Will we see history rewritten here? Will Jet be able to turn things around? Who knows?
Well, I almost hope for that story to continue. These are some of the goals, and there have been so many of them today from MS Dasari. Some absolutely brilliant ones, and some incredibly well-worked ones as well. That's just one of those examples.
Yeah, almost a little stumble in there. Messi cut back again here, needed a tap in for Pogba. That was the 4-1 domination in the semi-finals. Of course, then he moved on to play it, as we say, against his opponent. Already beaten him 3-0 in the winner bracket final. So Dasari definitely a big favourite coming into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Hard to see anyone beating him, but it's a final at the end of the day. The pressure's different. The feeling is different. The fact that you're thinking, if I just win one more game, if I just score 4 more, basically, Dasari's thinking, then I'm going to Berlin.
It's a little bit more than one more game, though, isn't it? That's the thing. It's the old best of 3, and it's the time where they've really got to try and step it up. It's a real big chance here. And sadly for Dasari, he's in a big chance. Big advantage, never been beaten so far today. And coming into this tournament, obviously there was a lot of people talking about him because he wasn't there in Sydney. He didn't get his chance in Sydney. But coming into this one, a lot of people were talking about him actually coming through. You're looking at favourites. Obviously, we had a lot of questionnaires to the players. And a lot of people did come back and say Dasari. So it seems that he's actually carried that favourite label very well, which is often not the case. Obviously, you think towards Europe with Gorilla and stuff like that. A lot of these players were touted as favourites. Aga as well. You can look at Ross and Meyer. These guys fell to the wayside, but there he is. Dasari, his solid setup. Start out with the 4-3-3, go with the changes, 4-2-3-1, and standard setup for him.
I think the title of a favourite is something that no player really wants in the end. I think that, paints a target on your back instantly and means that everyone's, out to get you right from the very get-go. But Mr. Dasari, if he was the favourite coming into this one, which many people, kind of tipped him, a lot of insider players' opinions saying, we think, if I don't win this, then he's going to win it. Because, of course, you always want yourself to win. You always tip yourself to win. But the question is, will Jet be able to come back? Let's not forget how this situation works. Upper bracket and lower bracket means that we have essentially a weighted best of 3 here in this final. Dasari needs to win 1 game, and Jet has to win 2. And bearing in mind he's not lost all day, that's going to be a real tough ask of him.
Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people probably would have put Jet down as a finalist either. I don't, no disrespect to him, but it's kind of snuck his way through. Certainly a lot of other names in there maybe would have headed in, but he's done very well to get into this position, and a 3-0 in the lower bracket certainly tells a story, and already nearly broke through there, of course. It is MS Dasari, or Dasari, whichever you'd prefer to pronunciate it, playing in the white, and of course Jet playing in the black. What other colour would Jet black play in?
See what you've done there. Big ball over the top here, though. And that is going to be Suarez getting on the end of this one. He's not really got much help, though. And in the end, I think that's not even going to get him a corner. Blanc kept that one in. And there you see these two players focused as you'd expect in this final. On the line is that spot in Berlin and the spot in the cross-divisional final to find our big champion here later on today.
Yeah, we'll probably see a third, I think Saudi Arabian, isn't he? Would it be a player? I'm trying to think. We obviously have Royal, Mr. Dunn in there. I'm trying to think if any others have gone through.
No, that's correct.
Popular region for FIFA. Or
Absolutely.
certainly FIFA champions, I should say.
Successful region without a doubt. Now we see Messi. This is within shooting range for him.
Well, we saw an absolute cracking free kick scored earlier. Top corner from Messi.
Oh.
This time we're going to have about 4 players run over it. Tried to trickle it through for Messi, and Neuer not beaten. Kept his eye on the ball. Hullit's in a little bit of danger here, but he plays it out. Cool and casual, switches the play to Seamus Coleman, who we saw wrecking people earlier. We were talking about this earlier on, I certainly was Dasari, the only guy in this tournament so far that's been using Seamus Coleman on the wing.
And it's worked out for him without a doubt. There is Blanc again getting the better of Messi as he tried to feed things through. But an encouraging start here for Jet, I think. Maybe a little bit of nerves for Dasari playing into this final after doing so well in that playoff bracket, so well in the groups. Again, to harp on the fact he's not been defeated at all today, which is a fantastic feat considering the level of play that we have here.
There's that like a claw system we were talking about, and if you look at it, he kind of doesn't use his index finger on the bumpers on the top. He's using his middle 2 fingers rather than the index finger, which obviously majority of people will use. So a little different style, just what he's comfortable with, I guess. We've seen obviously there's the I forget the damn name of it now, that people are using the thumb across the paddle. Is it the monkey grip? It's the monkey grip, isn't it, I believe, is the term for it. Either way, we'll see it at some point. But as it is, Ronaldo for Dasari, ran off the ball by Boateng. Something sadly he couldn't do in the Champions League the other day. As Real Madrid picked up their win. Walker couldn't get out anywhere there. Big chance here for Dasari.
Oh, knocks in there to Suarez. He's got space. He'll shoot, and it's in.
Nice.
Suarez on the edge of the box. Not a defender anywhere to be seen.
And think of the other games we've seen, right? How many games have we seen where people have been in these shooting situations and haven't taken these shots on? They've been looking for that perfect sweaty goal. They're just a little pass back for the tap-in. Dasari, just hit it. Hit it. I've got Luis Suarez, 98. He can curve it into the corner, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, central position there. You'd fancy him to score. And that's exactly what he's done. Dasari goes 1-0 up. And is just 70 minutes realistically away from victory. Let's see though, still plenty I'm sure to be said here by Jet, who's currently in possession with Hully. They're playing with Alaba down on this bottom side. Tries to feed it on through. Didn't work out for him, and the chest of Hully will knock it out here towards Messi. He could send Suarez on this top side. Decides to cut inside and go with Ronaldo. There's Hully and Pogba joining in, but Pogba's pass was way off target.
Yeah, a little too weak. Tried to go for that one-touch pass down the bottom, and if it had have correctly gone through, it certainly set them loose on another great attacking opportunity. Would have had the numbers in favour as well. But as it is, Laurent Blanc builds it back up from the middle to Hullit. Back down to Pogba, starting to bring Seamus Coleman into the action. He tends to weight heavily on this right wing with Seamus Coleman. You don't tend to see too many attacks building in the top left. It's all generally going through Seamus Coleman. As you can see, Pogba trying to bring him forward again. Gets it to Ronaldo. Messi makes himself available. Back to Pogba, now through to Vieira. Through the middle, works it through. Ronaldo to Messi. Suarez available. Could take a shooting chance, and he tries, but Hullit blocks it.
We've seen him score from there once. He'd certainly try it again after that one. What? Here's a counter coming in. Messi going to send him through. No offside called there. Ronaldo had to bring the ball back anyway. It's Alaba. See offside trap being played by Desari. Solly will gather in the middle of the park. Up to Walker. Slow build-up play here from Jet. Nice little knock around though. We'll find Messi. Going to give it back to Messi surely. Oh no, Blanc comes in. Shoulder first. Was able to steer the ball away from Messi and the shooting opportunity. And as we approach half-time, that could be a big moment in this game.
Yeah,
if Jet can't score.
The big Frenchman getting himself involved at last and just watches the build-up and decides, that's far enough, son, that's far enough. Ferdinand to Neuer now. Keeper trying to get involved, and he's got great passing himself, but not too sure his manager would be too happy about seeing him come out like that. But just the one goal so far. Desari, solid shot from Suarez from range. Now it's to Seamus Coleman in the corner just before half-time. Pogba lays it back across the box to Messi, to Suarez, and Boateng. A block shot as Hullet keeps it in. Could try and pass it back here, Hullet. Looking for the pass, but he won't come through, and that should be easy for Neuer.
Yeah, that's surely half-time here. And there it is. And it is Desari that leads 1-0. You see just the one shot for Jet there, the one which he should have probably scored. I mean, great defending in the end. I mean, definitely can't say anything negative about that, but that was the chance that he needed. Shortly before half-time would have been perfect time to score.
In fairness, I mean, Desari's only had 3 shots himself, and only one of those was on target, and that's the goal. So he's not done too badly. He just needs to, you know, step up those attacking chances. And more importantly, you've got to be clinical now. You're at this stage, this grand final stage for your console, obviously this being the Xbox. You've got to be clinical. If you get a chance, you've got to score it. You can't afford to miss it.
Well, here we go then. Second half of the final here on Xbox. It's 1-0. A couple of subs coming in here. Pogba off, Angolan on for Jet.
Bale off for Messi as well. Bale on for Messi. That's a controversial choice. Obviously, a lot of people have been figuring ways to use Messi in their team. They're bringing on Gareth Bale. I think with Gareth Bale is certainly in this. He's got good pace, but he's only usually good for about half, which is probably why we're seeing him now. Which is obviously great for now, if he was to get a goal. But if we go to extra time, suddenly that's a struggle.
And you bring him off again.
Sub the sub. It's always the worst. Roberto Carlos trying to get himself forward. Of course, we've been talking about Seamus Coleman on his opposite side. Carlos with that big, powerful right foot of his. Cuts it across. Pogba to Ronaldo. Cuts across. 2-0.
Clinical finishing there. Cross goal. And again, you have to wonder if the defence has just sat back a little bit too much there, giving him a little too much space.
I think it just skipped off Boateng's shin as well, took it over Neuer.
There's a cheeky little smile. Desari knows. 2-0 up. He's a man that scores a lot, but on the other hand, doesn't concede much.
Yeah,
and puts him in great stead right now at 2-0 up. You see that
smile, it's the confidence, isn't it? The confidence growing, the comfort zone is there. Got himself a 2-goal lead. He could start turning on the style a little bit. As Messi plays it back to Vieira. Coleman decides to come into the middle. A little out of position there. Puts it to Roberto Carlos. Now Hullet as the Olays ring around the ground. Vieira, big ball forward through the middle, trying to find Ronaldo. Boateng finally cuts it out. He's got to be careful he doesn't get overconfident here, though, as the counter-attack sets Suarez loose for Jet down the left wing. Suarez can't get past his defender, though, and Seamus Coleman's there again. Ronaldo keeps possession, though, for Jet as he tries to work it in. Suarez, cheeky little cut back there. Nice turn of play back to Suarez, but he's got to try and beat this defender, and this is the problem for Jet right now. He's just not able to break that final third down. He gets into a great position, but can't get it into the box. He's trying to work it, trying to work these angles. Has got himself a free kick, though, in a decent position.
Decent position. What do you do from here? He takes it short. Almost losing out on it there. Slide tackle coming in. Ronaldo does collect though. Suarez will find Nainggolan. Oh, but Blanc again. Jet one big chance this game was foiled by Blanc. And chance number 2 goes exactly the same way. Of course, Blanc's injured Nainggolan as well, as you'd expect.
Yep. Went down pretty hard there as the ball span away. Hullet with the throw-in, looking for a free player, but getting covered off every step of the way. Kyle Walker out for Jet. Cut out by Hullet. Of MS Dossari to Messi. Roberto Carlos. Just possession football, short, easy passing. Keep those statistics high. Confident stuff as he works it across the back four. Back to Coleman, to Pogba, to Messi. Back across to Vieira, to Hullet. This one-touch passing. Beautiful footwork. And it's down to Jet really to get the tackle in here. Almost an homage maybe to Tass here in how he played his final. The one-touch passing. Come on, Jet, come at me, get this ball off of me. Oh, now he's got it in possession. Let's see what he can do with it with 20 minutes remaining.
Well, possession, the start for him. Keeping hold of it obviously would be step number 2, which is already fallen away from him. Now Coleman up on his top side, taking his time. About to hit the 75-minute mark. Time is ticking away here from Jet.
So frustrating for your opponent here. Just got full control of the possession, full control of the ball. Can attack, doesn't need to attack. Pulls it back, Ronaldo, and that's got himself a corner as well with 15 minutes remaining for Jet to try and get something. But if you don't have the ball, you can't do anything with it. Carlos, back to Laurent Blanc. Vieira just does a little drag back, pulls everybody out of the defense and lets it loose to Ronaldo. Ronaldo beats his man, but just runs it into the corner and then plays it back to Seamus Coleman, who's going to play it back to the defense.
Keeping a hold of possession. He may be a chance though. Pogba, Hullet and Messi on the edge of the box. He's going to fire one off, wow. And it's a monster. He's number 3. And well, from that kind of range, you know it's possible.
I think it took
but
a deflection.
You don't
here.
expect it, do you? There it goes. And I'm not sure it did, you know.
I think that was just a damn good
shot.
shot.
It was clean. Neuer not able to get to it. And that is 3. And surely the ticket to Berlin booked here for MS Dossari.
So 3-0 and 2 monster shots. You think back to Suarez's opener. 2 big shots from outside the box for Dossari, making it 3-0 and a confident final for him. It was the same score in the winner bracket finals, of course, but here in the grand finals is where it counts, and $20,000 looks like it's got MS Dossari's name on it. And well, you got to think about that next $10,000 in the console finals, and I got to be honest, you got to put your money on him so far. He has been unstoppable.
Let's not forget though, you may be up against someone who's qualified over both Xbox and
That's
PlayStation in the final, but that's still to be decided at this point. What's looking likely is that MS Dossari will be winning the Xbox division here for the rest of the world in Season 2. There he is with Messi. Possession, the name of the game. Run those seconds down and then go for something direct. Maybe make it 4. Across goal there. No one in for the rebound. And a chance maybe for a consolation. And it would be just that at this stage, you feel. 89.5 minutes. There shouldn't be too much added on either.
Frustrations for Jet, but it doesn't seem it's to be. And it's going to be MS Dossari on a plane to Berlin on the 20th and 21st of May for the grand finals of the FIFA Ultimate Team Championships, as Messi and Pogba play it through. 3-0 the final score here for the Xbox champion MS Dossari here in Whistler.
Fantastic play from him as well, scoring bucket loads of goals, conceding hardly any on his way through to picking up the title. And you have to say, well deserved. Looked by far the most impressive solid player that we've had. today.
I think we spotted it from the group stage. You know, he was starting to sweep people aside, and then once we got to the knockout phase, it was like 4 goals here, 4 goals there. you kind of like, okay, you don't tend to spank people 4-0 if they're on equal level. So clearly he was a step above the competition today.
Absolutely. Of course, we'll have to do it all over again a little bit later on. Obviously, his opponent is still to be decided. But before we get there, let's have a look here at some of these goals. The first one, Suarez, 25 minutes in, absolute belter.
Yeah, look at it, just curves it round Neuer. Beautiful, beautiful finish in there. Smashes it in. And then, of course, we see another well-worked goal. This time, a through ball. Arguably took a touch, I think, off Boateng's shin there, which skipped it over Neuer, but you've got to take the shots in the end, and then this wonderful, wonderful finisher to make it 3-0 from Messi. Look at that. Oh, you could watch it all day, couldn't you?
Not sure that Jet could.
No.
I mean, you just can't stop him, really. That's a real problem with that one. So, MS Desari, we've said it many a time already, even as early as the group stages. Looked incredible all day long. Still got a little bit of work to do later on, but for now, we're going to head down to Jimmy, who's got the man of the hour himself for a chat.
Thanks, guys. I am here with MS Desari. You didn't just win the Xbox division, you absolutely smashed it. Tell us how you did it.
Thanks. I think I've changed my style for the play. I keep the ball a lot, and that's why I think. Yeah.
You're scoring a lot of goals, a lot of different goals. Long shots, up close, quick passing, breaking down the defense. You also have this interesting grip. Is that something you think gives you an advantage?
Yeah, it's given me a lot of advantage, how I make a high pressure, and I do different things also. Yeah.
Okay, and now you're going to be going into the final. You've already won Xbox. You got that done, demolished. It's finished. PS4, though, you're going to have to play one game that way. How comfortable are you with that console?
I think I've won the Xbox, so it's just for fun, and I'm comfortable with the game.
Okay, and then Phantom, looks like he might be the favorite to get out of the PS4 thing. How familiar are you with those opponents on the other side?
Actually, I don't know anybody from them. Yeah.
Okay, and then the last question, you're going to Berlin. You're going. How excited are you? You're going to be joining 2 other people from Saudi Arabia to represent your country in the grand final.
I'm really excited, and it's a pleasure to go to Berlin, actually. Yeah, and Khalidov, he was talking to me before, and he said that he will do it.
Well, you definitely lived up to the pressure and the expectations. Congratulations, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right, guys, throw it back to you.
High pressure play, a big advantage for him, he said, and well, he certainly delivered, hasn't he? Scoring so many goals, so many goals. But we are going to be moving on now because it's time for the PlayStation 4 final, and we've got a couple of players that will quite happily put them away themselves.
Absolutely, this could be another cracker, but FIFA and Tom, we don't really know how he worked it. He's like combined his names and smashed them together. But it's FIFA and Tom is coming into this one. Obviously, did have that one draw in there, and also snuck his way through in a couple of other matches. But he's 5 wins and 0 losses and no ties. So again, coming into this one unbeaten. And of course, he's facing off against Samir once again, who has picked up that only loss earlier on in the day.
Earlier on in the day, and hopefully for him, that's kind of out of mind at this point. You know, completely new game, but we have to say also, FIFA and Tom again, undefeated. He has drawn, so he's not won everything, but he's still not lost a single game up until now. And Samir's going to have to beat him twice, coming from the lower bracket.
And it was 2-0, I believe, last time they played, wasn't it, for FIFA and Tom? So, and actually, if you think back to that game, Samir did have actually better possession in the second half, but didn't really have any chances. While I think it was about 52, 53%. It was pretty close, but really just didn't get any shots off. I think he had about 2 or 3 shots in the entire game. So that's something he needs to step up. Of course, he has got the benefit of A, massive support for him right now. The Aussies are all behind him. And B, he's played him before. So he can look back at that game, and yes, while he did lose it, you know, the old adage is you don't learn anything from a win, you learn a lot more from a loss. So, you know, you've got to look at that game, think what he's got to change, can go into it with a clear mindset and think, you know what, there's 20K on the line, let's go and win it.
Well, before we kick things off, let's have a little word once again from FIFA Phantom.
まず最初4-2-3-1でスタートをする予定なんですけども、
もしリードされてこう得点が必要になったら、352にフォーメーションを変えようと思ってます。
Little bit of insight into how he's going to be playing the start and maybe the end if things aren't quite going his way.
3-5-2.
Yeah,
I'm interested for that. I mean, we saw 5-3-2 played quite a number of times. 5-2-3 by the Bullock. And actually, there was a few in Australia as well, now I come to think of it, in Sydney.
I think no one likes to play against a five-man back lineup. That's certainly...
Gets a little frustrating.
Yeah, I think frustrating is the right word for that one. But these guys are, in fact, ready. Just making a last couple of changes. See the thumbs up there from Samir coming from the lower bracket. Will have to beat Fee Phantom 2 games in a row if he's to pick up the championship. That's something that we've not seen throughout Season 1 and, of course, not here in Season 2 so far after our Xbox final a few moments ago.
Well, Fee Phantom playing in the red, Samir playing in the blue. And of course, on the attack here, Fee Phantom. Samir, he's got to work with the possession. He had the possession. Now, I'd love to see what the tactics are. We didn't quite get a glimpse of the tactics at the start. See whether he's made any adjustments to it. But as it is, we'll just see what's happened in there, whether they've had any chance to make the changes. So, Messi down the right-hand side into Neymar. Neymar skips past his man, but he's got Marcelo still inside. Goes for the cross instead, and Ronaldo hits the woodwork early on, and you don't tend to see too many of those low-driven crosses for the header.
That was, what a chance. Honestly, what a chance there from the start. Oh, that is a bad pass. Smalling though says, just kidding. Just kidding. Take it back, though. No problem. What a chance, though, right from the very get-go here for Fee Phantom. Playing in red from left to right. If you didn't notice, there's Messi again. Butland getting down. We'll go back to Neymar, who's kept it in there. In the end, Kante able to just boot it away into touch for a bit of a breather here for Samir.
Yeah, no-nonsense clearance there. It looked like Samir was going to be the man on the attack, but my word, did Fee Phantom quickly turn it around. And you know what? Going back to these games, obviously, Fee Phantom, especially earlier on with Sony, these were the games that we were talking about. You know, you need to start taking those shots on. Well, we actually saw him there, like, finally just going for goal, taking the shots on, maybe taking the brakes off a little bit and looking to go aggressive. Neymar in the middle, trying to drag some players out of position with those drag backs. He's not doing it just to look stylish and fancy. While it does kind of work, he's trying to pull players out of position at the moment. So Neymar loses possession, and that's going to be a throw-in for Samir.
Maybe a show of nerves here, slightly. Well, got the throwing back nonetheless. So
didn't work long.
Didn't really matter. Walker will deliver to Neymar. Left-footed pass there into Messi. Here's Ronaldo. Tries to turn inside. Ramos, though, had read him already. We'll be able to just snuff that one out. 17 minutes gone already. A big chance, of course, for Fee Phantom. Hitting the post with the head of Ronaldo. Still a long, long way to go. Early stages, but it is Fee Phantom who would say might just have the advantage. Same as passing, just a couple of % more accurate at this stage.
Well, Samir needs to build something. Finally into the Fee Phantom's half. There's Ronaldo through the middle, using him as that deep midfield player at the moment. Gareth Bale lays it back to Kante, into Bale, tries a little pass to Messi, a little touch too much, and Ramos cuts him out with ease. Pogba battles him off the ball, though. Now Bale, playing as more of an inside forward, of course. He's a left footer, can try and swing it in, but really looking to try and go for those shots as Kyle Walker plays it back down the wing, and that's a poor, poor pass from Fee Phantom. Can't afford to be giving away possession that sloppily.
Now Samir, who might have a bit of a chance for his first opportunity in this one. Messi trying to get past Luis. Says, no, I'll take that back, thank you very much. There's Neymar and Walker, been a pivotal partnership for us so far. In fact, they spent most of the time down on this bottom side.
Yeah, well, Messi's trying to work it through, but you know, they just showed the pass percentage, ironically, at 86%, and suddenly there's quite a few passes going astray here, and quite sloppily in the midfield. As it is, though, Fee Phantom in possession as he worked it through the middle, using Marcelo fairly deep, pushing it through. Ronaldo going to go for the wing. Griezmann finally gets into play. Can he get for the cross? Has to cut back, tries to find Ronaldo, but can't get past Kyle Walker, that ever-present doorman on the right wing. Now Sadio Mane let loose, using a bit of that pace, of course, but Kyle Walker again at the other end stops the possession change.
I think more of a sloppy pass, really, than good defending in the end. As here is Mane. Kante off to Messi. And there is Walker. That one was definitely well intercepted. And now it is Messi looking to break. He's got Neymar making the run for him. Could send Messi. No, Sergio Ramos. Now it clattered into his shins. And then can get rid of it. Kante now. Not much of an option for him. Ends up going with Bale down on the bottom line. And he's struggling to find any real time on the ball here. The pressing coming in. Almost every single time he looks for that clinical pass which would find him the space, he can't make it.
Well, Messi's still looking, ends up having to backheel it to Pogba, who goes for a bit of a Hail Mary pass down the right wing. Messi back in control. Pogba finally finds a heavy pass to Ronaldo. Kante into Griezmann. He's got space and he can shoot from here, but has to go back once again to Kante. But FIFA and Tom slowly working an opportunity, working the gap. Chris Smalling goes down to a bit of a touch from Ronaldo from behind, but this is a through ball for Messi to chase. He's got Ronaldo in the middle. He's got a lot of defenders to beat, and he just gets muscled off the ball in the end for a throw.
Absolutely, and it's Walker that will now take that. Best outcome possible, really, for Phantom. Just going to chip it over the top.
Another wild pass down the wing there, yeah. That's a couple of times FIFA Tom's done that. With a little bit of pressure on him, maybe. It is a $20,000 game after all. And of course, the chance to go to Berlin for the grand prize. And not only that, you're coming into it as the regional champion for your console, the PlayStation 4, as it is here. And the winner, of course, will be playing against Emas Dasari for $10,000, another $10,000 on top of the $20,000 they're already going to pick up here. A corner, once again, this time Messi. Is he going to try and curve one in, maybe? Look for the close pass instead. He just go for the curl, but again, it's another corner as Walker clears it. Pressure continuing here just before half-time.
Be a great time to score for him. We'll take it short this time. Into the feet of Kante. Back off to Messi, who turns, does find the gap there. Kante can't find his man, does backheel it into Marcel, turns, hits it. Oh, it almost fell kindly there for Bale. Almost being the key word, sadly, there for Samir. And there is half-time coming in. 0-0 here at half-time for the PlayStation 4 final. At least game one, this one looking very, very close.
Samir with the support of the players behind him. You can see, of course, this is the best he's ever done. I mean, he got third, of course, in the group stage in Sydney, and failed to get out of those groups. But now here he is. This is the PlayStation final for Samir. He is coming from the lower bracket. He's battled his way through. And actually, you know what? He's probably had the best chance there.
What a turn of fortune, really, for him. Obviously done a lot of hard work between Sydney and now, as you say, and as we see on the screen there, finished third in his group, didn't even get out of that group stage in Sydney.
It wasn't a tough group, though. I think it was Musa was in there, wasn't it?
That is very true. It was a tough group for him, but still, he's in the final right now.
Yeah.
Coming from that lower bracket, so it's certainly not an easy task for him. As you see the half-time subs coming in, Suarez on, Neymar off, and Suarez on, Bale off on the other side.
All right, well, let's see who works out better. Kante through to Pogba. Messi's available. Oh, just a little too hard on that through ball. As Griezmann works it now down that left wing. Little tap forward, stretches his legs, got bags of pace, but unfortunately he's outrunning the rest of his opponents. Now has to try and play it in. What kind of pass was that? I don't know. Trying to find some weird screw-through ball. I'm not too sure what it was, but Kante was just like, what are you doing? I just ran 40 yards for you, and you give me that pass.
Throwing here with Mane. Almost getting it back there to Mane after passing around the square. Oh, we do have Mane though. Once again, knocking it back to Walker. Messi on the edge of the box. Is he going to let a shot fly? And if he finds that perfect middle, just outside of the box area that we've seen so well used by MS Dasari earlier on, both Suarez and Messi, as he picked up that 3-0 win in the Xbox division.
Ooh. Cheeky little back leg put out there by Ronaldo, you know, just causes a little problem. So clicked up to Suarez, little touch from Ronaldo, sets a bit of a counter-attack here from Messi. He's got Pogba, now Ronaldo just through, tries to shield it off. Back into Messi, Messi playing as the central midfielder as Pogba gets forward. Could certainly hit them himself. Good one-touch pass in here from FIFA and Tom, working Samir's defence, and it's frustrating to play against this sort of play because obviously the moment you close them down, the ball is gone again. Pogba, oh, chance for through to Messi. Oh, maybe he should have pulled the trigger a little early there. Managed to keep it in just about. The ball didn't quite cross over the line.
Oh.
Smalling, for the last second, gets his foot in front of Messi and prevents the shot.
Yeah, Smalling the hero once again. Lost count of how many times we've said that today. That is a good ball though. Messi looking to take it on his left. Will turn. Surely will shoot. No, he decides against it and will get fed through. Oh, he stood up in time. Butland's on the ground. Took out his own defender. Surely he's going to have a bang here. He will, and it's in! Griezmann, top corner. We thought the shot might have come a little early there from Messi. He took his time, but nonetheless found the back of the net. 65 minutes gone. And Butland, well, he had a bit of trouble there. Had to hop over the defender that he took out. And there was Griezmann. Struck it perfectly into the roof of the net. 1-0. And well, V Phantom not far away from booking his place in the cross-console final here shortly.
Yeah, you thought he took it a little too far, hadn't you? He was taking quite a few touches there, and instead he pulled the defenders off to the side and then cut it back across goal into the near post. So, Samir, over to you, son. 1-0 down, you've got to get a goal in. And that's gone back to Suarez. Chance in the box here. Suarez gets the shot away, but it's gone to De Gea. Now, with just 20 minutes remaining, we talked about this with Jimmy. Obviously, when they went 1-0 down in 105 minutes, he only went all out attacking the 119th. Well, now is the time to go attacking. You're 1-0 down. You've only got 20 minutes left. You've got nothing to lose at this stage.
I think we've just seen the nothing to lose tackle coming out there. Absolute beast. As Messi tried to turn that. Luis stood tall. Look at the possession, almost bang on even. And now, V Phantom is the man that has the clock on his side. Ball into Messi. Plenty of space, really, for him to work with. But the space he's looking just to use for possession. There, we'll knock it away to Pogba. Tries to turn in, that's a goal kick, I think. Yep. 15 minutes left. Once again, we see that from Samir. From the goal kick, off to the head for the safer throw.
Is that making
from the keeper?
Yeah, opening up a little bit for the passing, trying to draw V Phantom out. Don't think he's going to quite fall for it anymore. 15 minutes to go. Through ball. Kyle Walker cuts it out. Yeah, a foul, I think, just on the edge of the box. Now, will he go for it? I don't think he will. I don't think he'll take it on. I think he's going to try and cross this one down. No, takes it on. De Gea. Solid save by him.
Well, that would be one way to equalise from there. Directly from the free kick. Again, V Phantom drops it at the feet of De Gea. Deliver out to Marcelo.
Tricky play from Marcelo there. Had to stop the pass and drag it back to his central defender, Ramos. Long ball to Griezmann. Now back to Marcelo again. So confident on the ball, V Phantom here. As he plays it to Pogba. Now Griezmann. Counter-attack. Pogba's broke through, but Griezmann can't get it through past Marcelo. Just 9 minutes of regulation time remain for Samir to get himself a goal. And he hasn't had a great deal of shots throughout this matchup. Now is the time to go all out. Suarez through Ronaldo, makes a run, blocked out by Kante once again.
Yeah, 83 minutes gone. It's all or nothing at this point. Even if you get caught on the counter and end up losing 2-0 then, I mean, there's no real difference for you there, is there? And here is Suarez. Phantom. Oh, he's got a good through ball here. Ronaldo actually takes it off. It's going to be Griezmann who scored, of course, that 1-0. What's he going to do from here? Oh, that's a fantastic turn. Couldn't quite get it through, though. That would have been spectacular. That would have been an insane way to win a final.
That would be a beautiful finish. Corner here as the clock keeps ticking. He's just going to bring it short and just frustrate Samir. A 1-0 finish. Doesn't matter how you win it, as long as you win it. And that's what it may well be for Phantom. Not been a great deal of shots between the PlayStation brackets. It's been fairly low in the goals when you compare it to Dasari with 23 goals scored, sitting waiting in the console finals. Marcelo, 1 minute remaining. To Suarez, to Griezmann. Back across to Kante, into the box to Ronaldo. Blocked in, 3 seconds remaining as the ball comes through. Ultra defensive for Phantom. And look at Suarez just getting bustled off the ball. Not a chance to break away down the wing from Pogba.
Now he's going to need a small, actually a rather large, a giant miracle at this stage. And there it is. There is the final whistle. It's Phantom who wins the PlayStation division here in Season 2 for the rest of the world, and a thoroughly deserved victory as well. I have to say, the fact that he plays so calm, so collected, always looking for that perfect chance on goal.
Yeah, and that's something that he may want to look at as he moves forward. Obviously, you know, once you're in this, it's all well and good when you're doing your qualifiers, or, well, I mean, I guess technically you could say during the regionals, but once you get to that big grand finals in Berlin, which he's now qualified for, Phantom, from Japan there, you sometimes just have to take the shots on. You know, look at Dasari. Dasari, 2 of his goals in his final from outside the box, and sometimes you just got to take those chances.
Absolutely, and, well, we look at this goal, the one that we saw in this final.
It was a messy one, wasn't it?
It was a messy one, indeed. We saw that defender going flying, but the turn from Griezmann here bangs it up into the top corner.
He almost got tackled by Pogba as well. Look at, I think it's Pogba or Kante that's there. Just steps into Pogba. Just almost stepped in to take the ball off Griezmann. Griezmann, what are you doing? What are you doing? Get off my... I'm about to take a shot. So, yeah, I mean, top corner finish in the end there, but solid stuff. So, Phantom is through to the big console final, but more importantly, he got himself $20,000 and, of course, a place in those big finals in Berlin on the 20th of May.
And against MS Dasari, that is the man that he's going to have to face off on both consoles. His home, his away. We heard MS Dasari saying, you know, I'll play my game on my console on the Xbox, and then in the end, it's a bit of fun on the other side. We'll see how true that rings. We've got Jimmy down on the floor with the PlayStation 4 winner.
Thanks, guys. So I'm here with Phantom. You did the business, the PS4 division. Congratulations. How did you do it?
何か作戦あったんですか？今回勝ったのに関して。
そうですね。まあとにかく自分のミスをしないことを心がけて落ち着いて攻めてました。それが結果につながったんだと思います。
What I tried is just to stay calm and not to make any mistakes.
That's a lot of pressure, staying calm, but you're very good at that, staying calm. So I'm impressed. Now you go into the final here, the Xbox division. Dasari is very, very good. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but he's killing it. He is absolutely killing it. But you have been too. How familiar and comfortable are you with the Xbox console?
Xbox の優勝した人と今から対戦するんですけども、それって今からどうですか？心構えとかありますか
？Xbox も普段からプレイしているので、そうですね。不利とか有利とかあまりなくできるかなと。Xbox でも自分の力を発揮できるから、そうですね。落ち着いて頑張りたいと思います。
Actually, I played a lot Xbox as well, so I'm pretty familiar with it, so I'm not quite nothing nervous about it.
Again, he's not nervous either, so this is going to be a great final. Now, last question for you. You're going to Berlin. You are going. How excited are you? I'm going to be there too. It's going to be awesome.
ベルリンに出場決まったんですけども、どうですか？どれくらい興奮してます？興奮度見せてください。
やっぱり、ちょっとまだ信じられなくて、そのベルリンに行けるっていうのを実感するのにあと数週間ぐらいはかかるんじゃないかなと思ってます。はい。
I'm just still can't believe it, and I guess it takes another couple weeks to realize that I'm really going.
Well, you're going, and congratulations, and good luck in the final. Don't leave me hanging, man. That would be so sad. And two other guys I don't want to leave hanging. It's back to Joe and D-Man.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And honestly, it might take a couple of weeks to sink in, but you might want to use those couple of weeks to train, because definitely going to Berlin and the amount of competition, the level of competition that we're going to have in Berlin is going to be pretty sick. Definitely going to need a lot of training for that one. But let's have a look at the final, which is coming up here in just a little while. It will be, of course, a two-legged fixture, one on each platform, so one PlayStation, one Xbox, and the player with a higher aggregate over the two games will win.
Yeah, so what we mean by that is, of course, if you're a PlayStation player and you score a goal on the Xbox, it counts as an away goal because it's not your home format effectively, even if you've played on both of them, which it seems both these guys have. So this is going to be a real interesting one. So no real big advantages, I think, from going on the other consoles, whereas obviously before, I think we've had players where they've never played it before.
Yeah, and that could be a big thing. That could make it a lot more entertaining as well for us to watch if these guys have seriously put in some hours. Of course, that will be our final matchup here. MS Desari, the winner from the Xbox, up against Fee Phantom, the winner from PlayStation. Neither of them have lost a game here today. Only the one tie in there for Fee Phantom. Sadly for both of them, though, someone's going to have to lose today.
Yeah, it's something we've seen quite often, honestly, obviously reaching these big finals. And as we've said it before, it's if you get to the winner bracket final, generally the guy that's there is the winner that gets through in that console. And it's stayed true for the 4 regional stops we've had so far. The 3 Season 1 and now here again, rest of the world. We'll see how it's going to be tomorrow. Don't forget, we do have the Americas regions, but it's not over yet. We have the big final coming up.
That big final will be coming up in just a little while, guys. It is, of course, the Season 2 regional final for the rest of the world. It's going to be Fee Phantom taking on MS Desari. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Azar. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
Now the hunter becomes the hunted.
All right, I got the open road today. It's just me. Let's go. I'm gonna get some coins. I'm gonna save all that money. Look at that. Look at that up there. Do some cool jumps. And you know what? This could be you. This could be you saving money. If you switch to Progressive, you can save up to $598. It's a lot of dollars. And you know what? They got cool discounts like paperless, multi-car, and if this truck will scoot out of the way, and if you can pull off a nice smooth park job like that, They've even got discounts for being a safe driver.